Chapter 9-10. Female literature. He even sensed the aura of the black tortoise that he loathed. The black tortoise treated him as a mortal enemy, so he naturally treated the black tortoise as a thorn in his side. That damned black tortoise had ruined his plans time and time again. It had hunted down all his prey, causing his food supply to decrease rapidly. If it wasn't for some kind of restriction that prevented him from leaving the white bones path, he would have chased after the black tortoise and devoured it. This time, he finally had the chance to kill him, but all of a sudden, his aura disappeared. However, the white-boned heavenly demon still locked its mind on Su Yan. He clearly knew that the damned black tortoise and that powerful and terrifying sword intent were related to this insignificant human. Therefore, at this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan escaped too quickly. He didn't give this guy any chance at all. The white-bone heavenly demon's power entered the space transmission. He wanted to kill Su Yan directly. However, in just a short while, Su Yan had already disappeared. Roar! Human, I will definitely kill you. When I leave the white bones path, I will definitely kill you. His terrifying consciousness directly blasted out. A mysterious force appeared and prevented him from leaving, but it couldn't stop his consciousness. This was his roar towards Su Yan. Su Yan's body was still flying. At this moment, his expression was somewhat gloomy. This damned guy. His strength was truly terrifying. Even though this strand of thought had passed through the barrier of space, it still had such terrifying power. If it wasn't weakened by the barrier of space, just this terrifying thought alone would be enough to make Su Yan drink a pot of water. Facing such a terrifying existence, Su Yan's only feeling was that his heart was tired. Fortunately, this time, he finally left safely. In a magnificent hall of the Limitless Demon Sect, Yan Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. Damn it, what's going on now? During the last trip to the Taihang Sword faction, Yan Xiao had suffered an unprecedented injury. His arm had been chopped off by Xue Xingchuan's sword, and that arm had even been obliterated. At this time, although he had reappeared, his strength had been greatly reduced compared to before. A Dao sovereign's means were indeed infinite, but Dao sovereigns were only supremacies, not gods. After his arm was cut off, even if he had the means to regenerate it, this new arm was not his original arm. It was inevitable that his strength would be greatly reduced. Just a few days ago, there was a big explosion in the sect space transmission array, and the power of space directly dissipated. What made him angry was that the other vice sect masters didn't care about this matter. In the end, he had to take action to calm the fluctuations in space. However, even though he was a Dao master, it was not easy for him to quell the spatial fluctuations. He was in the healing stage. After this incident, he had suffered a fatal blow. Although it did not worsen his injuries, it had seriously delayed his recovery. However, at this time, there was another extremely powerful roar on the Saint Devil Mountain, which made him even more dissatisfied. After the angry roar, a subordinate immediately appeared. This subordinate was already a venerable expert, and his strength was not bad. He might not be comparable to the Lord Emissary who had fought with Su Yan, but he was definitely above the Heavenly Lion King. Lord Dao Sovereign, that's a roar from the Demon Forest, he said to Yan Xiao. Yan Xiao's eyebrows twitched. The space transmission array had exploded, and at this time, there was a commotion in the Demon Forest. This was definitely not a coincidence. His initial reaction was that someone had dared to barge into the Saint Devil Mountain. However, when he was at the teleportation array, he didn't see the figure of the intruder. Later, there was news from Golden Horse City that Ghostface had entered the Saint Devil Mountain. Now that there was such a violent fluctuation in the Demon Forest, it was very likely that it was caused by Ghostface. Even he did not dare to provoke the White Bone Heavenly Demon in the Demon Forest. On the White Bone path, its strength was really terrifying. If one wanted to enter the demon forest, they would have to face the white bone heavenly demon. Therefore, for so many years, almost no one in the limitless demon sect dared to enter. Now that there was such a commotion, it was likely that someone had caused it. From the looks of it, Ghostface does have some ability. To think that he is actually able to jump up and down in this place. Yan Xiao immediately concluded that this was caused by Ghostface. At his level, how could he be an idiot? He only needed to think about it and verify it with some information to immediately come to a conclusion. The seventh emissary said, "Lord, do we need to mobilize people to find this guy and kill him?" The Saint Devil Mountain had actually allowed an outsider to enter. This was definitely a joke to the Limitless Demon Sect. Of course, if the Limitless Demon Sect mobilized their forces, it would not take long for them to find this guy and kill him. At this time, Yan Xiao shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Since this guy is here, let's let him relax in the Limitless Demon Sect. Su Yan, remember, don't spread this matter out." From the beginning, the news of Ghostface's arrival had been suppressed by Yan Xiao. Now, in the entire Saint Devil Mountain, the person who wanted to capture Ghostface the most was definitely the third vice sect master, Xing Tianruo. Because of the Limitless 9 Demon Seal, it could be confirmed that Ghostface had the Limitless 9 Demon Seal. Unfortunately, Yan Xiao and the third vice sect master, Xing Tianruo, were not on the same side. If this news were to spread, Xing Tianruo would definitely take action. He was the one who controlled the Limitless 9 Demon Seal. At that time, he would be able to mobilize the people of the sect. And the Limitless 9 Demon Seal could only belong to him. After all, in general, he was the seal bearer. However, if Yan Xiao could master the Limitless 9 Demon Seal first, then at that time, not only would he be able to recover or even increase his strength, but he would also be able to seize the Limitless 9 Demon Seal. Therefore, how could he leak this news at this time? The seventh emissary smiled gently and said, "Okay, I understand. I will arrange for trustworthy people to search for it." The seventh emissary immediately knew that Yan Xiao was interested in the Limitless 9 Demon Seal. After he finished speaking, he immediately turned and left. Just as he said, he had to arrange for trustworthy people to deal with this matter. Of course, this so-called trustworthy person was also a matter of consideration. Not only did the person have to be a direct descendant of the seventh vice sect master, but he also had to be absolutely loyal. He also had to have a certain level of strength. If he was not strong enough, even if he found Ghostface, what could he do? He would probably be killed by Ghostface before he could send out the news. One had to know that Ghostface was not weak. If that was not the case, how did the Celestial Wolf City and the other city lords die? Yan Xiao closed his eyes again. Although he was a little annoyed by the movements coming from the Ghost Demon Forest, he was not worried. There was only one reason, and that was that he clearly knew the strength of the White Bone Heavenly Demon. This White Bone Heavenly Demon was not easy to deal with. No matter how strong Ghostface was, it was impossible for him to kill it. Moreover, it was impossible for the White Bone Heavenly Demon to escape from the Ghost Demon Forest. They had already dealt with the White Bone Heavenly Demon before, and deeply knew that for some reason, the White Bone Heavenly Demon was unable to escape from the forest. Of course, even if it managed to escape from the forest, it did not matter. This was the Saint Devil Mountain. As long as it dared to come out, it would immediately die. On the other side, the sacrificial altar for the sacrificial ceremony had already been built. Compared to the past, the sacrificial altar this time was even more majestic. True experts knew that the sacrificial altar for the sacrificial ceremony was more than 10 times larger than the previous ones. As the saying goes, when things are abnormal, there must be a demon. This time, since the Limitless Demon Sect was acting with such fanfare, it meant that they had absolute confidence in the success of this mission. It was said that the demon girl brought from the 5 counties continent this time was extremely talented. After the demon girl was brought to the limitless demon sect, her days would not be too miserable. No, it should be said that their days would be extremely comfortable. The limitless demon sect would impart the ancient demon race's cultivation method to them. In the past, although there were demonic women who had cultivated this technique to an extremely high level, this time, this one was extraordinary. Her cultivation speed was simply appalling. Not to mention the sons of demons, even some of the famous elders were not her match. She had already reached the level of a 5 essences venerable. This level was already extremely heaven-defying. She was only one step away from entering the Tao and becoming a Tao sovereign. This was enough to show that this demon girl's bloodline was extremely powerful. It was simply unimaginable. Among the 3 sons of demons, although Hua Yunfei had died at the beginning, it was said that Rosen from the ghost-killing hall had replaced his position. In addition to Rosen, there was also Sheng Wansheng and Murong Wudi. These were extremely terrifying fellows. Their strength was enough to be compared with the powerful sons of demons of the ancient times. In other words, this demon plan was more likely to succeed than any previous ones. It was also because of this that the Limitless Demon sect was particularly interested in this mission. Just like the 5th Deputy Sect Master, this Deputy Sect Master who had always been wandering outside had also returned. Every Deputy Sect Master was a Tao sovereign. Of course, no one knew the cultivation level of the 1st Deputy Sect Master. Above the 1st Deputy Sect Master, there was still the Sect Master. Chapter 9-11. Female Literature, in another palace on the Saint Demon Mountain. This palace was filled with flowing clouds. It was incomparably beautiful and incomparably beautiful. There were also countless exotic flowers and herbs, making this place look like a fairyland. However, such a magnificent place was a little cold and cheerless. There weren't many people walking in this area, only a few. However, these few people were all extremely beautiful women. Each of them had a voluptuous figure. Although they were not as beautiful as the moon and flowers, they were still extraordinarily beautiful. What was even rarer was that when they walked, their auras were restrained. They were all experts with high cultivation levels. Among them, the weakest was at the spiritual sea realm. In the 5 counties continent, a spiritual sea realm cultivator could already become a pillar of a sect. However, in this place, these spiritual sea realm women were only serving as maids. The Limitless Demon sect was truly a big spender. Of course, to be served by such maids, they were definitely not simple people. This palace was called the Heavenly Demon Temple. This was the place where the Limitless Demon sect imprisoned the demonesses. In order to ensure that the demon plan went smoothly, the Limitless Demon sect naturally would not only choose one demoness. In fact, they would collect demonesses from all corners of this world. The Monster Palace in the 5 counties continent was only one of them. At this time, there were a total of 10 women living in the Heavenly Demon Temple. Of course, the reason why these 10 women could survive until now was not because of their beauty, but because of their strength. The others either died when they were subjected to the Limitless Demon sect's secret technique or were eliminated because of their lack of strength. To be able to survive until now, it was actually not easy for each of them. They had obtained the Limitless Demon sect's secret technique inheritance, which allowed their strength to increase. However, no one knew how much pain they had endured. Moreover, the most despairing thing was that even if they became stronger, so what? In the end, they could only become the Limitless Demon sect's tools. They could not escape at all. After going through so many hardships, they would only become someone else's cauldron. How unfortunate and sorrowful was this? However, this was fate. The demon bloodline in their bodies made it impossible for them to choose their own fate. Was fate unfair? It had always been like this. When had the fate of this world ever been fair? In a room in the Heavenly Demon Temple, Lu Lan quietly ended her meditation for the day. Lu Lan was the one with the strongest cultivation among the heavenly demonesses. She had become a 5 Essences Venerable not too long ago. Back then, she had only been a girl at the Spirit Sea realm, but now, she had already reached the 5 Origin realm. How inconceivable was this? Su Yan had experienced life and death situations and had countless fortuitous encounters. Now, he was at the 10 Dragons realm. Chu Linger, on the other hand, had been taken in as a disciple by a peerless expert like Fairy Heartless and was personally taught by her. Even now, she had only just become a venerable. But now, Lu Lan was already a 5 Essences sovereign. If this news were to spread, then everyone would go crazy. Lu Lan walked to the window. She looked at the beautiful scenery outside, but she didn't have any intention of appreciating it. So what if the scenery outside the window was beautiful? To her, this place was like a prison. No one would be happy being locked up in a cage. In the past few days, she hadn't been at peace. She knew that that day would eventually come. The demon plan, this was the end of her life. Scenes of the past in the Monster Palace appeared in front of her. She really missed those days. Compared to now, the days she spent with the Princess of Chu were incomparably blissful. Of course, there was also that man. His chest, his shoulders, his kiss, they had all deeply intoxicated her. Su Yan, are you all right? Lu Lan muttered to herself. At the very beginning, she really hoped that Su Yan would come and save her. But in the end, she gave up on this idea. Because she clearly understood how terrifying this place was. The Limitless Demon sect was truly terrifying. Even though she was a 5 Origin Venerable, she was still so insignificant in front of the Limitless Demon sect. The Limitless Demon sect had 7 Vice sect masters, each of whom had the cultivation of a Dao master. Dao masters were simply unimaginable in the 5 counties. Not to mention 7 Dao masters, just one of them was enough to completely destroy all the sects in the 5 counties. Su Yan's talent was extremely good, and his cultivation was also very fast. But he couldn't contend against the Limitless Demon sect. So, later on, she hoped that Su Yan wouldn't come here. She hoped that Su Yan would forget about her and live well. Although, this was really unfair to her. But, this was fate. Of course, she, Lu Lan, was already Su Yan's woman. Even if the Limitless Demon sect wanted to use her as a cauldron, it wouldn't be so easy. Although she couldn't possibly be a match for the Limitless Demon sect, she definitely wouldn't accept her fate quietly. So, when she cultivated, she always spared no effort. But she didn't know that Su Yan had already come to the 9 provinces, and had already arrived at the Saint Devil Mountain. At this time, Su Yan had just avoided the people patrolling the mountain. The Limitless Demon sect was indeed powerful. It was no wonder that they could suppress the Taihang Sword faction, the Fierce Flames sect, and even the other sections. In addition to being able to gather people from all walks of life, there was another very important point. That was, their disciples were extremely powerful. The competition within the Limitless Demon sect was extremely cruel. Compared to the competition between the Taihang Sword faction, it was simply laughable. It was also because of this that the people of the Limitless Demon sect were incomparably cruel. While Su Yan was coldly sizing up the surroundings, he suddenly felt something. He found that there was a spider on a branch to his side, weaving a web. This was actually very normal. It was normal for spiders to weave a web in a big tree. But at this time, Su Yan directly flashed with a bright light. Sometimes, the more normal it was, the more abnormal it was. At this time, Su Yan directly released a force. A ray of light immediately shot towards the spider. Although Su Yan's attack was a casual one, the speed of the energy was still very fast. But the moment the energy was about to hit the spider, it actually jumped away. It actually dodged the attack. Su Yan's eyes immediately released a ray of light. This spider was indeed strange. At this time, a gloomy voice sounded. This is my treasure. I can't let you kill it just like that. Ghostface, you really made me look for a long time. But fortunately, I finally found you. Su Yan turned his head and found that there was a huge figure behind him. However, this guy was hanging upside down with a strand of spider silk. At the same time, there were 8 huge spiderweb spears behind him. A disciple of the limitless demon sect. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't underestimate the other party, but at this time, he realized that he didn't pay enough attention to him. This Spider-Man was actually able to avoid the detection of his divine telekinesis and appear behind him. It was obvious that his skill and concealment was terrifying. Hee, of course I'm a disciple of the limitless demon sect. Ghostface, since I've met you, you should come back with me. Don't worry, we just want to know some information. We won't. The Spider-Man didn't finish his words because at this time, Su Yan had already made his move. A ray of sword chi was suddenly released and directly charged towards the Spider-Man. The sword chi directly pierced his body and then passed through it. The Spider-Man was stunned at first, as if he had encountered something extremely hopeless. But gradually, a smile appeared on his face. Hee, what a fast attack. It was so fast that I couldn't even react. It's a pity that you won't be able to kill me. The moment he finished speaking, his chest began to expand. This was caused by Su Yan's attack. However, when his wound appeared, no blood flowed out. Instead, countless spiders appeared on his body. It was unknown how many small spiders there were, but the scene was quite horrifying. The small spiders kept crawling, and the Spider-Man's body returned to its original state. Even his clothes were not damaged at all. Ghostface, I've carefully read the information about your battle with those idiots from Celestial Wolf City. You're not a venerable one yet, which is really shocking. You're really a genius for not being a venerable one to be able to kill so many venerable ones. Of course, there's another reason, which is that those fellows are too stupid. That's why you kept succeeding. It's just a pity that before me, all of your attacks will be useless, because I'm not an idiot. It's best if you obediently allow yourself to be captured. The moment he finished speaking, countless white threads appeared. It was his spider silk. As he spoke, the small spiders that could not be seen had already flown out and densely arranged themselves around Su Yan. Then, he suddenly exerted his strength and directly trapped Su Yan. Just as he'd said, he wasn't one of those idiots. He was an extremely terrifying assassin. At this moment, what were the so-called hydralisks in front of his white spiders? At the moment when the white spider silk burst out, his body suddenly changed. His whole body turned into countless spiders and rushed towards Su Yan. Ha, who do you think you are? Ghostface, don't think that you're amazing just because you killed a few pieces of trash. Now, come back with me obediently. You're destined to be my contribution. This move was his killing move. As long as someone had seen this move of his, almost no one would be able to survive. He used his spider silk to trap people, then turned into countless small spiders to attack. Such an attack was simply terrifying. Chapter 9:12. Female literature. At this moment, Su Yan's expression was calm. He didn't panic at all. The white silk wrapped around his body. This white death spider was indeed not simple. The spider's silk not only had the function of binding, but it also had a strong poison. At this moment, the poison was injected into Su Yan's body. It was a pity that Su Yan's body was unimaginably strong. The spider's silk couldn't even scratch his skin. At the same time, Su Yan's body suddenly burned with flames. The scarlet light was so dazzling at this moment. Idiot, my spider silk isn't afraid of water or fire. This was why he was so proud of himself. His spider silk had never been afraid of water or fire. When many enemies were surrounded by his spider silk, their first reaction was to use the power of fire to burn away all of his spider silk. However, if his power could be burned so easily, how could he have killed so many people? These foolish people were often too self-righteous, thinking that everything was as they had expected. However, in the next moment, a burst of intense pain suddenly transmitted over. That terrifying pain made him unable to even cry out. At this moment, his body appeared again. He, who was still proud of himself, was now curled up on the ground like a prawn and kept rolling. The wedding ring that he had looked down upon earlier was now burning on his body. At this moment, Su Yan was looking at him like this, but his eyes were calm. Ordinary flames couldn't hurt him, but Su Yan's flame was the scarlet spirit fire. It was a powerful flame that could directly burn the soul. And after receiving guidance from the Flame Demon Emperor, the power of the flame became even more terrifying. The spider's silk was directly infected by the flame. If the white spider immediately cut off the connection with the spider's silk, it would be fine. But he relied on the fact that his spider's silk wasn't afraid of water or fire. He still used his soul power to make the spider's silk tighten, wanting to kill Su Yan directly. How could he have known that the only result of his actions was death? Since he was tainted by the scarlet spirit fire, no matter how powerful he was, as long as his strength did not surpass Su Yan's by a lot, it would be difficult for him to escape. Of course, the strength of the white spider was indeed strong. At this time, he had already started to circulate his true power to suppress the flames. If he was given enough time, he could indeed achieve this. But unfortunately, Su Yan wouldn't give him the time. Those who kill will always be killed. When you attacked me, you should have thought of this. Su Yan said as he walked towards the white spider that was struggling to suppress the flames. No, you're not a venerable one. Why is your soul power so powerful? At this moment, he finally realized the problem. Su Yan's strength seemed to be completely off. At this point, he already knew that he was definitely going to die. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to spread the news about Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not give him this opportunity. With a slash of his sword, the white spider died right away. Su Yan's expression was calm. He was used to killing people, not to mention that he was killing someone from the Boundless Demon sect. However, he had to leave this place immediately. Although the battle between them did not last long, the people from the Boundless Demon sect must have sensed it. Now that Su Yan had entered this place alone, he could not allow himself to be surrounded by a group of people. The moment Su Yan left, the seventh emissary, Su Yan, sensed it immediately. The white spider is already dead. He's dead. The seventh emissary was very surprised. He had studied Grimace's few battles and deduced his strength, which was why he sent someone out. The white spider was definitely not a top-notch mission for his subordinates, but according to his calculations, it was enough to kill Grimace no matter what. However, the white spider was dead this time. He died before he could even spread the news. Grimace, this is interesting. The seventh emissary chuckled, then he thought about leaving the place where the white spider died. Although there was no news, the place where the white spider died was a clue in itself. At this moment, the other pursuers had also received news of the white spider's death. Not long after Su Yan left, the people from the Boundless Demon sect who were patrolling arrived at the place where the battle took place. Unfortunately, apart from a messy place, they found nothing. This was because the white spider's body had been completely destroyed by the scarlet spirit fire. Even if they wanted to look for traces, they had no idea where to start. Not long after, the seventh emissary arrived. Every emissary was extremely powerful. They were directly responsible to the vice sect leader, and they had extremely high statuses in the Boundless Demon sect. At this moment, since this emissary had appeared here, there was naturally no need for anyone else to do anything. You guys can leave. I'll take care of this, the seventh emissary said faintly. The patrolling people did not dare to resist, so they left right away. Time reversal, quick. At this moment, the seventh emissary performed a secret technique right away. The moment he said the last word, the light and shadow in the area immediately distorted. It was as if time had started to reverse, and the scenes that had happened before were replayed once again. From the moment Su Yan discovered the white spider, to the moment the two of them started fighting, everything happened in such a way. Therefore, not a single detail was left out. This was the ability to turn back time, and everything that had happened before would be revealed. In this way, the seventh emissary witnessed the battle between the two of them with his own eyes. Therefore, nothing could escape his eyes. The time reversal technique was just that terrifying. Of course, it was not easy to perform the time reversal technique. The most important thing was that if he wanted to perform this technique, he had to obtain the blood of the person involved. Of course, if the technique had nothing to do with the person involved, or if the person involved was just an ordinary person, there was no need to do so. Before the white spider and the others received the mission, he had already obtained their blood. Therefore, he was able to perform this technique. This flame is really terrifying. Even the white spider was unable to resist it. He clearly saw that if it were not for the appearance of this flame, the white spider would not have died so easily. Could that be the scarlet spirit fire? This Su Yan has quite a lot of good stuff on him, the seventh emissary mumbled to himself. One must know that if a person who was proficient in the path of souls were to obtain the scarlet spirit fire, that person's strength might increase by 1 level. Moreover, Su Yan still had the boundless 9 devils seal on him at the moment. However, what made the seventh emissary fearful was that every time he tried to look at Grimace through the time reversal technique, he was blocked by a mysterious power. In the end, he only knew that the figure was Grimace. However, he had no idea what Grimace looked like. He did not even know what color Grimace's clothes were. What's this person's origin? I can't even see through the time reversal technique. At this point, he was still worried. He already knew that he seemed to have underestimated this mysterious fellow. At this moment, he had made up his mind to kill him personally. At this moment, Su Yan was still moving forward in the dark. Not long ago, he suddenly had a feeling that someone was spying on him. This feeling was not strong and was even very vague. However, Su Yan trusted his intuition. At this point in time, it was impossible for him to have such a feeling for no reason. It seems like an expert is chasing after me. However, why didn't they tell anyone about me? Su Yan had secretly captured a disciple of the Boundless Demon sect and found out from him that the disciples knew about the enemy's invasion. Su Yan did not know why, but it was a good thing for him. Su Yan already knew about the Heavenly Demon Temple from that disciple. Therefore, Su Yan had to go to the Heavenly Demon Temple to look for Lu Lan. It would be best if he could bring Lu Lan out before the demon ceremony started. At the very least, he wanted to know whether Lu Lan was doing well. Of course, Su Yan did not care about the pursuers anymore. Since he was already here, if he left without even seeing Lu Lan, he would really regret it for the rest of his life. Lu Lan, I hope you're doing well, Su Yan said silently. While Su Yan was moving stealthily, a wave of energy suddenly appeared and stabbed directly at Su Yan's back. It was another terrifying ambush. Su Yan didn't have time to think. His strength had already reached its peak at this moment. The terrifying wave of energy landed on Su Yan's body and immediately exploded with an extremely powerful wave. Su Yan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Go to hell. However, it was too late for Su Yan to calm his blood and qi. At this moment, he directly threw out a punch. Demonic Dragon Fist. This punch, which contained the violent power of the great demonic dragon, blasted towards the person who had suddenly appeared. The person who had launched the sneak attack had obviously not expected Su Yan to be able to counterattack under such circumstances. Thus, he was immediately hit by Su Yan's punch. You actually managed to sneak into my shadow. That's great. Su Yan endured the intense pain and unleashed the full power of the 10-dragon boundary. That terrifying power came crashing down like a warhammer. Damn it. Su Yan's counterattack was too fast and too shocking. This lightning-like change ended the guy's life. Chapter 9:13. Female literature. He had killed another person, but Su Yan was not happy at all. This was because he knew very well that killing someone meant that he had been discovered. First, it was the white spider. Now, it was this mysterious assassin who could merge with the shadow. If this continued, his whereabouts would definitely be completely grasped. At that time, there would be no way out for him. At this moment, Su Yan was constantly on the move. He already knew where the Heavenly Monster Temple was. Lu Lan was in the Heavenly Monster Temple. At this point, Su Yan could no longer keep calm. His only thought was to find Lu Lan. At this moment, the 7th emissary was also approaching. He was also very fast. Soon, he found the place where the shadow had fallen. It was time reversal again. The 7th emissary's power was indeed strange. Through time reversal, he immediately knew the direction Su Yan was heading in. You're quite strong to be able to kill 2 of my subordinates in succession, Grimace. Unfortunately, you're destined to die today. If you're heading in this direction, you'll be heading to the Heavenly Monster Temple. Hee, you're actually here for the Heavenly Monster Temple. Interesting. The 7th emissary was indeed powerful. He had already deduced Su Yan's destination in an instant. At this moment, he immediately notified all his subordinates and informed everyone below the 7th Vice Sect Master to hunt down Su Yan. With the current commotion, it could be seen that other people must have heard the news as well. After all, the others were not idiots. 2 people had already died. If they still did not know what was going on, they would be really stupid. He now had to stop Grimace before the others arrived. Now, Grimace was hiding some good stuff on him. If he lost it, he wouldn't know how to cry. If the Limitless Demon Sect really wanted to kill Su Yan at this moment, Su Yan might have already died. Unfortunately, the Limitless Demon Sect was not united at the moment. In addition to hunting down Su Yan, they were also doing something else, which was to trip up their companions. This gave the pseudo Su Yan a chance to escape. Along the way, Su Yan had already encountered 5 waves of assassins. Among them were the 7th Vice Sect Leader and the 3rd Vice Sect Leader. Once, a powerhouse had almost forced Su Yan to use the Godslayer sword. Unfortunately, in the end, Su Yan did not use this move. Because at that time, one of the 3rd Vice Sect Leader's subordinates appeared, and the 2 actually started to fight. This made Su Yan flee again. At this moment, the 7th emissary was calm and composed. His gaze was so calm, as if he had everything under control. Now, he no longer needed to panic because he had already grasped Su Yan's whereabouts. However, it was at this moment that a soft whistling sound rang out. Su Yan, how dare you? This person immediately questioned Su Yan as soon as he appeared. To be able to speak in such a manner, one could imagine this person's cultivation and status. Gong Wukong, so it's you. Why, as the 3rd emissary, you actually came out personally. The 2 emissaries immediately confronted each other. In the Limitless Demon Sect, the position of an emissary below the Vice Sect Leader was already very high. Generally speaking, the emissaries would not act rashly. However, this time, the 2 emissaries actually confronted each other directly because of Ghost Face. Zhuo Chi, you're very fast. You actually managed to rush back in such a short time. The 3rd Vice Sect Leader's emissary was Zhuo Chi. If it was not because of the situation at the front line and Zhuo Chi had no choice but to rush to the front line immediately, Su Yan might have been directly captured at that time. Now, Zhuo had already returned from the front line. Zhuo looked at Su Yan and did not directly attack. Instead, he said, Su Yan, you should think carefully about whose prey this is. Your actions will only anger the third vice sect leader. At this moment, Su Yan directly said, so what if I anger him? What can I do? If the third vice sect leader really wants to attack me, he has to ask the seventh vice sect leader's opinion. Su Yan did not care about Zhuo threat at all. As he said, if the third vice sect leader really wanted to attack him, the seventh vice sect leader would definitely not sit by and do nothing. The third vice sect leader was indeed stronger than the seventh vice sect leader. However, they were both Dao masters. It was absolutely impossible for them to attack each other. If the two vice sect leaders directly attacked each other, the mysterious sect leader would definitely intervene. After all, the vice sect leader was the foundation of the sect. If even this could not be guaranteed, the limitless demon sect would be destroyed directly without the need for other sects to attack it. Therefore, this kind of thing would never be allowed to happen. Of course, Zhuo also knew this. However, Su Yan was just an emissary. If the vice sect leader really wanted to kill him, there would always be a way. As if he had seen through Zhuo thoughts, Zhuo said directly, of course, if the vice sect leader insists on killing me, I will not be able to survive. However, if sect leader Yan Shao wants to kill you, how can you, Zhuo survive? This was a classic case of mutual harm. If Xing Tian could kill Su Yan, then Yan Shao naturally had the ability to kill Zhuo. To the vice sect leader, the life of the emissary was nothing. In this world, one ultimately had to rely on one's own strength. If they were not strong enough, they could only become the prey of others. Alright, what's the use of saying so much between us? You and I both know that we can't fight, so let's see who can catch Ghostface. That was the truth. Although the limitless demon sect didn't forbid the disciples from fighting each other, it was only natural for them to fight each other. However, this was the Saint Devil Mountain, the holy land of the limitless devil sect. If a fight were to occur here, there would only be one outcome, death. However, after saying this, the two of them had no intention of leaving. Su Yan had already grasped Grimace's whereabouts. If he were to attack now, he would definitely be able to capture Su Yan. But the problem was, there was Zhuo in front of him. Zhuo's strategy was very simple and very shameless, which was to follow Su Yan. He knew that Su Yan had the ability to turn back time, so he definitely knew where Su Yan was. As long as he could follow Su Yan, he would be able to grasp Su Yan's whereabouts. Of course, since Su Yan did not take action, he would not take any action. At the end of the day, they were still mutually harming each other, so it would depend on which of their subordinates had the ability. After a few turns, Su Yan finally saw the Heavenly Demon Temple. It was an extremely majestic palace, and there seemed to be an unimaginable power inside. Although he was already here, Su Yan did not dare to enter. A place like this would definitely be heavily guarded, so he had to familiarize himself with the environment before he could enter. At that moment, Su Yan's divine telekinesis discovered that there seemed to be someone chasing after him not far away. Su Yan concealed his aura and immediately dodged. At this point, he would not fight with others if he could. After all, there were already many experts who had come to kill him. Once he started fighting at this time, he would attract everyone's attention. Fortunately, Su Yan's concealment methods were also quite powerful. Damn it, where did that guy go? He's really a rat, we can't find him no matter how hard we try. These people tried their best, but they still could not find Su Yan. At that moment, Su Yan finally found a better path. This path was very beautiful, and there were actually endless petals on the path. These beautiful petals had an indescribable fragrance. For some reason, the pursuers were avoiding this place. From their actions, Su Yan could naturally see that this path was definitely not simple. However, Su Yan still chose to step on this path. The reason was simple: this path led directly to the Heavenly Demon Temple. The footsteps sounded so lonely here, and an indescribable desolation was constantly rippling. At that moment, the petals suddenly began to dance, and the petals rose against the heavens. When the bright red petals danced in the air, there was an indescribable magic that seemed to want to devour all of one's mind. Such a beautiful scene was simply intoxicating. At that moment, Su Yan raised his hand and slashed with his sword. A sword mark flashed directly, and a strong aura slashed a mark here. However, this blank mark was quickly filled up. The petals were like snowflakes, endless. Ghost face. Hee, you're really good at causing such a big commotion. However, you shouldn't have come here, so leave. If you leave now, I won't pursue your mistakes. It was a very gentle voice. Following the appearance of the voice, a person slowly walked out. This was a very eye-catching person. He was wearing golden armor and looked so handsome and noble. He was holding a red rose in his hand. This rose was very special because even among the countless flowers, it was still so beautiful. Su Yan looked at the person who appeared in front of him with a solemn expression. This person gave Su Yan extremely strong pressure. Su Yan even felt that he was facing a powerful Tao master. To think that such a person would actually block his path of retreat. However, if Su Yan was asked to retreat with just a sentence, he would not accept it no matter what. Sorry, I won't leave here just because of a sentence from you. I'm here to find someone. Su Yan calmly replied. He came here to find someone, so he would not leave until he saw that person. That person said, "Do you know why the flowers here are so beautiful?" Chapter 9:14. Female literature. Su Yan did not answer. He was not interested in answering this guy's boring question at all. All he cared about was how to get through this place as quickly as possible. He did not use all of his power when he slashed with his sword earlier. It was a test. However, the result of the test made him feel uneasy. The sea of flowers turned out to be a huge formation, which contained a power that Su Yan feared. What made Su Yan feel even more uneasy was that he could not detect the end of the formation. In other words, it was impossible for him to break through the formation and leave this place. The only thing he could do now was to defeat the sissy in front of him. Do you know that I hate sissies the most? Su Yan said directly. What he said was not a lie. This habit had appeared in his previous life. He had almost forgotten that he had such a habit. The other party clearly did not expect Su Yan to answer him like that. At this moment, his eyes were filled with unimaginable anger. Very well, you dare to insult me like this. Even if you take the initiative to kneel and beg for mercy now, it's useless. Die. When the white flower blooms, 100 flowers will be killed. He was a flower protector, but he was also a killer. At this moment, Su Yan was listed as a must-kill target by him. In an instant, countless petals danced, and the endless petals turned into a boundless tide at this moment. Petals were originally beautiful things, but at this moment, the endless petals had become murderous things. Every petal was a terrifying blade. If one was stained by it, it would leave marks on one's body. With so many petals crushing over, the power was needless to say. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed. He had already activated all of his power. He knew that the guy in front of him was not simple, so he would not relax at all. Nevertheless, since this guy wanted Su Yan's life, it would not be so easy. Su Yan's aura had risen to the extreme at this moment. His power surged like a long river. That boundless power was simply terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's scorching sun sword flashed with a scarlet radiance, and sword chi danced wildly in the sky. Although the 100-flower kill was powerful, it was still far from enough to take Su Yan's life. Although this person made Su Yan feel extremely afraid, Su Yan had already seen that this guy was definitely not a real Tao master. His strength seemed to be related to the array formation around him. There seemed to be not much difference between the two, but in fact, it was very likely to be the key to victory. If Su Yan were to face a real Tao master, he would have no chance of winning. However, if this was a fake Tao master, Su Yan still had the strength to fight. At this moment, Su Yan's power began to surge like a surging river. That extremely terrifying radiance continued to spread at this moment. The three hearts exploded at the same time, and the ghost face emitted a brilliant radiance. In the next moment, the endless sea of flowers was directly cut open, and Su Yan appeared directly from the opening. He approached the man in golden armor at an extremely terrifying speed. Interesting. You actually want to fight me in close combat? The man just sneered, and then his attack directly slashed down. At this moment, a terrifying radiance surged like a long river filling the sky. The moment he punched out, the golden armor on his body released a blazing golden radiance at this time, as if the scorching sun in the sky was directly shining directly. The radiance almost obliterated Su Yan's vision. If it had been an ordinary opponent, they would have been blinded by this attack. However, Su Yan was not the same. At this moment, Su Yan was still the same as before, directly slashing down with his sword. The two of them exchanged blows in an instant. Su Yan's power was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he actually suppressed the man directly. A trace of fear flashed in the flower protector's eyes. Su Yan's power was indeed beyond his imagination. However, that was all. This was his myriad flowers promenade. At this moment, a wave of power directly gathered from the ground to his body. At this moment, his aura had become extremely powerful, and an indescribable power directly emerged at this moment. In an instant, Su Yan's body immediately retreated. A terrifying power was moving along his scorching sun towards Su Yan's body. Under this attack, Su Yan had already suffered some injuries. If it weren't for Su Yan's terrifying power, his arm might have been broken at this time. At this moment, the sea of flowers changed again. The intense red color was so dazzling at this time, as if what existed in front of them at this time was not flowers at all, but a large amount of blood. Such a scene would simply frighten people to death. At this time, Su Yan's power was constantly changing. The boundless aura began to circulate at this time, and rays of light began to circulate in the sky. Blood Sea. At this time, the sea of flowers had turned into a terrifying sea of blood. The flower protector looked at Su Yan, and then said with a smile, "Do you still remember the question just now? Then let me tell you. This is not a sea of flowers, but a sea of blood. Since you want to die, then I will let you die completely today. Why do you think those guys don't dare to step into this place? It's because this is the territory of my flower protector. Anyone who steps into this place will definitely die. Your blood will turn into nutrients to nourish my flowers." At this time, his aura became so powerful. At this moment, his aura was close to that of a Tao master. He was devouring the aura of the ghost. The aura here could fuse with him, and then give him extremely powerful power. At this time, Su Yan finally understood. Your strength is indeed not bad, but do you really think you can face a Tao master? No, you're still far from it. As he spoke, his figure had already disappeared from where he stood. The next time he appeared, he had already slashed at Yi Futian. Moreover, he appeared behind Su Yan. Su Yan's senses were extremely sensitive. In the next moment, he had already felt a terrible crisis coming from behind him. Su Yan instinctively slashed behind him, and this action saved his life. A huge force came directly from the scorching sun sword, and under this force, his whole body flew backward. The power of this blow was so terrifying that even he could not bear it. An even more serious injury immediately appeared on his body. The powerful force also took advantage of this short confrontation to directly rush into his body. Oh. You actually managed to dodge this attack. Not bad at all. However, so what if you managed to dodge this attack? You're still not my match. As he spoke, he had already made his move once again. That powerful aura once again attacked. Just like before, there was no sound or presence, but it was also extremely fast. Su Yan could only follow his instinct to attack. Fortunately, his instinct was not bad, and he managed to defend against this blow in such a thrilling way. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were like fire. He looked in front of him hatefully. Su Yan deeply understood that if this guy attacked again, he would really be in danger. At this time, Su Yan seemed to find that there seemed to be petals dancing around the so-called flower protector. These petals were like butterflies fluttering around him, making him look particularly otherworldly. Damn it, he's too feminine. Su Yan sighed softly, and his sigh naturally fell into the flower protector's ears word for word. At this moment, the flower protector's killing intent was greatly aroused. Things had already come to this point, yet this damned brat still dared to do this. To him, this was an unforgivable crime. At this time, Su Yan said this, of course, not because he was ready to break a broken pot, but because he had found this guy's weakness, or a way to defeat this guy. Su Yan took a deep breath. This guy was indeed powerful. Although his battle strength could not be compared with a real Dao master, he already had some of the abilities of a Dao master, such as his terrifying method of breaking through space and directly assassinating Su Yan. If this went on, no matter how powerful Su Yan's instinct was, he would not be able to defeat this guy. After all, he had seen that this guy had completely integrated with the surrounding environment, and everything around him could be the source of his power. It was simply a stupid thing to start a war of attrition with such a person here. At this time, Su Yan deliberately said this to provoke his opponent. I know that you are deliberately infuriating me. However, do you know that your actions will only cause you to die even more miserably? That's fine. Since you insist on doing this, then die for me. That mysterious movement technique was activated once again. Suddenly, he appeared behind Su Yan. At the same time, he clenched his fist, and countless petals gathered directly, forming a long sword at this time. The long sword was directly aimed at Su Yan's chest. He wanted to see how many times Su Yan could block his attacks. However, something unexpected happened. His sword pierced Su Yan's body so smoothly. This time, Su Yan was actually unable to block a single strike from him. Ha, have you finally reached your limit? In this case, go to hell, just like those guys before, and let your blood become the nourishment for the flowers. At this moment, the corners of his mouth lifted, and he smiled brightly. However, Su Yan said at this moment, that's not necessarily true. Chapter 9:15. Girls' literature, not necessarily. He didn't know why Su Yan had the courage to say such words at this time, but he didn't care at all. The fresh flower sword that he condensed had already pierced Su Yan's body. The flowers that he cultivated were not only sharp blades, but they also contained potent poison. Even a venerable one would die under such potent poison. Although Ghostface was somewhat capable, that was all he could do. Today, he would definitely die. Nevertheless, an unforeseen event happened at this moment. Just as he was feeling proud, a faint dragon's roar was heard. The instant the dragon's roar appeared, the flowers on the ground danced, and countless petals were swept away like fallen leaves. Flower protector. I'll sweep away all of your flowers today. At this moment, Su Yan's tone was ice cold. This was because he had already turned all of his willpower into killing intent. This was because he was between life and death. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's roar became louder and clearer. The fearsome roar had directly rushed to the top of the sky, and the fearsome aura kept expanding. In a flash, 10 dragon shadows appeared. After the 10 dragon shadows appeared, they directly turned into a domain and surrounded Su Yan and him. What kind of trick are you trying to use? Do you think you can defeat me like this? You're too naive. At this moment, his aura suddenly increased. A powerful aura directly pressed down on Su Yan. In terms of aura, he was more powerful than Su Yan. He did not think that Su Yan could suppress him in terms of aura. At this moment, his power was simply like an endless storm. Nevertheless, Su Yan did not intend to retreat at all. In fact, there was even a hint of a sneer in Su Yan's eyes. Of course. Su Yan's answer was so straightforward that everything turned into 2 words. Of course. Of course, I can defeat you, and of course, I can kill you. This was Su Yan's answer. At this time, Su Yan's aura had become extremely violent. The terrifying power had turned into a boundless dark cloud. Although the aura of the flower protector was very powerful, the power of the 10 dragons unleashed by Su Yan didn't weaken in the slightest. However, Su Yan had no choice but to endure more and more power. That kind of power directly suppressed his mind, as if it wanted to crush Su Yan's body. Since that's the case, I'll crush your body. Such power was already extremely powerful. He wanted to see just how much Ghostface's strength could withstand. However, he gradually realized that something was wrong. At this moment, Su Yan was actually relying on his own body to support himself. You actually managed to hold on with just your physical body. That's impossible. Yes, it was really impossible. How could a person's physical strength be so powerful? This was completely beyond his understanding. At this moment, Su Yan actually forcibly raised his hand under the pressure of such a powerful force, and then directly punched out. How can there be so many impossible things in this world? It's just that you're too inexperienced. You're too shallow. Su Yan used all his strength and finally punched his opponent's face. However, although his fist had already been punched out, he was still greatly suppressed by the power. Therefore, all of this was so light that it almost didn't have much power. However, Su Yan didn't care. What he needed to do now was to hold on. 10 dragons roar, plunder heaven's secrets. Su Yan roared. As soon as his voice fell, the 10 dragon shadows seemed to respond to his voice and directly let out a terrifying roar. Their aura became stronger again. Not long after, all the petals at the edge of the 10 dragons were swept away. At this moment, Su Yan laughed sinisterly. Great heavenly demon finger. At this moment, Su Yan's left hand directly turned into a long, pitch-black line and immediately pierced towards the flower protector's face. At this moment, the flower protector's face finally revealed a look of horror. Great heavenly demon finger. He felt the threat of death under this finger. The power that this finger carried was really terrifying. More importantly, he actually felt a natural restraint from it. How terrifying was this that it could actually restrain his power? That's the power of the heavenly demon. It's the real power of the heavenly demon. How is this possible? Countless years had passed. Although the power of the heavenly demon occasionally appeared in this world, it was no longer valued. After all, in the limitless demon sect, it was almost a path that had been rejected. Apart from the stubborn heavenly demon horde, no one took the matter of the heavenly demon force seriously. Even the strongest existence in the heavenly demon horde was unable to truly unleash the power of the legendary great demon god lord. The strongest among them only seemed to be at the level of a 5 origin supremacy. In this place, even if a 5 origin supremacy was here, what could he do? If the flower protector wanted to kill him, he could definitely do it. However, what was Supremacy Wu Yuan's heavenly demon force in front of this guy? At this moment, he had already begun to suspect Ghostface's identity. Where did he come from? How could his strength be so powerful and terrifying? Of course, if that was all, it would be fine. After all, there was no lack of geniuses in this world. However, Ghostface had actually used such a terrifying great heavenly demon finger. That terrifying aura was unstoppable. No matter how strong he was still so weak in front of the great heavenly demon finger. This was because the great demon god lord was the ancestor of the limitless demon sect and the source of their faith. His power could almost restrain the power of the limitless demon sect. Of course, if there was a gap in the realm between the two, it would be a different story. 100 Flowers Cold Death, Life's End. I don't believe that you can continuously use the power of the heavenly demon finger. However, the flower protector was no ordinary person. After the initial shock, he immediately deduced that this was most likely not Su Yan's own power. If it was really Su Yan's own power, he could have used that power from the beginning. Under such power, the flower protector had no way to resist at all. There was no other path and fate other than death. Therefore, at this moment, he directly mobilized his strength and forcibly resisted the attack. His gaze fell on Su Yan. Because of Ghostface, he couldn't see Su Yan's expression clearly. However, the face behind Ghostface must be extremely shocked because he had actually blocked the power of the heavenly demon. Moreover, he could already see that the heavenly demon force in Ghostface had become very weak. In that case, he had guessed correctly. He could only use the power of one attack. However, at this moment, a cold snort was heard. You must think that I don't have the strength to use the heavenly demon force after this attack, right? Hearing such a question, the flower protector instinctively felt uneasy in his heart. His opponent's tone was a bit too calm. He had clearly blocked his trump card. Under normal circumstances, this guy was definitely no match for him. How could he be so calm? At this moment, Su Yan spoke again. The reason you have the power comparable to a Tao master is probably because of the flowers here. Every petal here is the source of your power. Therefore, as long as you are here, you are absolutely powerful. Unless a real Tao master comes, no one is your match. Su Yan's words made him feel even more uneasy. Hence, at this moment, he wasn't willing to wait any longer. He directly used his will to draw on the power of this place once again. He wanted to directly kill this guy. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that the power drawn seemed to be much smaller than before. If the power he could draw from before was a big river, then the power he drew from now was actually a small stream. But how was this possible? At this moment, his first thought was that he couldn't believe it. Do you know that the dragon's shadow that I have unleashed has the ability to seize the heavens? Su Yan immediately shouted at this moment. Seizing the heavens meant seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. One must know that when Chu Linger underwent the lightning tribulation, Su Yan directly devoured the lightning tribulation. How crazy and unbelievable it was to seize power from the terrifying lightning tribulation, but Su Yan did it. After he reached the 10 Dragons realm, his ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth seemed to have become even stronger. Therefore, when he discovered this guy's ability, Su Yan began to arrange the 10 Dragons realm to devour and seize the spirit chi of this place. The reason why Su Yan resisted the impact of this guy's power and resisted with his own body was not because he had exhausted his abilities, nor was it because he wanted to prove how strong his body was. He just wanted to buy time for the 10 dragons seizing the heavens. This guy's control of this place was too deep. If he directly competed with this guy for the power here, even the 10 dragons seizing the heavens would not be able to do it. However, he could directly draw the power of a certain area. This was the reason why Su Yan deliberately angered him and even deliberately let him stab him with the flower sword. As long as this guy's attack stabbed him, he would be in the same area as him. At that time, the 10 dragons seizing the heavens would immediately start to work and devour the spirit chi of this place. Of course, in order to not be discovered by this guy, Su Yan even directly used the great heavenly demon finger. Of course, he did not think of killing this guy with the great heavenly demon finger. After all, although the great heavenly demon finger was terrifying, it was not Su Yan's own power. It was extremely difficult for Su Yan to control it. Chapter 9:16. Female literature. He had expected this guy to be able to block the attack of the great heavenly demon finger. However, Su Yan still made his move. He wanted this guy to be intimidated by the great heavenly demon finger and buy time for himself. Obviously, Su Yan had succeeded in his goal. At the moment he made his move, this guy had indeed felt a tremor, and he didn't even dare to believe it. He even forgot to pay attention to the changes in the spiritual energy around him. Firstly, the emergence of the great heavenly Lord's power had shocked him. Secondly, his control of spiritual energy had reached a level where it was as if it had become a part of his body. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would actually lose control of spiritual energy. From the beginning, he had been suppressing Su Yan. No matter how strong Su Yan was, he didn't care at all. This was because as long as he didn't meet a real Tao sovereign, he was invincible. However, he didn't expect Su Yan to set up such a trap and trap him. But at this point, it was already too late. However, he suddenly realized that he hadn't lost yet. His gaze fell directly on Su Yan's ghost mask. The terrifying mask was emitting a power that could devour one's mind, but it was useless against him. He said directly, "Amazing. I have to admit that you're amazing to be able to drag me to this point. However, even if you cut off my source of power, so what? Without the support of the 10,000 flowers, my strength is still at the level of a 3 essences venerable. But what about you? You're so weak now. You can't use the heavenly demon finger anymore. If you can still use it, then I'll consider it my loss. However, you can't use it anymore. You don't have to deny it because your state has already told me." At this point, the heavenly demon chi around Su Yan had become very dim. Just as he said, it was impossible for him to use the heavenly demon finger in a short period of time. Since that was the case, what did he have to fear? His strength was enough to kill Su Yan. Of course, Su Yan did give him a reminder this time. In the past, he seemed to have been a little too arrogant, which led to today's outcome. But it didn't matter. Everything could be remedied. Of course, the most important thing now was to kill Su Yan in front of him. As long as this brat was killed, then everything would be perfect. Thinking of this, his power began to gather again. Now, he wanted to kill. At this moment, Su Yan looked at Flower Protector in silence. Su Yan's mask became more and more strange. At this time, a mysterious and powerful force emerged from Su Yan's body. That was Sword Intent. A powerful Sword Intent appeared. Although the Sword Intent was still bound by Su Yan, the powerful sword chi had already penetrated into the ground, and the terrifying aura was constantly rolling at this time. The Flower Protector's heart immediately trembled. Impossible. What kind of power is this? How can it be so powerful? It's not even inferior to the power of the demonic finger. At this moment, he was really shocked. The reason why he could still be so calm was that he was sure that Su Yan no longer had the strength to follow up. It had become extremely easy to kill him with his own strength. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan would burst out with an even more powerful and terrifying power at this time. The Sword Intent was not inferior to the demonic finger. In fact, it was even more powerful. Back then, the God Slayer sword gave this Sword Intent to Su Yan. On the one hand, it was to let Su Yan comprehend it. On the other hand, it was also to protect Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was his scabbard at this time. If Su Yan died, then he would lose a place to stay. As long as Su Yan continued to live, and at the same time continued to grow, he would be able to become even stronger, and he would be able to recover faster. Therefore, although the sword intent left by the flower protector couldn't be compared to when he was at his peak, it was enough to kill a Tao master. The white-boned heavenly demon was extremely powerful, but it was also very afraid of the sword intent. When the sword intent appeared, it couldn't even break free. The white-boned heavenly demon was so terrifying that even the deputy lords of the boundless demon sect didn't dare to provoke it. That was why the flower protector had been guarding the white-bone path. Otherwise, with so many haunted houses in the Devil's Forest, it would have become a hunting paradise for the boundless demon sect. As for the flower protector, even if his power could connect with the flowers, he was still weaker than a real Tao master. Moreover, at this time, he had already cut off the connection with the flowers and could no longer receive the power of the flowers. At this time, once the Godslayer's sword was used, he would almost certainly die. In fact, if Su Yan dared to gamble, he could have directly used the Godslayer's sword intent from the very beginning. However, Su Yan found that the flower protector had a special connection with the flower protector. He was afraid that his power couldn't kill the flower protector, so he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the Godslayer's sword intent had been constantly activated and consumed too much power. If it continued to be activated endlessly, it would only consume the power of the sword intent. It was also because of this that Su Yan didn't use the power of the Godslayer's sword from the very beginning even if he was injured. At this time, he had already caught the flower protector and made him unable to receive any more power. When he was sure that nothing would go wrong, he directly attacked. When the Godslayer's sword fell, it was almost equivalent to a death sentence. However, even at this juncture, Su Yan didn't have any carelessness. He would never underestimate the flower protector because he knew very well that even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, he was facing an extremely powerful expert at this time. If he was the slightest bit careless, his life would be in danger. When the Godslayer's sword intent fell, it immediately caused countless violent waves within the 10 dragons' heaven-seizing formation. There was no water wave. The sword chi was like a huge wave that directly swallowed the flower protector. Su Yan's expression was indifferent. He didn't show any mercy to his enemies. This was his will, and also the voice of his mind. At this time, his aura was still constantly rising. When the Godslayer's sword slashed out, the flower protector let out a miserable cry and fell into an unimaginable pain. At this time, a golden light was directly released from the flower protector's body. The intense golden light was so dazzling that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Su Yan raised his eyebrows. As expected. When he slashed out the Godslayer's sword, he felt that the flower protector seemed to have some hidden power. At this time, his prediction had indeed become reality. The golden armor was not only flashy, but it also contained such a powerful force. The golden light emitted by the armor was activated, directly forming a terrifying boundary at this time. When the enchantment appeared, it actually withstood Su Yan's attack for a while. At this time, the flower protector laughed. "Ghost face, are you trying to kill me? You must be dreaming. I won't die. Do you know how precious this armor of mine is? It's imbued with the power of the golden dragon. Your attack won't be able to break through my boundless golden dragon curse." Although the sword attack was blocked, the flower protector was in great pain. The infinite golden dragon curse was powerful, but as powerful as it was, it couldn't completely defend against the sword intent. The terrifying lethality was blocked, but the terrifying invading will was difficult to erase. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. The flower protector was still roaring. Was it painful? Of course it was. The power was constantly stabbing his body. Even with the protection of the golden dragon armor, the pain was still so terrifying. But at this time, he was still laughing very happily. So what if it was painful? As long as he could survive, everything was worth it. He believed that as long as he could survive this, it would be his chance to counterattack. With such a terrifying sword intent, it was no wonder that the Flower Protector could kill so many powerhouses. However, this was the end of his slaughter. He was definitely not a match for him. When that time came, he would let Ghostface taste the pain he had to endure tenfold, no, 100-fold. He would definitely trample Ghostface's head under his feet and listen to Ghostface's painful wails until he crushed Ghostface's head. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that a dragon's roar suddenly came from Su Yan's body. It was different from the roars of the previous 10 dragons. This dragon's roar was deeper, but it was also more powerful. The moment the terrifying aura burst out, it actually made the Golden Dragon's boundless curse released by the Golden Dragon armor tremble. At this time, Su Yan was also looking at him with shining eyes. There was even a hint of pity in his eyes. What a pity. If it was any other power, you might have won, but you just had to use the power of the Golden Dragon. Su Yan said regretfully. At this moment, a terrifying power of will rose from his body. It was an extremely terrifying aura of a dragon. It was the power of the great demonic dragon. For the great demonic dragon, the dragon clan was his mortal enemy, especially the 3 superior dragon clans of the dragon clan. The fall of the great demonic dragon was related to the 3 divine dragons of the dragon clan. One of the 3 divine dragons was the Golden Dragon. Su Yan felt that it was very strange from the beginning. When he saw the golden armor, the heart of the great demonic dragon in his body unconsciously beat a few times. At this moment, he finally understood the reason. The Golden Dragon. It was the power of the Golden Dragon. The moment the Flower Protector unleashed the power of the Golden Dragon, the remnant will of the great demonic dragon immediately burst out. Chapter 9:17. Female literature. The great demonic dragon's power directly broke free from Su Yan's body. If it was in the past, Su Yan might have suppressed this power because if any of the powers in his body erupted, it would be an unimaginable disaster for him. However, this time, Su Yan did not do so. Instead, he chose to let it go. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about the future. At this moment, he was willing to drink poison to quench his thirst. The dark aura appeared in the great demonic dragon's heart, and then a terrifying dragon head took shape. When the Flower Protector saw the terrifying dragon head, his first reaction was to run away. The power was too strong, so strong that he did not have any thoughts of persevering. However, Su Yan did not have any intention of letting him go. His power continued to increase at this moment, and it even reached an unimaginable level. Almost at the same time, Su Yan took a step forward. The great demonic dragon's shadow seemed to have received Su Yan's permission, and it directly went toward the golden light. At this moment, as if it sensed the existence of its nemesis, the golden light became even more dazzling. At the same time, the great demonic dragon's shadow rushed directly into the golden light. The great demonic dragon roared at this moment, and the terrifying power began to tremble. Endless power erupted at this moment, and it was so majestic and terrifying. The Golden Dragon armor was indeed extraordinary. If the Golden Dragon armor was only facing one type of power, it wouldn't be in such a pathetic state. But it was a pity that the Golden Dragon armor was facing the combination of the god-slaying sword intent and the power of the great demonic dragon. The majesty of such a terrifying power erupting at the same time was simply unimaginable. Under such a terrifying aura, even the Golden Dragon armor had lost its luster at this moment. At this moment, a silent sound was heard. This sound was like the painful and desperate cry of a dragon, and also like the shattering of heavy glass. Hearing this sound, the Flower Protector's face finally turned ashen, and he became extremely desperate. The power of the infinite Golden Dragon curse disappeared. The armor that was originally shining with golden light became extremely dim at this time. At this time, it had become a piece of scrap metal. At this time, the great demonic dragon's shadow reappeared. Compared to the beginning, the great demonic dragon's shadow seemed to have become stronger. In a short period of time, the great demonic dragon had swallowed the golden dragon. After devouring the golden dragon, he was destined to become even more powerful. And Su Yan had finally defeated this powerful enemy at this time. However, Su Yan wasn't very happy right now. The great demonic dragon had become even more powerful. For him, it was still unknown whether it was a blessing or a curse. However, none of this mattered. What he needed to do now was to see Lulan. With the death of the Flower Protector, the 10 Dragons Heaven-Seizing Array formation also dissipated. At this time, Su Yan was extremely strained. After this battle, Su Yan only wanted to have a good sleep. In the end, he would be able to sleep for 10 days and 10 nights. However, he knew very well that he was in absolute danger at this time. If he really fell asleep, he might never wake up. At this time, he had already discovered that the entrance to the Heavenly Monster Temple was at the end of this great array. He struggled to support his body and directly went forward. At this time, 2 trackers appeared. These 2 were the subordinates of the 3rd and 7th Vice Sect Masters. Back then, Su Yan had encountered one of them and was almost forced to use the Godslayer sword intent. It was only because of the appearance of the other person that he was able to escape. This was what he didn't expect. After he left, these 2 people would appear at the same time. Dead, the Flower Protector is dead. Of these 2 people, one of them was tall and thin. His hair was crimson in color, and he had a strange aura that ordinary people couldn't describe. Yeah, the Flower Protector is dead. This is really a big deal. The Flower Protector was actually not a big deal in the sect. However, it was wrong to say that because the Flower Protector was not a disciple of any branch, but an independent branch. The existence of this branch was also meaningful to the Limitless Demon sect. It was rumored that a great traitor had once appeared in the Limitless Demon sect. That traitor was so powerful that he killed countless experts of the Limitless Demon sect. However, he was still captured in the end. At that time, the Limitless Demon sect didn't kill him. Instead, they suppressed him. And this place of suppression was right below the Chaotic Garden. The Flower Protectors would guard this place for generations. Their purpose was to protect this place. However, too much time had passed. Many people had already forgotten this legend. Only a few people still remembered it. However, all the leaders of the Limitless Demon sect acknowledged their existence. As for the Flower Protectors, every generation was a powerhouse. Ordinary people were not their match at all. After so many years, who knew how many disciples entered this place because they coveted the treasures that were suppressed in this place? All of them were killed by the Flower Protectors. According to the legend, every petal of this place had drunk blood. Although it was exaggerated, it still showed how terrifying this place was. But today, the Flower Protector was dead. The man with crimson eyebrows had a heavy heart. It's all your fault, Qing Fu. If it wasn't for you, that ghost face would have been captured by me. How could he have killed the Flower Protector? At this moment, his heart was incomparably heavy. A bad feeling continued to ferment in his heart. At this moment, he was really irritated. He wanted to kill someone. Qing Fu was naturally referring to the people around him. Hong Shi, why are you talking so much nonsense now? What's the point? Moreover, you should really thank me. If it wasn't for me, do you think you would still be alive? Hong Shi surprisingly didn't refute Qing Fu's mockery this time. Qing Fu and Hong Shi were originally brothers. They both joined the Limitless Demon sect at the same time. It was just that later, the two of them had differences in cultivation methods. Originally, this was nothing at all, but these two were very stubborn people. The two of them actually had a conflict because of this. In the end, no one was convinced by the other. In the end, the two of them chose their own master. Hongxi chose the 7th vice sect master, Yan Xiao, while Qing Fu worked under the 3rd vice sect master, Xing Tianrua. Not long ago, the red snake discovered Ghostface and immediately attacked him. The red snake's strength was not ordinary. Even Su Yan was caught off guard for a moment. Qing Fu appeared at this time. Because of Qing Fu's appearance, the Ghostface found a chance to escape. On the way, the two followed Su Yan's aura and found that Su Yan had entered the chaotic garden. Even these two people were very afraid of the chaotic garden. They didn't dare to enter this place. Later on, they found that the chaotic garden seemed to have changed. The strange and terrifying aura disappeared. Only then did they enter this place. After entering this place, they didn't find the ghost face. Instead, they found that the flower protector was dead. At this time, both of them were in a state of panic. At their level, they naturally knew the secret of this place. At this time, Qing Fu continued, "Forget it. There's no point in worrying about it. In any case, nothing has changed here. That legend has been passed down for so long. After such a long time, I'm afraid that even sovereigns have fallen. The death of the flower protector doesn't affect anything." Hongxi sighed at this time. He still felt uneasy in his heart, but Qing Fu's words were very reasonable. At this time, Qing Fu continued, "The most important thing now is to find the ghost face. Hongxi, we have underestimated him. He killed so many people, including the flower protector. If we meet him alone, I'm afraid we will only end up dead. So, let's work together. Let's find him first and capture him. As for who he belongs to, let's talk about it later." Hongxi fell silent at Qing Fu's words. Although he was very unwilling, he also knew that Qing Fu was right. Even if they weren't in the chaotic garden, he might not be a match for the flower protector, let alone here. How could he not understand that the ghost face seemed to have been forced into a corner by him, but in fact, he still had many tricks up his sleeves. At that time, it was fortunate that Qing Fu had appeared and the ghost face had immediately chosen to leave. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. "Okay, then let's work together." They both looked at the Heavenly Beast Temple at the same time. They had already determined that the ghost face's destination was the Heavenly Beast Temple. Therefore, the two of them didn't stop for a moment and directly went to the Heavenly Beast Temple. Of course, the two of them wouldn't enter brazenly. The Heavenly Beast Temple was a forbidden area for many people. The Heavenly Beasts were imprisoned here and were extremely important to the Limitless Demon sect. If they entered carelessly, they would very likely be regarded as traitors. Therefore, at this time, they could only sneak in quietly. As soon as the two of them left, two more people appeared in the same place. "Hee, you even killed the flower protector. Su Yan, my friend, you really are a person who can create miracles. It's been a long time since I last saw you. I didn't expect you to have grown to such a level." "Ha ha ha, ghost face, Su Yan. Interesting, interesting." The person who appeared here was none other than Duan Wulonghu. Behind Duan Wulonghu was naturally Hydralisk. At that time, Hydralisk was only in the Three Dragons realm. But now, Hydralisk was already a venerable. Judging from his aura, Hydralisk's strength was clearly not inferior to Hongxi and Qing Fu. "Hydralisk, those two people, how strong are they?" Duan Wulonghu asked. Chapter 9:18. Female literature. Hydralisk's expression froze, then he said, "These two people are strong, but I'm not afraid of them." Hydralisk was very confident. In the past, he would never dare to dream of facing such a venerable. However, at this moment, he already had the confidence to fight them. After following Duan Wulonghu, his hydralisk had become much stronger. Duan Mulonghu smiled, then said, "Oh. You're actually so confident. That's good. Then go and kill them. I have an agreement with Su Yan. I have to help him. No matter what his goal is, we'll help him. So, do you understand what I mean?" Hydralisk didn't have any doubts, he only nodded. Of course, he understood Duan Mulonghu's meaning, but he didn't know why Duan Mulonghu would do this. Of course, he would never ask why. At this point, he had already become Duan Mulonghu's most loyal supporter. Even if Duan Mulonghu wanted him to die, he wouldn't hesitate. He stood there without any movement, but in reality, his figure had already disappeared. Duan Mulonghu looked at Su Yan in the distance, revealing a faint smile. At this moment, Su Yan seemed to have sensed something and actually stopped. After which, he turned his head around and looked towards this direction. However, when he looked over, there was nothing left of this place. But Su Yan didn't believe that there was nothing here. "Duan Mulonghu. Is that you?" He, that must be it. Only you would be able to cause me to feel so uneasy. Have you finally appeared in the Saint Devil Mountain?" Su Yan was certain that the person he had sensed earlier was none other than Duan Mulonghu. In this world, if there was one person he was most afraid of, it would be Duan Mulonghu. This guy was an extremely terrifying person. Even Su Yan was wary of him. Since this guy had appeared here, he definitely wouldn't do anything useless. He must have his own goal. But at this moment, he couldn't care less because he wasn't in a good state. The Heavenly Beast Temple didn't seem to have any guards, but in fact, it was full of shadows. He had to act like he was treading on thin ice. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he would fall into eternal damnation. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was alarmed again. He felt something approaching him. This existence was truly incomparably strange and possessed a great amount of power. He quickly hid his aura completely, then hid in the darkness. At this moment, a shadow slowly floated by. The moment he saw the shadow, Su Yan was shocked. Demon. The appearance of the shadow was clearly that of a demon. However, the body of the demon had long been destroyed. At this time, only a soul remained. It was a demon's soul. No wonder the Heavenly Beast Temple made him feel so oppressed. There were actually demon souls here. Su Yan dared to conclude that there was definitely more than one demon soul. There were probably many demon souls. The entire Heavenly Beast Temple must be filled with many demon souls. Seeing this demon soul, Su Yan suddenly felt a little sad. After all, he had lived in the monster palace and had gotten along very well with those with the bloodline of the demon race. Many people had become his brothers. He could see that these demonic souls were also formed after the death of a half-demon. After those half-demons died, their souls were still enslaved. This made Su Yan feel angry and sad. This Heavenly Beast Temple was a tragedy for the half-demons. Su Yan's heart was suddenly ignited by a flame of anger. If possible, he would definitely destroy this temple completely. But at this moment, Su Yan's heart suddenly trembled. Just a moment ago, due to anger and sadness, his emotions fluctuated. If it was an ordinary person, such emotional fluctuations would naturally not be a big deal. However, the one in front of them was a powerful soul of the dead. They were extremely sensitive to this. At this moment, even though Su Yan's emotions were so brief, they still directly felt it. At this moment, Su Yan immediately shouted that something was wrong. He originally wanted to hide in this place, but at this moment, it seemed that he had no choice but to leave. If he did not leave now, he would be besieged by many demon souls. The formation of a demon soul was a tragedy, but at this time, the demon soul would definitely not pity Su Yan. After seeing Su Yan, they would only kill without any regard for their lives and completely kill Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan immediately began to think about going to the inner hole. At this moment, the terrifying demon's soul had already released an extremely terrifying thought. The powerful and terrifying aura seemed to have locked onto Su Yan. Su Yan's expression immediately became solemn. He did not expect that in such a short time, the demon's soul had already locked onto him. At this moment, the best choice was to directly kill this demon's soul. However, Su Yan really could not bear to kill these demon souls. At this moment, in front of Yan Xiao, the seventh emissary stood respectfully. Yan Xiao's expression sank, and then he said, "So, it has been confirmed, right? This masked man is Su Yan." Yan Xiao clearly remembered the name Su Yan. Back then, at sea, the Limitless Demon sect was ambushed by the Taihang sword faction and suffered heavy casualties. That time, it was Su Yan's doing. Of course, it was impossible for Su Yan to command a big shot like Qiu Zifan. However, if it was not for Su Yan's suggestion, the Taihang sword faction would not have directly intervened. If it was not for that time, then Mu Tianxing of the royal sect might have already fallen into their hands. Therefore, Su Yan had always been on his must-kill list. Recently, the Limitless Demon sect had been tracking Su Yan's whereabouts. Of course, they were also investigating his true identity. At this time, the strength of the Limitless Demon sect was immediately revealed. After several investigations and deductions, Su Yan's identity was finally confirmed. I really didn't expect that such a small fish would dare to come to my Limitless Demon sect and cause such a ruckus. I also didn't expect that this small fish would have grown to such a level. However, Su Yan, you must remember this. It's better to not catch him than to let him fall into the hands of others. Hearing Yan Zhao's words, the seventh emissary Su Yan was immediately shocked. He never thought that Yan Xiao would actually make such a decision. Sect Lord, why is that? He did not understand why Yan Xiao would make such a decision. Yan Xiao said, "Su Yan, what do you think of my current position?" Yan Xiao did not answer his question. Instead, he asked directly. Su Yan pondered for a moment, then said, "Although it is incomparably noble, but..." At this point, there was no need to say anything more. At this time, Yan Xiao finished his words. "But I am only at the bottom of the vice sect lords. Many people might be afraid of me, but not much reverence. Am I right?" That's right, this was his current position. He, Yan Xiao, was also a great genius. In the past, he started from the bottom step by step. He stood out from countless people and finally became the seventh vice sect lord. It could be said that he was a legend in the Limitless Demon sect. However, there was a flaw in this legend. When he was young, his brilliance was like the sun in the sky. However, the Taihang sword faction had Xue Xingchuan. Xue Xingchuan was a complete freak. His appearance immediately suppressed everyone. This caused his brilliance to be overshadowed, and he lived in the shadow of Xue Xingchuan. Finally, Xue Xingchuan suddenly disappeared, and this person finally showed his extraordinary brilliance. Then, he directly stepped into the Tao's sovereign realm and became the seventh vice sect lord. However, at this time, Xue Xingchuan appeared again. Xue Xingchuan, who was not even a Tao sovereign, defeated him. In the second battle, Xue Xingchuan advanced to the Tao sovereign realm in front of him and cut off one of his arms. In the Limitless Demon sect, he was originally the most junior vice sect master, and Xue Xingchuan was practically his nightmare. Especially after these two incidents, his reputation had taken a huge hit. Of course, those ordinary disciples wouldn't dare to say anything in front of him, but there would always be private discussions. "Su Yan, do you know the reason?" he asked directly. Su Yan was silent. At this time, he had already answered, "Because of strength. Look at that ghost god cultivator. He has been in his ghost god palace for so many years, and he has become an old turtle. Because of this, the ghost god palace has become a little dilapidated. However, why are there people talking about him? Why? Because of his strength. This old thing is terrifyingly strong, so everyone is afraid of him. Although I've become a Tao master, my strength is not enough. Plus, I've been defeated twice. That's why these guys are behaving like this. Of course, I don't care about their nonsense. However, strength is what I'm after. He continued, if you want to increase my strength quickly, ordinary methods are useless. Compared to the other old guys, I have a fatal weakness, and that is that I do not have enough time. In many cases, time was actually the most important factor. Whether it was Shi Wuxin or Ghost God Cultivator, they were all experts who had lived for thousands of years. The long years had given them great strength. Yan Xiao was also a genius, but he did not have enough time. He had become a Tao sovereign, but if he wanted to go further, he would need to accumulate the accumulation of time. However, at this time, what he lacked the most was time. If it was in the past, he would have chosen to wait slowly, but now, he knew that he did not have much time. At his level, he naturally had a kind of understanding of the general trend of heaven and earth. Although it was not clear, this understanding would not be wrong. Chapter 9:19. Female literature. In the face of a great calamity, if one was not strong enough, one would be nothing but ashes. Thinking back to the ancient times, the continent was much stronger than it was now. At that time, there were even 7 sage sovereigns shining in the sky like the scorching sun. But what about after that time? The continent's talents withered. Those who deserved to die died. Those who didn't deserve to die also died. How many of them could survive? The life and death of the world was naturally predestined. However, which cultivator would be willing to watch their lives come to an end? No one would be willing. Everyone had their own ambitions. Sect Lord, what does this have to do with Su Yan? Hearing this, Su Yan already knew what Yan Xiao meant. If he wanted to live and obtain better things, he had to be stronger. At this moment, Yan Xiao lightly smiled and said, of course. I have always treated you as my own brother, so I will not hide anything from you. If my guess is correct, this Su Yan is the child of destiny. As for the so-called child of destiny, I believe that there is no need for me to say much. You should also know about it, right? Hearing the words child of destiny, Su Yan's body trembled slightly. The child of destiny was a legend. It was rumored that destiny was related to destiny and was the turning point of destiny. His existence was very important to the world. Very good. It seems like you know. Why do you think this kid is so heaven-defying? He can defeat stronger opponents as the weak and kill one enemy after another. It's because he must have been set up by a big shot. Therefore, I must obtain him and obtain the inheritance of a big shot from him. Only then can I increase my strength in a short period of time. Hearing this, Su Yan finally understood Yan Zhao's intentions. Su Yan was their hope and the key. Therefore, before they caught Su Yan, what they needed to do was to protect Su Yan. They already knew that Su Yan's goal was this demon plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered the heavenly demon temple. But in the end, what did this have to do with them? This was the limitless demon sect's demon plan, not Yan Xiao and Su Yan's plan. In the end, this world still depended on one's strength. As long as they were strong enough, or if they were stronger than the sect master, they would be the sect master of the limitless demon sect. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heartbeat quickened. He didn't expect Yan Xiao to be so bold and ambitious. But in the end, he realized that his choice at that time was not wrong. Although Yan Xiao was the weakest among the 7 vice sect leaders, he was also the youngest among them. Youth was a disadvantage in many cases, but sometimes it was the greatest advantage. Peak Lord, I understand. I will personally take action. At this moment, he needed to leave immediately. Su Yen, Su Yen. Ha ha ha, don't disappoint me. There's movement from the demon's soul over there. It must be that ghost face. At this moment, the red snake immediately became excited. That damned ghost face, his concealment skills were really amazing. Even with their abilities, it was not easy to find Grimace. They spent a lot of effort. If it wasn't for the commotion, they wouldn't have discovered it. Compared to Qing Fu, the red snake was more impatient. At this moment, after sensing Su Yan's whereabouts, he immediately went in the direction of Su Yan. The red snake. Qing Fu helplessly watched Hongxi leave. The two of them were brothers, and Qing Fu was the older brother. Although the two of them often fought because of their beliefs, and sometimes even fought, Hongxi still took care of his younger brother. At this moment, a strong sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Red snake, be careful. The moment he felt that, he immediately roared. But at this moment, an extremely terrifying dark radiance came directly toward the red snake. It was an assassination. The two brothers were proficient in assassination. The moment the assassination technique appeared, they both felt a sense of crisis. At this moment, the red snake turned his head, his eyes filled with a cruel aura. How dare you try to assassinate me? The red snake's assassination technique was one of the best in the entire Limitless Demon sect. Someone actually made a move against him, and at this moment, he had already grasped the opponent's trajectory. This guy's speed was indeed very fast, and even he was a little surprised. However, it was useless. This speed had not reached the pinnacle, and it was meaningless to him before it reached the pinnacle. Therefore, the red snake was doomed. The red snake Ghostface. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted. The red snake was sure that his attack would be able to kill the opponent before he arrived. But at this moment, Qing Fu's voice sounded. Run! The red snake Ghostface was actually telling him to run. The red snake Ghostface had condensed his power into a long line and transmitted it to the red snake as fast as he could. But the more it was so, the more the red snake did not care. He believed in his own judgment. Why should I run? I can kill him. He believed in his judgment. At such a close distance, in such a state, and in such a confrontation, the one who would die would definitely be his opponent, not him. So, at this moment, he directly attacked. But in the next moment, the calm and confidence on his face immediately turned into shock. A streak of blood suddenly flashed, and his eyes were filled with despair at this moment. The moment he attacked, his opponent's attack had already reached his body. Impossible. He could not understand how his opponent's attack could be so fast. According to his judgment, his opponent's speed was not as fast as his, so he could definitely attack his opponent faster than him. But he was indeed injured first. That's the sluggish illusion. Only when he was injured did he suddenly realize that his opponent was extremely fast. Moreover, it was even faster than he had imagined. What he saw was simply an illusion. In other words, he had been deceived. His intuition and judgment had deceived him. At this moment, he understood that he had lost this time. His opponent was an expert, and his opponent was an expert who was slightly stronger than him. If he had used all his strength at the beginning and not thought of attacking but defending, then he would not have been so miserable. At the very least, he would have been able to defend himself. But he had chosen to attack. That guy who suddenly attacked knew him too well, so he had already thought of this point when he attacked. Assassin Grandmaster Scarlet Snake, so that's all there is to it. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Scarlet Snake felt that he had heard this voice before. But at this moment, he immediately realized that something was wrong. At this moment, his mind was in chaos again. This guy is really terrifying. He must know me very well. That's why he could affect me with just one sentence. And at this moment, it was the final moment for that guy to make his move. But at this time, Hydralisk did not attack. He left behind a sneer and retreated. His retreat made Scarlet Snake even angrier. He really could not think of who had the guts to treat him like this. Damn it, he retreated. He actually retreated. Suddenly, Scarlet Snake saw Grasshopper. At this moment, Grasshopper's entire body was solemn. A powerful aura was constantly flowing around him. Scarlet Snake immediately understood why this guy retreated. It must be because of Grasshopper. In fact, at this moment, he had already calmed down. He knew that it was Grasshopper who saved his life today. If it wasn't for Grasshopper, this guy would not have let him go and would have killed him directly. But Grasshopper was on the side and was ready to attack. Even if this guy staked everything, he would not succeed. And even if he was lucky enough to succeed, he would be seriously injured. After all, Grasshopper was a first-class expert. And this guy who suddenly appeared obviously did not want to exchange his life for Scarlet Snake's. At this moment, Scarlet Snake was furious to the extreme. At this moment, his mind began to turn. Since this guy could call out his name, it meant that he knew who he was. Moreover, this guy knew his temperament so well. Of course, he also knew Grasshopper's temperament. That was why he could advance and retreat so well when he attacked. It seemed like he had everything under control. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Scarlet Snake began to roar angrily. If he knew this guy's identity, he would definitely tear him to pieces. At this moment, Grasshopper said, "Scarlet Snake, calm down. This guy has already set his eyes on us. If you continue to be so irritable, we will all die here." Grasshopper was much calmer than Scarlet Snake. At this moment, he directly said. He did not see Scarlet Snake clearly, but he saw some information. This guy seemed to be from the Limitless Demon sect. Because his techniques and habits were too similar to the people cultivated by the Limitless Demon sect. Moreover, the techniques he used before seemed to be taught by the Limitless Demon sect. Scarlet Snake pondered deeply. If this guy was from the Limitless Demon sect, then which big shot subordinate was he? Originally, only the 7th and 3rd Vice sect leaders were competing for the Ghost Face. Did this guy's participation mean that his opponents had increased? But there was another strange thing. This guy clearly wanted to kill Scarlet Snake. This kind of action was really tyrannical. No matter what, Scarlet Snake and Scarlet Snake were both reputable figures under the Vice sect leaders. Wasn't he afraid of angering the Vice sect leaders? Chapter 920. Girls' literature, however, no matter what, he did not dare to be careless at this time. This guy had already made his attitude clear. As long as there was a chance, he would definitely kill him. Therefore, he had to be more careful at this time. After all, the red snake was already injured at this time, and it was not a light injury. If he ignored the red snake, there would not be too much of a problem. He could even fight with the red snake. But that was the problem. No matter what, he could not ignore the red snake because he was his younger brother. Although the two of them were usually very unhappy with each other, they would still protect each other at the most critical time. This was human nature. At this time, the matter of chasing Ghostface had naturally been thrown to the back of his mind because they no longer had the qualifications to do so. At this time, he had become the prey. Whether he could survive was another matter. How could he have the mood to care about Ghostface? At this time, Su Yen was definitely not having a good time. After all, he had been targeted by the monster ghosts at this time. Su Yen did not want to kill those monster ghosts, so at this time, he went directly into the depths of the Heavenly Demon Temple. He had no choice but to do so. After all, he did not know that the Hydralisks were sniping at the two of them at this time. And even if he knew, he would never push them out at this time. The reason was very simple. He wanted to see Lulan. Damn it, why are these things so persistent? Just as Su Yan was moving forward, he found that many monster ghosts had appeared in front of him. The appearance of these monster ghosts immediately frightened him. Although Su Yan did not want to kill these monster ghosts, he was not a pedantic person after all. At this time, it was the most critical time. If he was still so soft-hearted, then these monster ghosts would not need to do anything. He was afraid that he would be dead already. It was because of this that his power directly erupted at this time. A powerful aura flashed and the huge force immediately opened up a path in front of him. Those monster ghosts were indeed powerful, but under Su Yan's power, they were directly blown away. And at this time, he went inside in an instant. However, after a short while, the demonic ghosts that had been blown away gathered together again. This gave Su Yan a headache. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill these demonic ghosts, but that he couldn't do so at the moment. The strength of these demonic ghosts was not to be underestimated. It was impossible to kill them without using special methods. This was also why demonic ghosts were so terrifying. Demonic powers that were tainted by the power of death would be extremely terrifying. Su Yan seemed to have fallen into a maze. At this time, he could only keep running. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. It was a petite woman. Su Yan couldn't see her face clearly, but based on his first impression, this woman should be extremely beautiful. However, Su Yan couldn't care less whether the other party was beautiful or not. At this moment, he was in danger and anyone who appeared here would become his enemy. Therefore, he raised his sword and was about to attack. But at that moment, the woman spoke. "Don't attack. I'm here to save you." Her call caused Su Yan to stop immediately. Su Yan had never thought that this woman would actually say such a thing. At this time, the monster ghosts were behind him. He didn't have much time to think. He could either kill the woman and leave, or trust her. At this time, the woman didn't care about Su Yan's killing intent at all. She just said, "Come with me. Don't waste any more time. If you're surrounded by those monster ghosts, you'll definitely die." The woman left her back to Su Yan. Under this situation, Su Yan was too embarrassed to make a move. He finally decided to trust the woman. At this time, he realized that the woman was actually so fast. In just a few breaths, she had already walked far away. However, Su Yan wasn't slow either. He kept following the woman. Finally, the woman entered a room. As soon as Su Yan reached the door of the room, he was dragged in by the woman. "Huff, huff, huff, we're finally here. It's finally safe. Those monster ghosts won't chase us here." The woman was obviously exhausted to the extreme. She kept panting. Su Yan looked around. This room had long been in decline. Everything in it was like this. He didn't know where this place was, but since the woman was so sure, he didn't doubt her. "Why did you save me?" Su Yan asked directly. After all, he didn't know this woman, but she didn't hesitate to risk her life to save him. Su Yan couldn't understand. After all, if this woman was caught by the monster ghosts outside, only death would await her. The woman said, "Because I see that you're a good person." Her answer was very simple. Of course, Su Yan didn't believe such words, but he didn't continue to ask. There were some things that were destined to be unanswered. "But why are you wearing a mask? This is really strange. Your mask is ugly and ugly. It's better not to wear it," the girl said with a smile. Su Yan thought for a moment and gently channeled his power. Then, the ghost mask disappeared, revealing his original appearance. At this moment, the woman looked at Su Yan and suddenly smiled. Then, she said, "Ha ha ha, you're not ugly. How nice. Why do you have to wear a mask? You're so ugly. She continued, by the way, my name is Su Rue. What's your name? Why are you here? Su Yen said, my name is Su Yen. I'm here to meet someone. Hearing Su Yan's answer, the woman called Su Rue immediately laughed. Ha ha ha, your surname is Su too. No wonder I like you so much. It turns out that we're family. Su Yen didn't say anything. The woman continued to ask, meet someone. Who is she? She must be a woman. What's your relationship with her? Are you lovers? Su Yen found that this woman was really a chatterbox. Once she started talking, she couldn't stop at all. At this point, he was helpless. At this moment, his injuries were suddenly affected, and he couldn't help but cough. Ah, you're injured. Are you okay? The woman panicked at first. After a long time, she finally calmed herself down and said, it's okay, it's okay. I have pills here. I'll get them for you. As she spoke, she ran inside without hesitation. Su Yen looked at her leaving figure and frowned. This woman was really a mystery. He couldn't tell where she came from at all. However, no matter what, he still managed to obtain the woman's help at this time. If it weren't for her, he would be in more danger. After all, these demonic ghosts were difficult to deal with. If he didn't spend a lot of effort, it would be difficult to kill them. What was more terrifying was that even if Su Yen killed them, he wouldn't be able to solve the crisis. He didn't believe that there were only a few demonic ghosts in this place. If he were to provoke all of the demonic ghosts, then no matter how powerful he was, he would still die here. Moreover, there were still pursuers behind him. Through the continuous pursuit and killing, he had learned some basic information. The people who were chasing him were probably the 3rd Deputy Sect Master, Xing Tianruo, and the 7th Deputy Sect Master, Yan Xiao. These two people were important figures to Su Yen. Although they hadn't personally made a move at this point, it was only because they didn't want to. If these two important figures personally made a move, he wouldn't have a chance at all. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to see Lu Lan as soon as possible. As for other things, he didn't want to think too much about it. Therefore, he sat down and began to meditate. He didn't have much time now, so he had to make the best use of it to recover from his injuries. Not long after, the woman returned. She really did bring medicinal pills. It was a small box that was slightly yellow, and there were 5 medicinal pills in it. The smell of the 5 medicinal pills was very unpleasant, almost diluting one's sense of smell. However, Su Yen could feel that the medicinal power of the 5 medicinal pills was really precious. He didn't know where the woman got the medicinal pills, but since the pills were in front of him, he didn't want to waste them. Thank you. Su Yen thanked her sincerely. Hearing Su Yan's words, Su Rue was unusually happy. She said, you don't have to be polite with me. Anyway, they're useless to me. I was planning to throw them away. They stink. This honest woman accidentally said something that made Su Yen speechless. It turned out that these medicinal pills were just smelly trash to her. However, Su Yen didn't take these words to heart. After all, it didn't matter to him what it was. The most important thing was that these medicinal pills were of great help to him at this moment. Su Yen didn't swallow the medicinal pills directly. He just began to circulate his power and then began to refine the medicinal pills. He poured his power into the medicinal pills. The medicinal pills immediately began to float, and then emitted a gentle light. With the activation of Su Yan's power, the medicinal pills' light became softer and softer. In the end, a layer of pitch-black skin fell out of the pill. When the black skin fell, the terrible stench immediately disappeared, and was replaced by a faint fragrance. It was like a flower blooming in the morning dew. The 5 medicinal pills quietly floated in the air, showing an extremely beautiful brilliance. The little girl looked surprised. She stared at them without blinking. The medicinal pills became smaller and smaller. In the end, they finally turned into a ray of light and flew directly into Su Yan's body. Chapter 921. Female Literature. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan finally managed to refine the medicinal pill completely. At this moment, the woman immediately exclaimed, "Amazing, you're really amazing. You actually have such a powerful ability." Su Rui looked very excited. When Su Yan opened his eyes, she immediately said, Su Yan, can you teach me how to cultivate?" Su Yan didn't expect her to make such a request. But judging from her previous speed, she should know how to cultivate, right? So Su Yan asked directly, "What's wrong? You don't know how to cultivate? But you're so fast." At this moment, Su Rui said first, "I really don't know how to cultivate. I've been living here since I was born, and no one taught me. Of course I don't know how to cultivate. As for why I can run so fast, it's because I was born." Her complacent words greatly surprised Su Yan. She said that she had lived here since she was young, but this was clearly the heavenly demon temple of the Limitless Demon Sect. So what was her identity that the people of the Limitless Demon Sect knew nothing about her? Also, she said that she was born to run very fast. This was really amazing. Su Yan had personally seen her speed. Such a speed was simply terrifying. Even he had to use his strength to catch up with her. If she was really born like this, then how amazing was she? Okay. At this moment, Su Rui's voice became a lot softer. She thought Su Yan was unhappy. At this moment, Su Yan asked, "You've lived here since you were young. But how did you live? Is there no one else here?" The woman said, "I don't know. Those demonic ghosts and other people don't dare to enter this place. I once accidentally heard a few people say that this place is cursed and they don't dare to approach it. As for why I'm here, I don't know. It seems that I've been here since I woke up, so if I'm hungry, I'll get something to eat. This place is quite big and very comfortable to live in, so I've been living here." She said so matter-of-factly, but Su Yan was very surprised. This was the woman's reason for coming here. This really made him speechless. At this moment, the woman said with a smile, Okay, it's fine if you don't agree. Are you hungry? I'll get some food for you." She let out a sigh, obviously very disappointed. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Okay, I'll wait for you here. When you come back, I'll help you see if you're suitable for cultivation. If you can, I'll teach you the cultivation method." Su Rui originally didn't have any hope, but when he heard Su Yan's words, he was immediately overjoyed. She said, "Is what you said true? You can't lie to me. Otherwise, I'll be angry and I won't recognize you as a friend." At this moment, she was so excited. Su Yan said directly, "Don't worry. Since I said this, I naturally won't go back on my words. But you should be careful." Su Rui directly said, Don't worry. I'm very capable. Those guys can't catch me. Since that's the case, then you just wait. I'll immediately make you a feast." I'm leaving." After Su Rui finished speaking, she immediately left without looking back. Her speed was indeed fast to the extreme. In just a moment, she had disappeared from Su Yan's perception. After she left, the place immediately became quiet. It seemed that even the light had become dim. At this moment, Su Yan actually felt a little uneasy in his heart. He suddenly remembered that the girl called Su Rui said that this was a cursed place. Su Yan wouldn't believe such words, but at this time, it actually showed such an extraordinary thing. Even Su Yan had to believe it. At this time, his gaze began to become serious. He began to radiate his power. He wanted to explore what was in this room. But soon, he found that there seemed to be a shadow in the depths of the room. The shadow had a powerful and terrifying aura. At this time, the shadow seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, and the faintly discernible pressure was emitted by it. And Su Yan also found that the shadow seemed to be waking up at this time. Su Yan furrowed his brows. This was not a good thing. If this thing really woke up, then he would be in danger. The pill that the girl called Su Rui gave him was very extraordinary. In such a short time, his injuries had recovered a lot. If this continued, Su Yan would be able to restore himself to his best state in half a day. But the problem was, even if he was restored to his best state, it seemed that he was no match for this mysterious existence. This was because its strength was too terrifying. Such strength was simply incomparable. Su Yan even felt that it was not inferior to a Tao master. At this time, Su Yan was sure that the so-called obstruction was most likely related to this mysterious shadow. In just a short period of time, a faint black mist had already appeared in the air. This black fog spread and filled the surroundings. If this faint black fog entered a person's body, it would immediately erode the person's body and devour their vitality. This would form a curse. At this time, the black fog was spreading towards Su Yan. Su Yan did not move. He just paid full attention to this thing. He wanted to see just how powerful this black fog was. It was at this time that a cheerful voice came. Su Yan, you're in luck. I brought you barbecue. Su Rui had returned. At this time, Su Yan found a strange scene. The moment Su Rui returned, the terrible fog dissipated directly. At this time, Su Yan's eyes were so incredulous. He believed in his judgment. It was indeed because of this woman's return that the black weapon completely disappeared. The black fog, or the powerful shadow creature, was actually afraid of this woman called Su Rui. How inconceivable was this? But this thing happened in front of Su Yan at this time. Just as Su Yan was pondering, the woman had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan, look, those guys are really generous today. They prepared a lot of barbecued meat. I picked out a big one and brought it to you. It's fun, it's really fun. She was very happy, obviously feeling a sense of accomplishment. Su Yan smiled and said, thank you. But Su Rui said, you don't have to thank me. Just remember what you said. Hurry up and eat. Su Yan looked at her anxious appearance and smiled. No matter what, this was a cute little girl. He threw away the other thoughts in his mind and began to deal with the barbecue. This barbecue contained an extremely powerful energy. He did not know what kind of demon beast this meat was, but the taste was also very delicious. Soon, Su Yan cleaned up all the barbecued meat. The feeling of filling one's stomach was always good, especially at this time. After filling his stomach, Su Yan was immediately filled with boundless satisfaction. Are you full? If you are not, just say it. I will go get more for you. Those people in the kitchen are stupid. Don't worry. Su Rui said with a smile. Meeting a thief like Su Rui, those people were helpless. After all, Su Rui's speed was too fast. Even if it was him, he would have to spend a lot of energy to catch up, let alone them. But these were not things that Su Yan was concerned about. Right now, he didn't have the spare energy to care about these irrelevant things. At this time, Su Yan found that Su Rui was looking at him with a hopeful face. He obviously understood that Su Rui was looking forward to something. So he immediately said, I am full. Don't worry, since I have promised you, I will not go back on my words. Now, let me see your body condition. Su Yan calmed down and grabbed Su Rui's wrist. At this time, his power went straight into Su Rui's body. Su Yan's true power went straight into Su Rui's body. But gradually, his brows furrowed. Su Rui's body was really too abnormal. Her condition was different from other people. Humans had 8 extra meridians, but there were no meridians in her body. It was as if her body was a vacuum. It was Su Yan's first time seeing such a strange phenomenon. If a person did not have meridians, was he still a person? Right at this moment, Su Yan's brows suddenly furrowed. This was because he discovered that there seemed to be a mysterious existence within the little girl's body. He probed in and immediately realized that it was a picture. This picture seemed to be a giant bird. Its appearance was very similar to a sparrow. But in reality, it vaguely revealed a majesty that was much stronger than the sparrow. The sparrow was already a strong and terrifying existence. It could become a saint beast. But this demonic beast in front of him was even more terrifying than the sparrow. Moreover, when he saw this pattern, the red spirit fire in his body actually began to move. At this time, Su Yan's control of the scarlet spirit fire had already reached an extremely proficient level. This scarlet spirit fire was like an arm to him. But at this time, it actually had such a strange movement. Su Yan immediately understood that the scarlet spirit fire must have been affected by something. And in this place, there was only one thing that could affect the scarlet spirit fire, and that was the existence in front of him. At this time, 2 words appeared in Su Yan's heart. Chapter 922. Female Literature, Vermilion Bird. One of the 4 mythical beasts in the legends, the powerful vermilion bird. It must be. Only the powerful vermilion bird could have such terrifying majesty and cause such a change in the flame. There was actually the existence of a mythical beast in this girl's body. This was really incredible. Su Yan was shocked. At the same time, he thought about the huge shadow in the room. What was it? Judging from his aura, he was definitely an extremely powerful existence. But now, he could understand why the powerful shadow was so afraid of this little girl. After a long time, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. At this time, Su Rui was looking at Su Yan hopefully. When she saw Su Yan open his eyes, she immediately asked, "How is it? Can I cultivate? Are you willing to teach me?" Su Yan looked at her and thought for a moment. In the end, he did not tell her about the abnormality of her body. He just said, "I don't know if you can cultivate. But since I promised you, I will teach you. Now, I will teach you a cultivation method. This is a sword technique, which is quite extraordinary." Su Yan planned to teach her the Virokana-colored glaze sword scripture. That was the inheritance of the Stupa sect. This sword technique must be extraordinary. No matter how Su Yan thought about it, it seemed that this was the only cultivation method that was most compatible with this woman. After all, if she was really the reincarnation of the vermilion bird, then she would have an unexpected effect on the flame attribute cultivation method. Although Su Yan did not know how she could cultivate without meridians. At this time, Su Yan directly imparted the Virokana-colored glaze sword scripture into the girl's mind. At this time, Su Rui was very excited. She had been here since she was conscious. She had never left and dared not to contact anyone. And this time, the reason why she contacted Su Yan was because she felt a very familiar aura from Su Yan. It was because of this aura that he chose to help Su Yan. Even Su Yan didn't know that the reason he was saved was because this little girl felt close to him. At this time, Su Rui quickly memorized the solar-colored glaze sword scripture. After she obtained this cultivation method, she was extremely excited. She didn't care about anything else and immediately began to cultivate. At this moment, something unexpected happened to Su Yan. Su Yan was surprised. Since she didn't have meridians, it would be extremely difficult for her to practice this cultivation method. But in reality, in just half an hour, a faint halo appeared on the girl's body. Although this halo was faint, it was real. That was the symbol of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture's first layer of small success. This greatly surprised Su Yan. When he was cultivating, he didn't have such efficiency, but she did it so easily. This could no longer be described as a genius. He was simply a monster. The bloodline of the vermilion bird is indeed extraordinary. It's really amazing, really amazing, he exclaimed. At this time, Su Rui still hadn't woken up. After half a day, the girl finally opened her eyes and stopped cultivating. At this time, she had clearly cultivated the solar-colored glazed sword scripture to a certain level. She was surrounded by a scarlet light. Although this light wasn't enough to melt rocks, it was already very hot. If it wasn't for Su Yan's powerful strength, he might have been injured by this light. At this moment, Su Yan truly knew what a monster was. Her cultivation speed was simply too fast. In just half a day's time, she was actually able to cultivate the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture to such a level. Not only was her cultivation speed faster, but the power she could unleash seemed to be above his own. If such a person went to the Fiery Flame sect, she would probably be groomed as a successor. Brother, I can't cultivate anymore. Am I too stupid? At this time, Su Rui's expression was very gloomy. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with her results. Su Yan could only smile bitterly, so he said, "It's not your problem. In fact, you're already very powerful. When I was cultivating back then, I definitely couldn't compare to you. However, this is a sword scripture. In addition to the cultivation of flames, if you want to continue cultivating this power, you must be proficient in sword techniques." Since Su Yan's injuries had not healed, he simply began to impart sword techniques to this girl. He was a sword Dao grandmaster. Naturally, imparting sword techniques to a person who was completely ignorant of sword techniques was not much of a problem. And Su Rui was really a monstrous genius. Her learning speed was really too fast, so fast that it made Su Yan incomparably shocked. Therefore, after another half a day, Su Rui's sword technique progress was also increasing. Su Rui was really a genius. After Su Yan explained many things to her, she closed her eyes and began to comprehend. She even entered a state of epiphany. During this period of time, Su Yan's valiant body had also displayed his terrifying strength. In such a short period of time, his injuries were almost completely healed. In fact, Su Yan felt that this little Su Rui was a monster. But wasn't he the same? At this time, the battle between Hydralisk, Grasshopper, and Scarlet Snake had reached an extremely intense stage. Hydralisk was really a terrifying killer. Every time he appeared, it was extremely strange. Most importantly, he was really ruthless. Every time he attacked, he would definitely target Scarlet Snake. He deeply knew that in fact, everyone had their own weakness. And Scarlet Snake's weakness was grasshoppers. Every time he attacked Scarlet Snake, Grasshopper would definitely protect Scarlet Snake, which gave him a chance. After all, what he needed now was not only to stop these two people, but to kill these two powerful people. His method was quite ingenious, like besieging the enemy and attacking reinforcements. However, it just so happened that Ching Chang didn't have a way to deal with it. "Grasshopper, you should understand that my existence will only drag you down. So, let me go at this time, immediately." Scarlet Snake was currently covered in wounds. Although he had Grasshopper's protection, Hydralisk's attacks were too insidious. Although he was still alive, he was in incomparable pain. At this time, he spoke again. Kill me, then avenge me," he said again. He had already said this no less than 10 times. But Grasshopper responded with silence every time. Grasshopper naturally understood that this was the best way, but he would not do it. Because he was still alone, and Scarlet Snake was his younger brother. No matter what, he could not kill his younger brother. No matter how dangerous it was, he would not give up. What are you still hesitating for? If this continues, both of us will die. Scarlet Snake roared. At this time, he really hated himself to the point of despair. It turned out that his previous pride was not worth mentioning. His so-called intelligence was just self-righteous. At this time, he could only become a burden. How could he accept this? At this time, Grasshopper finally spoke. Scarlet Snake, calm down. At this time, are you still going to be so self-righteous? Grasshopper's words finally calmed Scarlet Snake down. Grasshopper continued, do you really think that I can live if I kill you? Humph, you idiot. You've always been like this since you were young. You always think that your judgment is correct, but at this time, you're still like this. If you don't want to kill me, then shut up. Scarlet Snake calmed down at this time. He stared blankly at Grasshopper. He did not know why, but at this time, he really wanted to cry. Grasshopper said, your current state is exactly what that guy wants. If you continue like this, not only will you not be able to help me, you'll also disturb my state of mind. And when my state of mind is disturbed, it will give him a chance to attack. Grasshopper continued, it's not that your death can solve the problem. After you die, my state of mind will definitely be disturbed, and I might even be blinded by the desire for revenge. Do you think that I can survive a battle between experts in this state? Grasshopper's words finally calmed Scarlet Snake down. That's right, he had been too arrogant all this time. Regardless of whether it was his original judgment or his direct counterattack, he felt that he was right. But he had never really considered whether it was right or wrong. If he died, then as his brother, Grasshopper's state of mind would definitely be disturbed. At that time, that guy in the darkness could even directly kill Grasshopper. Then what should we do now? Many people actually thought that they were strong, but when this facade was exposed, they would find that they were actually so weak. Grasshopper said, we don't need to do anything. We just need to deal with the situation by sticking to the status quo. This guy is just waiting for an opportunity. But if we don't give him a chance, what can he do? If he's really strong enough to directly crush us, what can he do? Grasshopper's analysis was very calm, and one had to admit that his judgment was very correct. If Hydralisk really had the strength to crush them, then he would not have waited until now to play tricks. It was because he did not have the confidence to kill them both in one strike that he did this. At this time, Grasshopper led Scarlet Snake to a spacious area. The more spacious the area, the less effective it would be. They were extremely powerful and outstanding assassins, so they naturally knew this very well. At this time, Hydralisk, who was hiding in the darkness, sneered. As expected of Grasshopper, you're really strong. But do you really think you can escape death like this? You two are destined to be my prey. His smile was so confident because he believed that he could kill these two people. Their thinking was indeed good. If they went to a spacious area, it would indeed be difficult for him to make a move. But that did not mean that he would not have a chance to make a move. Because there were not only a few people here. Grasshopper settled Scarlet Snake down, then said, hurry up, seize the time to cultivate and heal your injuries. Grasshopper felt that what he did was not wrong, but he still vaguely felt that something was wrong. That guy was so difficult to deal with, he would not give up so easily. But at this time, the third emissary, Swoledau, suddenly transmitted his voice. Grasshopper, where are you? Have you found Ghostface? Grasshopper was immediately overjoyed when he heard Swoledau's voice. He directly replied, Emissary Swa, Ghostface has entered the Heavenly Beast Temple. I'm also there now, but I encountered a mysterious assassin. So, I hope you can come and save me. If it was any other time, Grasshopper would definitely not say such words. Because asking for help meant that he was useless. He was such a proud person that he would not ask for help even if he was about to die. But now, it was different. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that his brother, Scarlet Snake, would die. Swoleto said, "Okay, I'll sense your location and come over. Wait here." Swoleto knew Grasshopper's character very well, but since Grasshopper asked for help at this time, it was obvious that Grasshopper was in big trouble. Grasshopper was his #1 warrior. If there was no special reason, he would definitely not do this. While Grasshopper and Swoleto were transmitting their voices, mysterious shadows suddenly appeared and rushed toward them. Grasshopper's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! At this moment, he was so furious. Demonic ghosts. They were demonic ghosts. These demonic ghosts were coming toward him. Needless to say, it was that damned bastard who did this. Grasshopper did not know how he did it, but to him, the most important thing was to avoid them as soon as possible. If he was entangled by these demonic ghosts, no matter how strong he was, he would die. Moreover, there was one more thing that was the worst. If that person in the shadows took the opportunity to attack, what would Scarlet Snake do? No matter how confident he was in his own strength, he was not confident that he could protect Scarlet Snake at this time. Scarlet Snake would die. When he thought of this, his entire being became infuriated. Grasshopper, let's go. Let me stay here and you leave to avenge me. I believe you can do it. You can control yourself and not let anger get to your head. That guy will definitely ambush me in the chaos. You can't protect me. Scarlet Snake spoke again. The time before was too short. No matter how strong he was, he could not recover much of his strength. Therefore, the best thing to do now was to let Grasshopper leave him behind. As for what Grasshopper said before, he believed that Grasshopper would be able to overcome it. Grasshopper understood his younger brother. How could he not understand his older brother? His control over his emotions was exceptionally strong. However, he still underestimated Grasshopper's importance to him. At this moment, Grasshopper did not waste any time and directly carried him on his back. Leave the Heavenly Beast Temple. Grasshopper made a prompt decision. He could not stay here any longer. He had to leave quickly. However, at this moment, a cold murderous intent appeared. Grasshopper immediately knew that it was not good. Don't even think about it. At this moment, his strength had reached the extreme. Therefore, he used all his strength. No matter what, he had to protect his younger brother. At this moment, he finally saw that it was Hydralisk. Sorry, my target is you. Hydralisk sneered. At this moment, he used an extremely strange method to forcibly change his target. No! Scarlet Snake roared. Chapter 923. Female Literature and Oh! His voice was filled with anger and despair. At this moment, Grasshopper revealed an inconceivable expression. This guy's target was actually him. At this moment, Grasshopper knew that he no longer had the strength to reverse the situation. Hydralisk's long and narrow sword directly pierced his body. Who are you? Grasshopper looked at him and angrily asked. At this moment, Hydralisk laughed and said, I'm called Hydralisk, an assassin of the Limitless Demon Sect. Hearing the two words Hydralisk, Scarlet Snake immediately remembered. 2 years ago, there was a traitor of the Limitless Demon Sect. Because that traitor also had the word Hydralisk, he paid attention to him. But that was it. After all, the difference in status and strength between the two of them was too big. He didn't have the time to waste on such a small character. But he never thought that today, this small character that he didn't pay attention to actually killed his brother. You damn traitor, I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces. He was so angry that he tried his best to circulate his strength, wanting to deal a fatal blow to Hydralisk. But at this moment, Hydralisk's attack arrived. Hee, Scarlet Snake. Compared to Grasshopper, you are simply trash. That's why I never wanted to kill you. Hee, just as I expected, because of you, I was able to kill Grasshopper. His words were so harsh, but one couldn't help but admit that what he said was the truth. Indeed, if it wasn't for Scarlet Snake, Grasshopper wouldn't have died. Scarlet Snake was too arrogant, so he didn't listen to his brother's words from the beginning. If he could calm down, then he wouldn't have been injured. If he wasn't injured, then why would Grasshopper be in such a sorry state? With the two of them working together, they were able to kill Hydralisk. Hydralisk didn't give Scarlet Snake a chance to talk nonsense. His sword directly ended the lives of the two top assassins of the Limitless Demon sect. Then, he directly hid in the darkness. Not long after he left, the third emissary, Zwoledau, arrived. But this time, he saw the corpses of the two brothers. How dare you! How dare you! At this time, he was extremely angry. His trusted subordinate had been killed. He had actually died. This made him extremely furious. At this moment, he only wanted to kill. Duanmu walked slowly in the darkness. This place was filled with darkness, but it could not stop him from moving forward. It was as if he was the king of the darkness. At this moment, he suddenly laughed. Ha, you're still alive. That's great, long time no see. It was at this moment that a ray of light was released from the darkness. It's you, Duanmu. The voice was a little hoarse, but one could vaguely tell that it was a woman's voice. She and Duanmu were old acquaintances. It's me, Duanmu. I'm not dead, so I'm here to bring you out. Duanmu was already so gentle and refined. You've actually become so weak at this time. How surprising. The hoarse voice said. Duanmu did not care about the ridicule. He only said, being able to be reborn after 1,000 years is already a gift from the heavens. How can I ask for more? So at this time, I need your help. Tell me, are you willing to help me? Of course. You know that I won't refuse you. Brother Su Yan, how's my learning? Is it not good enough? Su Rui asked softly. At this moment, Su Yan was extremely depressed. If he was not good enough, then who in this world could be considered good? She was simply a genius. Su Yan said, no, you're already very powerful. I don't think there are many people in this world who can be better than you. Su Yan sighed and stood up. He was about to leave. Brother Su Yan, you're leaving. Seeing that Su Yan was about to leave, Su Rui was naturally very reluctant to part with him. Su Yan said, yes, I'm leaving. Su Rui immediately asked, are you going to see that woman? Take me with you. I'm already very powerful now. I can help you. Right now, she only felt that she had become incomparably powerful. She wanted to find a few powerful opponents to fight. However, Su Yan would not agree. This was not a game. It was very dangerous for him to go. Although Su Rui was very likely to be the reincarnation of the vermilion bird, and she was really extraordinary. However, this operation was really too dangerous. Su Yan himself could not guarantee that he could survive. What's more, even if she was extraordinary, she was still young. Her current strength was still too weak. Okay, I won't go. Really, it's not easy to meet someone who can talk to me and play with me, but now I have to leave. Seeing Su Yan so determined, Su Rui finally chose to give up. Su Yan was also helpless, but he also knew very well that many things were like this. Even if you have it, you can't force it. He turned his head and left, no longer paying attention to little Su Rui. For Su Yan, this heavenly demon temple was too big. What made him even more helpless was that there was an extremely mysterious force in the heavenly demon temple that blocked everything. Even his spiritual awareness could not explore this place freely. Even though he knew that Lu Lan was very likely to be in this heavenly demon temple, Su Yan did not know where she was. Now Su Yan could only use this method, which was to look for her one by one until he found her. Along the way, Su Yan did not know what kind of danger he would encounter. Those pursuers would definitely not give up. This time, after they found out that the heavenly demon temple had been sent, they would send even more powerful people. There were monster ghosts in the heavenly demon temple to begin with. This was something that gave Su Yan a great headache. At that moment, Su Yan floated away. At the end of his line of sight was a gorgeous palace. There was a person's aura there. It was not a monster ghost, but a real person. Since there were people, Su Yan had a source of information that he could inquire about. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan quietly sneaked over. He did not know that after he left, a small figure appeared directly. Humph, what a bad guy. He actually went out alone and refused to take me with him. I did say that I wouldn't go with you, but I didn't say that I wouldn't go with you. Su Rui revealed a smirk and then headed in the direction of Su Yan. At that moment, Su Yan did not spend much time to meet the guards here. When the two men saw Su Yan, their first reaction was to draw their swords and kill him. Their strength was not bad. Each of them was an expert in the dragon realm. However, in front of Su Yan, they were still too weak. Su Yan had already restrained them at the first moment. Then, he used a powerful mind attack to attack them. Tell me, there is a woman called Lu Lan here. In order not to waste time, Su Yan directly used the mind attack method. This was an extreme form of hypnosis. Once used, even if the other party could survive, they would become useless. This method was really overbearing. Under normal circumstances, Su Yan would not want to use it. However, now was not an ordinary time. He could not waste time no matter what, so he directly used this method. How could the two of them resist Su Yan's mind power when the mind power directly entered them? However, in the next moment, Su Yan's expression changed. This was because the mind power of the two guards was interrupted. Then, the two of them bled from their 7 orifices and lost their lives. Damn it, their mind power has been tampered with. Su Yan immediately understood that this was because the two of them had been restrained. Once they were forcefully attacked by the mind power, they would immediately die. The Limitless Demon Sect was the Limitless Demon Sect. Not only were they ruthless to their enemies, they were also ruthless to themselves. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes were shining. His heart was filled with boundless rage. These guys were really despicable, hateful. At that moment, rays of light began to flash in Su Yan's eyes. An extremely strange power appeared. The moment this power appeared, Su Yan immediately felt a strong but familiar power. Zuoleitao. How could Su Yan forget this power? It was Zuoleitao. Back in the Sky Lion City, Zuoleitao had made him miserable and almost killed him. Fortunately, he had the winged heavenly tiger and the yellow sparrow, these two powerful monsters. Otherwise, he would have been killed by this guy. However, Su Yan never thought that he would meet Zuoleitao again here. At that moment, he did not have time to think. His whole body suddenly shook and immediately disappeared. His speed was like moving clouds in flowing water. It was as if he had torn the space and moved in an instant. At that moment, Zuoleitao's voice came directly. Very good, ghost-faced kid, your strength seems to have increased again. Su Yan looked over and saw that the person who spoke was Zuoleitao. Su Yan was looking at him, and Zuoleitao was also looking at Su Yan. At that moment, he was really shocked and angry. He was shocked because ghost-faced strength had obviously increased a lot compared to before. Ghostface was still not a venerable one because he did not feel the unique aura of a venerable one from Ghostface. However, he could not see through Su Yan's realm at that moment. Just what level had Su Yan reached, and what level of cultivation he was at, he actually couldn't tell. What made him even angrier was that his proud subordinate, Qing Fu, was dead. Although Ghostface might not have killed him, he died for Ghostface. Zuolato's character was extremely overbearing and he liked to vent his anger on others. At that moment, he did not know who the culprit was, so he directly vented his anger on Su Yan. Chapter 924. Female Literature. I really didn't expect that even the Hellhound couldn't get rid of you. You're really a surprise. Although his words were full of praise, his tone was so cold that he couldn't wait to kill Su Yan. Su Yan also sneered. Envoys wa, it's been a long time indeed. Su Yan was full of seriousness and fear under the ghost mask. His strength had indeed increased rapidly, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could be a match for this supremacy. That was a 5 essences supremacy. Although such a powerhouse couldn't be compared to a Dao supremacy, he still had endless means. As for his means, the Godslayer sword intent had been used repeatedly, so its power had been greatly reduced. The square seal was also not stable at the moment. The heavenly demon finger was even more so. It's useless to say more. Hand over the limitless 9 demon seal technique, and I can still leave you with a complete corpse. Here, your 2 demon beasts can't save you. As he spoke, he had already taken a step forward. Just this small step was enough to show that this person was extraordinary. With such a step, he simply crossed countless obstacles and directly arrived in front of Su Yan. This kind of means could be described as shrinking the ground. At this moment, Su Yan felt a sense of danger in his heart. Without any hesitation, he directly slashed with his sword. This was because he knew that it was impossible for him to pull away from his opponent. Thus, he could only take the initiative to attack. When he attacked, Su Yan activated almost all the power in his body. Such a sword flashed with a scarlet light, and the strong sword light directly landed in front of Zuolato's body. At this moment, Zuolato directly stretched out his palm and looked at Su Yan with a sinister smile. Although your strength has increased, do you really think that you can match me? How laughable. As he spoke, he suppressed his power and finally gathered it in his palm. It was clearly a pair of flesh palms, but at this moment, they were flickering with specks of thunder and fire. Such a palm strike was simply terrifying beyond compare. His name was Zuolato, and he also cultivated the lightning arts. His cultivation technique was the Limitless Demon Sect's Limitless Een Thunder technique. His Een Thunder was extremely terrifying. The last time Su Yan fought him, he had already suffered, so at this time, no matter what, he didn't dare to fight this guy head-on. There was a flash of light in his eyes. It was a sinister light. What was even more terrifying was that his palm directly grabbed onto Su Yan's sword. At this time, his gaze actually materialized into a terrifying whip, lashing towards Su Yan. Such a turn of events was extremely strange. Previously, Su Yan had already focused all of his attention, but when he reacted, he was still half a beat too slow, and the long whip directly struck his face. Su Yan suffered such a heavy blow that his whole body was directly thrown back, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Do you know that this old man hates sneaky people like you the most? Just looking at that mask of yours makes this old man angry. In that case, let me directly shatter that mask of yours. At this moment, the earth shrinking technique appeared once again. At this time, Su Yan knew that things were not going well. He suddenly punched the ground and shouted at the same time, "Demonic Dragon Fist." The violent demonic dragon fist appeared, and a powerful demonic dragon aura flashed. The terrifying power immediately blasted the ground away, and at this time, layers of soil quickly emerged, forming a wall. The appearance of this wall immediately blocked Zuolato's path forward. However, Zuoledao's expression didn't change at all. He just said, "Not bad." After saying these two words, he directly condensed his palm into a blade and slashed down. At this time, an extremely terrifying halo spread out, and the powerful light became an extremely terrifying power at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the layer of soil had already disappeared. However, at this time, Su Yan took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. He regained his footing and stabilized his aura. So strong. This was the first time he fought with an expert, and he immediately knew his shortcomings. In the chaotic garden, although the flower protector was strong, his strength was only the accumulation of energy. His realm was only at the level of a 3 essences venerable, so Su Yan wasn't in such a sorry state. However, a 5 essences venerable and a 3 essences venerable were two different concepts. Su Yan being able to hold on to this point was already the result of his outstanding strength. He exhaled heavily, and his qi and blood calmed down. At this moment, in front of a powerful enemy, he couldn't be careless. Therefore, any negligence would cost him his life. So strong. Of course. However, it's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak. However, you being able to hold on until now is already beyond my expectations. Now, I don't want to continue playing with you. At this time, Zuoletao condensed his Yin lightning again. The battle between the two sides had already alarmed the demonic ghosts here. How could he not see that Qing Fu's death was related to the demonic ghosts? When he arrived, Qing Fu's body had already been devoured by the demonic ghosts. And if all the demonic ghosts were to gather, then even he would not have a good ending. Those demonic ghosts were all very strong, but they were also very difficult to kill. Unless one was a powerful expert, there really wasn't a good way to deal with them. Because of this, not many people dared to enter this place. In the huge Saint Devil Mountain of the Limitless Demon Sect, there were many forbidden areas, and this place was one of them. Not to mention, there was also a legendary cursed place here, which made people extremely wary. Therefore, he wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. At this time, a sword light suddenly appeared. "You damned bastard, eat my sword." A woman's voice resounded. After hearing this voice, Su Yan was immediately shocked. "Su Rui, leave quickly." Su Yan recognized that this was Su Rui's voice. At this time, he naturally knew that this disobedient and stupid girl had followed him out. This girl was innocent and naive, but in other words, she was brainless. She thought that she was very powerful and wanted to help Su Yan, so she directly attacked at this time. However, in front of Zuoletao, Su Yan could only be suppressed bitterly and was almost on the verge of death. What could this girl do? Not only would she not be able to help Su Yan, but she would also be seeking her own death. Sure enough, Zuoletao immediately sneered, "Where did this girl come from? She's courting death." At this time, his target was Su Yan. He just wanted to bring Su Yan back to the 3rd deputy sect leader. As for the others, he would naturally kill them without mercy. The Yin thunder appeared in his hand, and a powerful thunder light kept roaring at this time. A powerful and terrifying aura appeared, then turned into a thunder snake and rushed directly towards Su Rui. Su Rui had come aggressively, but after sensing this power, she was already filled with regret. She never thought that such power would exist. Her sword chi was nothing in front of this thunder arc and was immediately torn apart. After the thunder arc tore this power apart, it did not have any intention of stopping and directly hit Su Rui's body. This cute and beautiful girl only had time to let out a scream before she was immediately sent flying. Su Rui. Everything happened too quickly. In this place, Su Yan's divine sense was restricted, and his mind was focused on the battle with Zuoletao, so he did not expect Su Rui to suddenly attack. By the time he realized it, it was already too late for him to make a move. Zwoledao sneered, but in the next moment, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. She didn't die. Even a 2 essences supremacy, or even a 3 essences supremacy, would have been killed by his attack. However, this woman had actually survived. She was only temporarily unconscious. Since you dare to attack me, then I can't let you live. At this time, he still wanted to continue to attack and completely destroy Su Rui. Old dog, your opponent is me. At this time, Su Yan would not let him continue to attack. He burst out with all his strength and directly attacked Zwoledao. I've been waiting for you. Zwoledao's thunder palm suddenly changed direction, and the terrifying thunder aura directly fell on Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan did not have time to react at all. Zwoledao's change of move was too fast. The palm firmly imprinted on Su Yan's chest, and the power of thunder immediately turned into countless electric snakes that swam around Su Yan's body. Hee, so you're a sentimental person, kid. Ha ha ha, but it's a pity that sentimental people don't live long. Zwoledao's eyes were full of pride after this successful attack. His strength was clearly higher than Su Yan's, but he had never gained much of an advantage over Su Yan after fighting for so long. It was only now that he had truly captured Su Yan. It took me a lot of effort to capture you, kid. However, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. I'd like to see where you can run now. At this time, he had already firmly grasped Su Yan's throat. However, at this time, a voice sounded. Zwoledao, I'm afraid I can't let you take this person away. That was Su Yan. The 7th emissary, Su Yan, appeared just as Zwoledao was feeling complacent. He turned into a light shadow and directly rushed towards Zwoledao. His target was Su Yan. Su Yan, you're courting death. At this time, Zwoledao could not care less. Since Su Yan wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, how could he tolerate it? He immediately punched out. Chapter 925. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan also threw out a punch. Both Su Yan and Zwoledao were 5 essences venerables. With such strength, they could dominate anyone below the Dao Master level. If they fought, it would definitely cause great destruction. Therefore, the Limitless Demon sect forbade experts of this level to fight in the sect. However, at this moment, the 2 of them were fighting over Su Yan, so they couldn't care less. For the 3rd Deputy Sect Master, Su Yan represented the complete Limitless 9 Demon Seal. If he could obtain it, his strength might increase again. Although he might not be able to compete with the Sect Master, Shi Wuxin, and the 1st Deputy Sect Master, Gue Shinshou, he would be able to compete for the 2nd Deputy Sect Master's position. The Deputy Sect Master's ranking was not just a title. Every step forward, whether it was in terms of strength or resources, was no small matter. Moreover, if the Limitless 9 Demon Seal fell into the hands of others, it might affect his position as the 3rd Deputy Sect Master. Therefore, Zwoledao wouldn't give up no matter what. For Su Yan's importance was unparalleled. If Yan Shao hadn't said those words to him, he might have backed down at this moment. However, at this moment, he wouldn't back down no matter what. The 2 of them collided head-on. There was no suspense at all. The powerful force was like a sudden clap of thunder, and the terrifying aura kept rolling. The terrifying impact almost began to impact the space. Bolts of lightning appeared one after another. That was Zwoledao's thunder. The power of the thunder was extremely terrifying. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to the real heavenly thunder in terms of overbearingness. However, in terms of lethality, it wasn't inferior at all. In fact, it was even stronger. Such power could almost be called invincible. However, in the face of such power, the 7th emissary, Su Yan, was able to resist it. Divine light emitted from Su Yan's body. The powerful force kept flickering at this moment, and the powerful aura was like a mountain. Although the Yin thunder was terrifying, it couldn't cross half a step. At the moment when the two of them clashed, Su Yan finally found a chance to catch his breath. "Get out of my way." At this time, he pushed his strength to the extreme and suddenly attacked with the demonic dragon fist. He threw a powerful punch forward. This punch contained all of his aura. At this moment, even Zhuo Leidao's expression changed. If he continued, it was very likely that he would be directly killed. At this moment, Zhuo Leidao suddenly frowned. A single false statement was enough to make him feel a little troubled. And at this time, Su Yan suddenly exploded. Previously, his shadow thunder palm was actually unable to do anything to Su Yan. Perhaps he was indeed injured, but it was definitely not as serious as he appeared to be. Everything that happened before was actually just an act. At this time, Su Yan's sudden outburst caught him off guard. At this moment, his killing intent soared. He wanted to kill Su Yan immediately. However, at this time, Su Yan's attack came again. "Zhuo Leidao, your opponent is me." At this moment, Zhuo Leidao's expression became even darker and more serious. What was wrong with Su Yan? No matter what, no matter how much the two of them fought each other. However, they were both hunters. At this time, Su Yan attacked at this time to help his prey escape. "Su Yan, do you really think that I, Zhuo Leidao, am afraid of you? You're courting death." At this point, he was really angry. In order to capture Su Yan, he had paid a huge price. Who knew how many of his subordinates had died? If he let Su Yan escape at this time, he would be angered to death. However, at this time, Su Yan wanted to help Grimace. At this time, not only was Zhuo Leidao surprised, but even Su Yan was surprised. According to normal logic, he was the prey at this time, and Zhuo Leidao was the hunter. Su Yan was also the hunter. At this time, the most correct thing to do was to subdue this prey first. As for who this prey would belong to, it should be decided after this. However, at this time, Su Yan attacked Zhuo Leidao directly. It was almost as if he was deliberately letting Lin Huang go. Su Yan could not figure out his purpose, but at this time, he did not have the time to think too much. Since the other party had given him this opportunity, he would make good use of it. At this moment, he saw the opportunity. Deity Vanquishing Sword. At this time, Su Yan did not care too much and immediately performed the Deity Vanquishing Sword. The powerful sword technique roared directly, and a terrifying force immediately rushed to Zhuo Leidao's body. At this time, Zhuo Leidao was attacked from both sides, which made him very uncomfortable. At this time, he was really angry. At this time, he did not care that the demonic ghost was rushing to this place and directly shouted, "Su Yan, you're in cahoots with this outsider. In that case, I'll send you to your death." At this time, his strength had suddenly risen to the extreme, and his powerful aura continued to rise. The terrifying light at this time was constantly rotating, and streaks of Yin thunder turned into long snakes. Su Yan's expression was serious. He could see that Zhuo Leidao, this old thing, had chosen to go all out at this time. He looked to the other side. At this time, Su Yan directly carried Su Rui and began to retreat. The purpose of his appearance this time was naturally for Su Yan. However, before he was 100% sure that he could take down Su Yan, he had come to disrupt the situation. What he wanted to do was very simple, and that was to prevent Zhuo Leidao from taking Su Yan away. At this time, since Su Yan had already left, his purpose had been achieved. He sneered and said, "Zhuo Leidao, you actually used the Yin Thunder Sky Splitting technique. It seems that you want to flatten the Heavenly Demon Temple. I'm not going to play with you anymore." After saying that, he left without looking back. Looking at Su Yan's departing figure, Zhuo Leidao was furious at this time. "Su Yan, you've gone too far." At this time, seeing that the two people had already retreated. Naturally, he put away his Een Thunder heaven-shattering technique. After all, at this time, he had already calmed down. Since the two people had already left, what could he do even if he destroyed the heavenly demon temple? At this time, he did not care about anything else and directly headed in the direction of Su Yan. Today, no matter what, he would not let Su Yan leave. At this time, Su Yan was escaping back to Su Rui's residence, which was the place that was said to be cursed in the legend. It was already a miracle that Su Rui did not die after suffering such a blow. After all, Zhuo Leidao did not show any mercy. Even Su Yan would not have an easy time if he had to endure it. Not to mention this little girl. At this time, the only place Su Yan could think of that there was hope to save this little girl was the mysterious and dilapidated temple. Of course, while Su Yan was constantly running, his attention was always on the rear. He wanted to see if this guy was still chasing after him. Zhuo Leidao was too fast. Su Yan was injured, and he was carrying an injured woman, so his speed was naturally slowed down. In just a few breaths, that guy had already appeared very close to him. At this time, he was still accelerating. Su Yan has already left. I'd like to see how you're going to escape. He had already reached his limit when it came to Su Yan. Su Yan's previous attack had brought him a lot of trouble. However, at this time, Su Yan had already retreated. He clearly knew that his target was Ghostface, so no matter why Su Yan gave up halfway, he still wanted to chase after Su Yan. Under his full sprint, he finally arrived in front of Su Yan. Then, his power had already exploded at this time, and a tyrannical aura was immediately activated at this time. Ghostface, I said that I would tear off your mask. Go to hell. At this time, a shadow thunder palm was released again, and the extremely powerful light rushed towards Su Yan like a bolt of lightning. At this time, Su Yan could naturally dodge, but he knew very well that if he chose to dodge at this time, he would not be able to care about the woman in his arms. Zhuo Leidao, that old thing, was very insidious. When he attacked, he had already calculated carefully. Therefore, if he did not attack, he would naturally attack Su Yan's vital point. At this time, Su Yan's vital point was naturally Su Rui in his arms. In truth, Su Rui and Su Yan did not have much of a relationship. At this time, he could completely give up on Su Rui, and Su Yan could easily leave this place. However, how could Su Yan do that? When he was being chased by the demonic ghosts earlier, it was this woman who saved him. If it were not for her, he would have very likely been surrounded and killed by the demonic ghosts. Moreover, Su Rui attacked Zhuo Leidao because of him. Su Yan had always been like this, repaying the kindness of others with a gushing spring. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan had no choice but to take such a blow head-on. After withstanding the blow, his body shook violently. It was obvious that he was unable to withstand such power. However, in the end, he did not stop and continued to move forward. What a stupid kid. Do you think you can escape at this time? At this time, he already knew Su Yan's weakness. Moreover, Ghostface had already been hit by his shadow thunder palm. If he still let Su Yan escape under such circumstances, then he, Zhuo Leidao, would really have to write the 3 words Zhuo Leidao upside down. At this time, Su Yan's gaze fell on this place. In fact, he did not leave immediately but turned back after leaving. This place had great interference with the perception of divine sense. He was not afraid that Zhuo Leidao would discover him. Moreover, even if Zhuo Leidao discovered him, he would only chase after Su Yan. Chapter 926. Female Literature. The reason why he didn't make a move was because he wanted to see what other tricks Su Yan had up his sleeve. Lord Yan Zhao's evaluation of Su Yan was very high, which made Su Yan very curious. Such an evaluation even surpassed that of the 3 sons of demons, so he wanted to see if Su Yan had any other hidden tricks. Moreover, he wanted to know Su Yan's secret. Sometimes, kindness was more useful than pain in making people reveal their secrets. If he could save Su Yan when he was in danger, it would be much easier for them to do what they needed to do next. Of course, he didn't doubt that Su Yan was an ungrateful person. This could be seen from the way he treated the woman in his arms. Su Yan, oh Su Yan, don't disappoint me, he muttered. While he was muttering, Su Yan took another hit. This guy was completely venting his anger at this moment. If he really wanted to kill Su Yan, he could have done it long ago. Of course, if he wanted to capture Su Yan, he didn't need to do so. Su Yan really made him very angry, so he wanted to torture Su Yan. He wanted to let this guy know that no matter who it was, as long as they offended him, they would definitely suffer a miserable fate. At this time, Su Yan was enduring incomparable pain, but he didn't dare to slow down. Of course, he had already guessed why that guy didn't make a move. At this time, he wanted to play with his prey, he wanted to see him suffer. But Su Yan wouldn't give up. If he gave up now, there would be no hope. The woman in his arms would die, and he would probably never see Lu Lan again. So no matter what, he couldn't give up. As long as he put Su Rui back in that room and ensured her safety, he would still have the strength to fight. This was Su Yan's current thought. At this moment, Zhuo Leitao's voice sounded. "Brat, kneel down and beg for mercy, then I can spare you from such pain. If you continue to be stubborn, then only death awaits you. Do you understand?" He infused his power into his voice and forced it into Su Yan's body. This kind of attack was not inferior to the powerful Shadow Thunder Palm. Moreover, it would make Su Yan feel even more pain. After enduring such a blow, he finally could not endure it any longer and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Su Yan didn't stop at all. It's right ahead. He knew that his destination was right in front of him, so he didn't stop at all and continued forward. "Brat, are you still not willing to give up? I'll let you know how to write the word regret." Zhuo Leitao was even more furious now. At this time, his speed suddenly increased, and he directly rushed towards Su Yan. In fact, it was not that he had played enough, but at this time, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. At his level, he had the most superficial understanding and contact with fate. If there was a sign in his heart, then it was most likely real. He really didn't understand why such a situation would occur at this time, but at this time, he didn't have time to think about these things. This kind of thought was definitely not a good thing, so at this time, he was so anxious to make a move. As the saying goes, a long night is fraught with dreams. He was afraid that unforeseen events would occur. At this time, Su Yan also began to feel nervous. He actually made a move at this time. In fact, at this time, he also felt that it was very strange. In his opinion, this guy made a move too early. If he wanted to vent the anger in his heart, then he could still play with Su Yan for a while. But at this time, Zhuo Leitao actually made a move, so there must be an unforeseen event at this time. Zhuo Leitao's power directly suppressed it, and the endless heavenly lightning continued to rage at this time. This attack had completely enveloped Su Yan, and he believed that Su Yan would definitely be severely injured under this attack. As for the woman in Su Yan's arms, Zhuo Leitao was already past the age of being protective of the fairer sex. Since this girl had already made a move on him, then no matter what her origin was, there was only one outcome left for her today, and that was death. The lightning had already directly enveloped Su Yan. Su Yan tried his best to defend, but he had already suffered several Shadow Thunder Palms before, and was also directly attacked by this guy's sound wave attack, causing him to suffer internal injuries. At this time, even if he was trying his best to defend, he could no longer protect the woman in his arms. Su Rui. A little lightning had already penetrated his defense, and directly went towards Su Rue. Hee, ghost face, don't you want to protect the woman in your arms? But I want her to die in your arms. I want to know how painful the face behind this ugly mask of yours is. At this moment, Zuoleitao felt unprecedentedly carefree. However, at this time, he, who was laughing maniacally, did not know that his actions were completely a path to death for him. At this time, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. Zuoleitao did not expect that just as he was about to succeed, a shadow would suddenly appear. The shadow's speed was unimaginably fast, and even an expert like Zuoleitao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His shadow thunder was actually directly dispelled at this moment. When he realized what had happened, he suddenly discovered that there was actually an additional shadow in front of him. It was a humanoid shadow, but one could not see its true appearance clearly. At this time, the shadow was facing Zuoleitao. Zuoleitao only felt an unimaginable majesty directly coming towards him. At this moment, even his heart began to tremble. Because this power was something he could not resist. He was a 5 essences supremacy, and now he was facing a power that even he could not resist. Just as his heart was trembling, an extremely terrifying voice rang out. That voice was sharp, angry, and ear-piercing, and finally turned into a sound wave that directly rushed towards Zuoleitao. Previously, Zuoleitao had used sound waves to attack Su Yan, but now, this shadow that had suddenly appeared attacked him with sound waves. If this was a kind of retribution, no one would not believe it. Such a terrifying and dense power constantly revolved at this moment, and the powerful aura turned into a fierce ray of light. Zuoleitao immediately condensed all his power and turned it into a shield. The moment the monster attacked, he already knew that he could not dodge this attack, so at this time, his only chance was to defend. A 5 essences supremacy's full power condensed into a defense was naturally incomparably strong. However, that ray of light was simply too overbearing. It didn't seem to care about such a powerful defense at all. His terrifying attack had broken through the defense in an instant and pierced through the shield he had formed. Zuoleitao immediately let out a muffled groan, but fortunately, the shield bought him some time, so he immediately dodged to the side at this time. In the end, he managed to avoid being hit in a vital spot, but this attack had already left a mark on his body. A bloody hole appeared on his arm. The bloody hole seemed inconspicuous, and such a wound should be nothing to a 5 essences supremacy. However, at this moment, Zuoleitao was in incomparable pain. He could not describe this kind of pain. Ever since he embarked on this cruel path of cultivation, he had suffered countless injuries, and had even been on the verge of death several times. However, he dared to swear that there had never been an injury as painful as this one. Moreover, what made him even more terrified was that his power was completely useless against this injury. Not only could he not heal the wound, but he could not even stop it from spreading. How is this possible? What the hell is this? At this moment, he was really scared witless. He really could not understand how such an existence could exist in this world. It was also at this time that Su Yan, who was secretly watching everything, was also shocked. The previous attack was really terrifying. He was actually on par with Zuoleitao, and if it was a fight to the death, Zuoleitao might be stronger than him. At this moment, Zuoleitao could not dodge, so naturally, he could not dodge either. After knowing Zuoleitao for so long, he had never seen Zuoleitao in such a sorry state. This shadow was so powerful. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed in his mind. Legend has it that this heavenly demon temple was actually the residence of an ancient demon, but it was later moved here by the super experts of the Limitless Demon sect. However, this place has always been a forbidden area. Not only are there countless demons and ghosts here, but there is also a mysterious and terrifying curse. Therefore, even Dao venerables are not willing to easily approach this place. Later, when the demon plan began, this place became the place where the heavenly demonesses were imprisoned. Could this mysterious shadow be the legendary cursed beast? This legend had been circulating in the heavenly demon temple for too long, but because no one was close to this place, many people had intentionally or unintentionally chosen to forget about it. Even Su Yen himself would not have remembered it if he had not seen this powerful cursed beast. Oh no! The appearance of the cursed beast had completely disrupted their plan. This was a guy who did not recognize his own family. Although they did not know why he would go crazy at this time, it was obvious that his purpose after appearing was to kill. Zhuo Leitao could not stop him. Just as Su Yen was making up his mind, he suddenly realized that a terrifying gaze had fallen on him. A will that he had never felt before directly enveloped him. At this time, he immediately understood what the other party meant. He wanted to kill him. There was no mistake. According to legend, anyone who saw this cursed beast would die. This was the curse left behind by the powerful demon who was defeated by the super experts of the Limitless Demon Sect. Chapter 927. Female literature. The cursed creature's strength was simply too terrifying. Its existence was simply unimaginable. With just one attack, it had already caused Zhuo Leitao to lose the ability to fight. No matter what, he did not want to challenge the might of the cursed creature. The moment he realized that the cursed creature's gaze had landed on him, he immediately began to flee. The most important thing now was to protect his own life. He did not want to die here. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura had already spread towards him. This caused Su Yen to be even more shocked. It was hard to imagine that a five essences supremacy would be so flustered at this time. However, in the next moment, Su Yen calmed down a little. The cursed creature stood still in the same spot. This was a piece of good news. At this point, he could only directly report this matter to Yen Xiao, and then let the Tao Master personally take action. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. He was shocked to find that although the cursed creature did not chase after him, he could not leave this place. At this moment, it was as if he had been trapped in a cage. He could not escape even if he wanted to. Damn it, this is a formation. At this moment, no matter how hard he tried, he was constantly wandering in a certain area. To be able to trap an expert like him, this was a spatial cage. When a spatial cage appeared, even a Tao Master level expert would not be able to break it easily, let alone Supremacy Wuyuan. Just as he was panicking, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Great demonic lightsaber. At this moment, he did not hesitate and directly slashed behind him. This time, he did not hold back at all. At this point, if he still wanted to hold back, he would be courting death. The power of the great demonic lightsaber was extremely strong. Even Zhuo Leitao's Shadow Thunder Palm could not do anything to it. However, in the next moment, he was shocked to find that his great demonic lightsaber was directly shattered. Then, his body was directly sent flying. An unimaginable force made him unable to control his body. Ah! In the end, he was only left with a painful howl. At this moment, the cursed creature's face gradually became clear. It was an extremely terrifying tiger face. However, this face only had half of it. What was left was a bottomless darkness. There was no scarlet light in his eyes, only darkness and endless indifference. His aura was so strong that it almost froze the surrounding air. After the cursed creature knocked down Zhuo Leitao and Su Yen, it did not immediately attack. Instead, it walked towards Su Yen. It was still as cold as ever. At this time, under the pressure of this powerful force, Su Yan's body began to tremble. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he couldn't resist this powerful force, causing his muscles to contract and tremble. What kind of terrifying and frightening power was this? Looking at Su Yen, the terrifying monster seemed to be about to attack. But at this time, Su Yen suddenly realized something. He stood up with difficulty and then lifted Su Rui in his arms in front of this terrible cursed creature. At this moment, the cursed creature actually quietened down. Seeing this scene, Su Yan and Zhuo Leitao immediately understood that the cursed creature was actually protecting that woman. At this time, Zhuo Leitao was extremely regretful. Now he knew that if he didn't want to kill this woman, the terrifying cursed creature might not have appeared. In fact, his goal had always been Su Yan. There was no need to provoke this woman. In the end, he was too domineering, so he wanted to kill this woman. Now he was extremely regretful. Why did he provoke this woman for no reason? But regret was useless. At this time, he was useless. The only thing he could do was wait for the cursed creature's next move. The space here had been sealed. He tried to ask the third vice sect master for help, but it was useless. His message could not be sent out. Since he couldn't send a message, it was the same for Su Yan. At this time, the cursed creature raised its head, and its power gently spread out. Then a light appeared and landed on Su Rui's body. Su Rui suffered Zhuo Leitao's power, and his situation was very bad. Although Su Yan used his own power to protect him, he could only barely hold on. But at this time, under this light, Su Rui's body clearly changed. Her body emitted a soft red light. The light shone gently, but it had an indescribable majesty. She seemed to be born to be in a superior position, high and mighty. There were no meridians in Su Rui's body. This was something that Su Yan had already discovered when he examined her body. So even Su Yan didn't understand why Su Rui could cultivate his great sun-colored glass sword scripture. And at this time, under the effect of this light, meridians began to appear in Su Rui's body. The small vermilion bird in her body had become her heart. Then, with the heart as the core, Su Rui's body began to be reconstructed. This process happened so quietly. Su Yan raised his head and watched. This was a process he had never seen before. He felt that he was witnessing a miracle of life. At this time, Zhuo Leitao and Su Yan were the same. At this time, they were extremely quiet. Even their breathing had slowed down. They were also shocked by this scene. At this time, they didn't dare to make any movements. The feeling of extreme danger and terror still lingered around them. At this time, a black aura began to surround them. This made them even more afraid to act rashly. This was the mysterious power of the curse. Even if they were 5 essences supremacies, they didn't dare to touch it easily. After being defeated, the terrifying legend of this place reappeared in their minds. According to the legend, a Dao sovereign had once entered this place. He wanted to discover the secrets hidden in the heavenly demon temple. Unfortunately, the Dao sovereign didn't find anything. What was even more frightening was that after he came out, his strength began to decline. After only a year, he actually died. That legend seemed a little ridiculous, so for a long time, it was believed to be false. However, at that moment, they finally discovered that it wasn't fake. Instead, it was possible that something that had truly happened. Now that they thought about it, the Dao sovereign was very likely to have encountered this terrifying cursed beast. As for what happened at that time, it was something that they didn't know. However, they knew that if they dared to act rashly, they would be dead for sure. That terrifying cursed creature would definitely make a move and kill them as soon as possible. This cursed creature was too powerful. Even if the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't be its match. They had already seen this in the previous battle. Therefore, at this time, their best choice was to act as a bystander. At this time, Su Yan's power was quietly rising and condensing. He didn't know if it was because he had saved Su Rui, but the cursed creature didn't attack him. Although it also paid attention to him, it wasn't seriously injured like Zhuo Leitao and Su Yan. It also didn't let the power of the curse wander around him. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan could use this opportunity to start recovering his strength. At this time, his aura began to rise slowly. The power of the yin thunder in his body began to be devoured bit by bit. This was the overbearing power of the 10 dragons realm. Even if it was Swoletao's yin thunder, he could directly devour it. Now, Su Yan couldn't see the end of the 10 dragons realm. But he knew that one day, when he broke through to the venerable realm, he would definitely be very powerful. And this kind of power was far beyond his imagination. It would bring him an unexpected surprise. At this time, Swoletao didn't know that the power he used to attack Su Yan had become a supplement for Su Yan's body. If he knew, he would probably vomit blood again. Under the power of the cursed beast, Su Rui's injuries had completely recovered. Not only that, after her body was transformed, her aura continued to rise. Su Yan even found that the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in her body had begun to become complete. This was very exaggerated. He was also considered an emperor, but when he first cultivated this set of techniques, he didn't know how much effort it took, day and night, without any rest. But Su Rui had only learned it for 1 or 2 days, but now she could actually use this sword technique completely. This was really too shocking. And now, the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in her body had become complete. How inconceivable was this? After a while, Su Rui finally opened her eyes. But at this time, Su Rui seemed to be a little different. Her aura had completely changed from before. What surprised Su Yan even more was that there was a very unfamiliar aura on Su Rui's body. At this time, Su Yan didn't choose to speak. Because he knew that the girl in front of him was no longer the naive girl in the past. The moment she opened her eyes completely, a crimson light suddenly rose up. The originally soft light became extremely hot and strong at this time, and an indescribable flame power had directly rushed out at this time. This kind of power was really terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 928. Female Literature. After feeling this aura, Su Yan was naturally surprised. But in fact, he was already mentally prepared. After all, he had seen the shadow of the vermilion bird in Su Rui's body. From that time, he already knew that the vermilion bird would wake up sooner or later. But Swoletao and Su Yan were different. At this time, they still couldn't believe the fact in front of them. That powerful and terrifying power was really terrifying. That indescribable brilliance was really unimaginable. How frightening was such a powerful force? When they saw the shadow behind Su Rui that day, they were even more amazed. Vermilion Bird. The legendary divine beast Vermilion Bird. The legendary Vermilion Bird was the ruler of flames. It was simply an incomparably terrifying legend. Even the human Saint Venerables could only contend against the Vermilion Bird. It was extremely difficult to defeat it. At this time, the Vermilion Bird actually appeared in front of them. At this time, their hearts were burning with passion. If they could capture the Vermilion Bird, it couldn't be better. As long as they got the Vermilion Bird and made it their demon pet, their strength would definitely increase rapidly. It wouldn't be impossible to directly step into the Tao Master realm. However, this thought was extinguished as soon as it appeared. The power of the Vermilion Bird was really too terrifying. Even the power it displayed now was already shocking. Such a terrifying power was almost pressuring them to the point of suffocation. It was the natural majesty of a superior. What's more, at this time, the Vermilion Bird was guarded by the terrifying cursed creature. They had already experienced the strength of the cursed creature before. If this continued, they were afraid that they would be directly destroyed by this powerful force. At this time, they suddenly realized that they were actually so cowardly. They were clearly 5 essences venerables and were clearly so powerful. But at this time, in front of this powerful existence, they could only shrink their bodies and had no other way. Su Rui's gaze finally calmed down completely. Her gaze first fell on Su Yan. There seemed to be a bit of curiosity and a trace of nostalgia in her eyes. However, she didn't say anything in the end. Finally, her gaze fell on Zwoleitao. Then, she gently pointed and said, "Kill him." As soon as she finished speaking, Zwoleitao immediately let out an angry roar. At this point, he could no longer wait. He knew that after this girl finished speaking, the cursed creature would definitely attack him. He had already experienced the power of the cursed creature. He deeply understood that he was no match for this cursed creature. He was simply too powerful. Therefore, at this time, he immediately made a choice. He directly rushed towards Su Rue. At this time, he was betting that Su Rue was just a facade, and that she didn't have much power. After all, the previous Su Rue was indeed just a powerless little girl. Therefore, he was willing to take a gamble. This time, he had expended all of his strength to use the Shadow Thunder Flash. This was his fastest speed. If it wasn't for the most dangerous situation, he wouldn't use this move. Because of this, he was exhausting his own lightning origin. The lightning technique had always been the most difficult technique to cultivate. Because to cultivate the lightning technique, one must form a lightning seed in one's body. It was extremely difficult to condense a lightning seed. Back then, in order to cultivate the lightning technique, he had suffered a lot to condense such a lightning seed. However, if he used the lightning flash, it would exhaust his lightning seed origin. And the power exerted by exhausting his lightning seed origin was naturally terrifying. At that moment, he could transform his body into a bolt of lightning, and then directly reach his target's side at an extremely terrifying speed. Such speed was not inferior to teleportation at all. The moment Su Rue spoke, he already knew that he had to give it his all. How could a person like him not understand that if he didn't give it his all when it was time to give it his all, the only outcome would be death? At this time, the boundless lightning was directly triggered at this time, and the terrifying power was also continuously gathering at this time. At this time, his aura had already risen to the extreme. In the next moment, he had actually passed by the cursed creature and directly appeared beside Su Rue. Success! His heart was immediately filled with incomparable joy. As long as he captured this woman, he would immediately be able to make the cursed creature hesitate, and then it would be time for him to counterattack. He had many thoughts and even began to imagine the next step. If he could control the cursed creature, then capturing Su Yan would naturally be a piece of cake. He could even let the cursed creature kill Su Yan directly. He, Zwoleitao, was not a magnanimous person. If not for Su Yan's help earlier, then Su Yan would have already been under his control, and he would not have come here to face the threat of the cursed creature. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan still followed him here. Obviously, Su Yan did not have good intentions. Since that was the case, then it would be better to just kill him directly. When the time came, if the higher-ups really came to investigate, then it would be the work of the cursed creature. What did it have to do with him? If Su Yan died, then the 7th deputy sect leader Yan Zhao's expression would definitely be very ugly. Speaking of which, Yan Zhao was only his junior. Now, he was already a deputy sect leader, and he was still an envoy. It had to be said that Zwoleitao's idea was very good. It was just a pity that these illusions were destined to be cut off. Just as he started to act, Su Yan was already on guard. Su Yan saw very clearly that the most important person here at this time was Su Rue. If these two guys wanted to break out of this situation, they could only start with Su Rue. Therefore, when Zwoleitao just moved, Su Yan also moved. He did not know how Zwoleitao would appear, but he was very sure that this guy definitely had the confidence to threaten Su Rue. The moment Zwoleitao appeared, he had already made his move. Godslayer slash. It was a slash from the Godslayer sword intent. It was extremely powerful and domineering. There was also a sense of viciousness that disregarded one's own safety. At this time, he had already used all of his strength. At this time, Zwoleitao did not expect such a change at all, but in the next moment, he already knew what had happened. "You're courting death." At this moment, he was very angry. Su Yan actually dared to do this. This was simply a provocation and offense to him. No matter what, he would not tolerate Su Yan. He was just a guy who had not even reached the venerable realm. At this time, he had already burned his lightning seed, so he might as well release more. Anyway, as long as he succeeded this time, it would be worth it no matter how huge the price he had to pay. At this time, a huge cyclone appeared in his hand. In the cyclone, countless thunderbolts were constantly buzzing. "Dark thunder buzzing, die for me." This was his most powerful attack. Even when he was fighting against Su Yan, he did not use this much strength. However, at this time, it was a matter of life and death, so he no longer held back. Even a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit, not to mention the rabbit in front of him seemed very strange. However, it did not matter. In the face of absolute power, everything was fake. His power suppressed directly, and the buzzing sound became the only sound in the world at this time. The power of the god-killing slash was indeed terrifying, but it was still directly destroyed by this attack. However, his buzzing thunderball did not disappear. Instead, it directly hit Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's body was directly sent flying. The power of this attack was simply terrifying. Under such an attack, Su Yan almost lost consciousness. "Su Rui, leave quickly." He had already done his best, but he could not stop Zuoleitao. Therefore, at this time, he could only hope that Su Rui could take advantage of the time he bought for her and leave directly. However, at this time, Su Rui did not seem to hear his words at all. Or perhaps, at this time, she was scared silly by all of this, so she did not react at all. This made Su Yan extremely anxious. However, for Zuoleitao, this was the best thing that could happen. At this time, he directly laughed and then shouted, "Good, now you are mine, Zuoleitao." When he thought that this was the legendary vermilion bird, his heart was very nervous. However, this was a moment of life and death. No matter what, he could not care less. He immediately formed a claw and grabbed at Su Rui's throat. At this time, Zuoleitao was very close to Su Rui. Just a little more distance and he would be able to grab Su Rui directly. At that time, he could do whatever he wanted. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly froze. A terrifying wave of heat came directly from his palm. At this time, he felt that his palm was about to melt. "Ah!" A painful scream came from his throat. At this time, his palm actually started to burn. He, Zuoleitao, was of 5 essences supremacy. At this level, what kind of flame could hurt him? However, at this time, he was injured by a woman who did not seem to have much strength. The flame was so terrifying. Zuoleitao tried his best to circulate his own power and barely suppressed the power of the flame. He looked at Su Rui in horror. At this time, Su Rui's body was already surrounded by a layer of red flames. Zuoleitao was suddenly shocked. The vermilion bird's fire. The vermilion bird was a divine beast. When a divine beast awakened, it would naturally be accompanied by a celestial phenomenon. This seemingly insignificant flame was so terrifying in Zuoleitao's eyes that even his body began to tremble. Chapter 929. Female Literature, Zuoleitao, be careful. At this moment, Su Yan's voice suddenly sounded. The appearance of this voice immediately startled Zuoleitao. At the same time, behind him, a terrifying aura appeared. Cursed creature. At this moment, he immediately realized that the cursed creature had appeared behind him at this moment. Before he could come to his senses, he was lifted up into the air. The human-shaped cursed creature was so tall that when he was directly lifted up, his whole body was hung high in the sky. "Ah, let me go, let me go." At this moment, he wanted to use his strength to break free from the cursed creature's control, but at this time, he found that his strength was completely unable to be used. For a person with great power to suddenly be unable to use his own power, how frightening was that? It was as if a billionaire had nothing left in the blink of an eye. Of course, compared to the two, the former was actually more serious. At this time, Zwoleitao was completely flustered. Without strength, what else could he do? He could not break free from the cursed creature's control, so he could only wait for death in pain. At this time, Su Yan was also extremely shocked. Such a thing happened right in front of his eyes, and he suddenly felt a sense of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. He knew that after Zwoleitao died, he was probably the next one. At this moment, a terrifying ripple suddenly appeared in the sky. The strong ripple continued to fluctuate at this time, and a great majesty directly invaded this place. "How dare you!" This majestic voice invaded, causing the place to become even more turbulent. At this time, Zwoleitao had already lost all hope, but when he heard this voice, he immediately became extremely surprised. "Sect Lord, save me! Sect Lord, save me!" At this moment of life and death, Zwoleitao did not care about his face and immediately began to wail. He was originally in complete despair, but at this time, the third deputy sect master, Xing Tianruo, appeared. How could he be unfamiliar with the sect lord's voice? At this time, his appearance was the only hope for him to come back from the jaws of despair. At this time, Su Rui raised her head and frowned. An indiscernible graveness appeared on her cold face. Only a Tao master could shake the spatial seal here. She had just woken up, so it was too much for her to face a Tao master. The cursed creature suddenly rose into the air, and Zwoleitao struggled in his hands. At this moment, a ray of light was projected into the room. Then, a face appeared in the sky. This face was not unfamiliar to Su Yan. It was Xing Tianruo, the third vice sect master of the Limitless Demon sect, who had invaded the Taihang sword faction. Back then, he had relied on the Limitless Nine Devils seal and Shi Wuxin's will to suppress Zhang Zhe. Su Yan naturally wouldn't forget such a terrifying figure. "Release Zwoleitao." Xing Tianruo's voice was so majestic. At this time, he couldn't break the spatial seal, but his power could already penetrate. His power had already begun to interfere with this place. That kind of majesty could shake everyone's heart. At this moment, Su Yan's spirit began to tremble. Only after facing the Tao Venerate's awe-inspiring might did he realize how powerful he was. The so-called power that could contend with a Tao master was completely different from directly facing a Tao master. Xing Tianruo was so powerful. However, at this moment, the cursed creature suddenly let out a very unpleasant laugh. Under the powerful awe-inspiring might of a Tao Venerate, he actually dared to behave like this. Obviously, he didn't take the Tao Venerate seriously at all. He slowly raised his hand, and in his hand was Zwoleitao. "Sect Master, save me!" Zwoleitao began to shout desperately, as if he was a defenseless woman. "Release him!" Xing Tianruo attacked the spatial seal again, and the entire space shook even more violently, as if the world was about to collapse. At this moment, the cursed creature suddenly let out an extremely provocative laugh. Then, he suddenly unleashed his power, condensing it in front of Xing Tianruo. Zwoleitao's voice came to an abrupt end, and in the next moment, he had turned into a bloody mist. Dead. A five essences supremacy had died just like that. Just a moment ago, he was still majestic and unstoppable, and Su Yan couldn't do anything about it. But now, he had turned into a bloody mist and completely dissipated. Life was so fragile, even for a five essences Tao Venerate. Su Yan, who had witnessed all this, lamented in his heart. He felt even more certain that his sect master's words were right. The world was cruel, and their strength was not enough. At this moment, he inadvertently glanced at Su Yan. Su Yan had a way to make them stronger in a short period of time. You're courting death. The cursed creature's provocation had completely enraged this Tao Venerate. Boundless 9-demon seal, suppress. At this moment, a huge seal as big as a mountain descended directly at this moment. The terrifying power caused the entire place to tremble. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire world was about to shatter. What kind of terrifying power was this? The spatial seal finally couldn't withstand it. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds rang out, and the spatial seal finally shattered completely. This was the awe-inspiring might of a Tao Venerate. At this moment, Xing Tianruo had already appeared in the sky. His eyes were so cold, and he said directly, the heavenly demon temple's cursed creatures really do exist, and there's even a vermilion bird that came back from the dead. How wonderful! Today, you must pay for what you've done. Xing Tianruo was extremely domineering at this moment. At his level, his temperament was naturally incomparably strong. Even if there were legends of Tao Venerates being cursed to death, he was still fearless. A true expert was someone who had absolute confidence in himself. He didn't care about anything else. This was where his strength lay. His power was constantly flowing, and his aura was constantly expanding. That incomparably terrifying pressure was constantly expanding, as if there was no limit to it. Today, none of you will escape. Too many of his men had died because of Grimace. Now, even his emissary had died. One could only imagine how furious he was. However, if he could subdue the vermilion bird and obtain Grimace's limitless 9-demon seal technique, then everything would be worth it. After all, the envoy was just someone who worked for him. Although it was a pity that he died, if his death could be exchanged for enough things, then he would not mind. He was naturally furious that Swoleto had died, but at this moment, he cared more about the result. At this moment, the first thing he had to deal with was this cursed creature. His vision was countless times sharper than Zwoleto's, so he could see that the reincarnated vermilion bird woman's power source was still this cursed creature. Therefore, it would be fine as long as he killed this cursed creature. However, he would not let his guard down because of this. He knew very well that the legend was actually true, but he had confidence in himself. After all, he was also a Tao Venerate, but there were different levels among them. Very well, since you dare to provoke me like this, then you can go to hell now. At this moment, Xing Tianruo attacked like a thunderbolt, and he directly threw a punch. This punch was so direct and simple. It was like a farmer who directly threw a punch in a fight. However, when this punch was thrown, an indescribably powerful aura immediately appeared. That terrifying aura was constantly flipping at this moment, as if it wanted to bury the entire world. What a terrifying power this was! Su Yan saw it with his own eyes, and his heart was still extremely shocked. Watching an expert make a move was a huge enlightenment for oneself. This was the so-called Great Tao was the simplest. A simple punch had a powerful force that defied the heavens. Such a blow was so powerful that it could shock the heavens. At this moment, the cursed creature also made its move. At this moment, a dark force directly erupted at this moment, and countless darkness actually gathered directly in a short period of time, finally forming an extremely terrifying existence. At this moment, a powerful and complicated spell was directly derived. Xing Tianruo's punch was the simplest Great Tao, then the attack of this cursed creature was the most complicated Great Tao. Two completely different forces, two completely different attacks, at this moment, constantly collided at this moment, directly causing the world to begin to tremble. At this moment, Su Yan had already forgotten his situation, and his mind was completely immersed in his thoughts. At this moment, he wanted to comprehend the true essence and profound of the fish technique from this. The battle between the two was really short. In just an instant, the confrontation had already ended. With the naked eye, it was as if nothing had happened. However, Su Yan already had a preliminary understanding of space. He could feel that at this moment, space was constantly changing, as if a huge collapse would occur at any moment. It was just that the power was too strong, so it was covered up. However, if an ignorant person were to get involved, then one could imagine what would happen to him. He would probably die immediately. Such a battle was really too rare. After all, when Xing Tianruo and the Taihang sword faction's leader, Zhang Zhe, last time, Su Yan himself was in the Taihang sword faction's sword pool. At this moment, he was able to immerse himself in the battle between the two of them. For him, this was an extremely precious experience. At this time, he desperately tried to understand the battle between the two of them, and at the same time, used it to accommodate himself. Cursed creature, back then, you were able to kill that Dao master, but you were also seriously injured by him. Otherwise, why would you be like this after all these years? Although I don't know why the seniors of the Sage sect didn't kill you back then, since you want to obstruct me today, then you should be prepared to die. Chapter 930. Female literature. The power that Xing Tianruo displayed at this time was so simple. Every move did not have any skills. It was completely a display of the aesthetics of violence to the extreme. However, his strength was so strong. That terrifying aura continued to surge, reaching an unimaginable level. That terrifying aura had reached a shocking level at this time. When Su Yan heard this, he finally understood why this terrifying guy actually fell into a deep slumber at the very beginning. It turned out that he was already injured back then. However, this also reflected the strength of this cursed creature. Even if it was injured, it still had such a terrifying combat power at this time. That kind of terrifying strength was simply sensational. Such a powerful force was constantly rolling and spreading at this time. The endless power was like a bottomless abyss. At this time, Su Yan once again understood what it meant to be as deep as the sea. Only after seeing these true experts in action did he realize his own shortcomings. Only then did he realize that he was not worth mentioning in front of these experts. At this time, countless auras were constantly changing at this time, and the endless power was changing. Every move of the cursed creature seemed to be able to trigger a mysterious power. The changes of the spell were simply terrifying. Seeing such power, the demon blood in Su Yan's body suddenly began to heat up. In fact, at this time, the power in Su Yan's body was very mixed. His 4 demon beasts had left their heart's blood essence in his body. Even the blood-winged dragon that had betrayed Su Yan, although it had used the power of the powerful Dragon King to cut off the connection, the blood essence it left in Su Yan's body was still extremely noble, bringing endless benefits to Su Yan. After so many days, these 4 blood essences had actually begun to fuse together, forming a unique power of the blood essence. In fact, Su Yan himself knew that he could no longer be called a human. The bloodline in his body had become extremely unique. To a certain extent, he could already be regarded as a real half-demon beast. Back then, in order to enter the monster palace, he pretended to be a half-demon, but he didn't expect it to become a reality now. This was fate, it was incomparably miraculous. However, this was actually nothing. While cultivators were constantly becoming stronger, it was also a process of constantly changing themselves. More importantly, as Su Yan watched the cursed creature cast the spell, he began to comprehend the essence of the monster race's battle. As a matter of fact, his essence blood became even hotter. He seemed to have comprehended a certain kind of law, so he began to integrate it into his body. This was indeed something that Su Yan had not expected. The battle between the two had reached an extremely intense point. At this moment, Su Rui's body suddenly bloomed with light, and at the same time, the cursed creature also bloomed with the same light. A flame began to rise. When this flame appeared, Xing Tianruo suddenly suffered a small loss. The flames of the vermilion bird. Are you really the guardian of the vermilion bird? Unfortunately, if it was the flames of the vermilion bird, I wouldn't dare to provoke you at all. But now, you're just as so. Xing Tianruo snorted coldly, and then the limitless 9-demon seal appeared. Although there was no real limitless 9-demon seal, the 9-demon seal itself was an extremely powerful treasure. If not, how could he resist the sharpness of the Taihang divine sword? Moreover, Xing Tianruo was a Dao master. Under his control, the limitless 9-demon seal could erupt with even more power. The limitless 9-demon seal began to display its power, and a terrifying aura directly rose at this time. The violent aura was simply lawless. Even the flames of the vermilion bird were suppressed by it. I'll let you know how powerful I am. I'd like to see how the injured you, a newly awakened vermilion bird, can resist my power. As soon as the limitless 9-demon seal appeared, his power increased tremendously. At this time, he was simply an invincible god. For a moment, the cursed creature kept retreating. The power of the limitless 9-demon seal was indeed powerful. Even the flames of the vermilion bird had dimmed, as if it was about to be suppressed. Today, you are all mine. Resist me and you will die. At this time, he was so domineering. At this time, Su Yan looked at Xing Tianruo, who was displaying his power, and felt a little bitter in his heart. His sect's master had come too late after all. If he waited until Xing Tianruo had everything in his hands, then Yan Xiao wouldn't get anything. However, at this time, he couldn't do anything, and he didn't dare to do anything. He couldn't send the news out, and he couldn't go against Xing Tianruo. At this time, if he dared to act rashly, even if he said a word of nonsense, he might be killed by Xing Tianruo. After all, Xing Tianruo's character was more violent and domineering than Zhuo. At this time, he could only hope that the cursed creature could hold on for a while longer. However, although Su Yan didn't dare to do anything, Su Yan dared. When he saw the limitless 9-demon seal, his body immediately had a mysterious reaction. He knew that the reaction came from the limitless 9-demon seal that he cultivated. Back then, Su Yan cultivated the limitless 9-demon seal and then refined the 9 demons' origin spirit from the seal that became the city lord. The 9 demons' origin spirit was supposed to be integrated into his body. Yes, the 9 demons' origin spirit would become the strongest origin spirit, and then it could be used to drive the limitless 9-demon seal. However, Su Yan didn't integrate the 9 demons' origin spirit into his body. Instead, he integrated it into the 4 corners seal. Even so, his body had the 9 demons' qi, which meant that he could still use the limitless 9 demons seal at this time. At this time, Su Yan directly communicated with the 4 corners seal. 4 corners seal, activate and affect the limitless 9 demons seal. This was Su Yan's plan at this time. He couldn't fight against the powerful Dao master, but he might be able to cause some trouble for the Dao master. He directly started to activate the seal. Although the 9 demons' origin spirit wasn't in his body, it had already hit the 4 corners seal. As long as he communicated with the 4 corners seal, the effect wouldn't be much worse than the original state. At this time, his power was activated, and the limitless 9 demons seal was indeed affected. The terrifying seal that was originally suppressing the vermilion bird fire suddenly trembled at this time. In the instant when experts fought, even the slightest movement would cause an extremely huge change, not to mention that it directly caused the seal to tremble at this time. This was even more incredible. At this time, the cursed creature was already in an extremely dangerous situation, but at this time, the seal had an abnormality, and he immediately launched a counterattack. The vermilion bird fire directly turned into a lifelike and terrifying vermilion bird under his control. It immediately went against the heavens, and that violent power was so terrifying. At this time, the terrifying power was constantly suppressing. Such a powerful power was constantly operating at this time. That kind of terrifying aura was constantly changing, and at this moment, he actually had the upper hand. At this time, Su Yan actually also benefited. Now, he finally understood why the Limitless Nine Demons seal was so important to the seal. Because once this cultivation method was activated, there would immediately be a power in the seal that would respond to him. If it wasn't because Su Yan's power was too far away from Xing Tianruo's, the Limitless Nine Demons seal would probably have been in his hands at this time. Junior, how dare you? At this time, Xing Tianruo naturally knew that his Limitless Nine Demons seal had been tampered with. And the only thing that could affect the Limitless Nine Demons seal was that set of extremely unique seal techniques. Therefore, he immediately locked his gaze on Su Yan. The moment his gaze fell on Su Yan's body immediately trembled. That gaze made him deeply uneasy. This kind of power was really terrifying, and also really terrifying. The space he was in seemed to be directly isolated at this moment, and his whole body was nailed on a huge plate. Not only could he not move his hands and feet, but even the power in his body could not be used. It was an extremely terrifying suppression of the law. At this time, Su Yan finally understood one point, and that was the importance of the realm. Just like now, if Xing Tianruo could directly use the spatial law and use it in battle, even just a gaze would be enough to make Su Yan suffer. Kid, I originally planned to deal with you later, but since you're courting death, I can only deal with you first. To deal with Ghostface was actually very simple for him. In the beginning, if it weren't for the restrictions of the other experts in the sect, he would have already made a move. But now, he was unscrupulous. There was a layer of spatial seal set up here. When he broke in here and fought with the cursed creature, he added another layer of seal with his absolute power. The movement here would definitely be known by the other old ghosts, but it was impossible to let them know in the first place. For him, such a long time was enough for him to do a lot of things. If Ghostface watched quietly, he would first deal with the cursed creature before dealing with him. However, at this time, Ghostface dared to use the Limitless Nine Demons seal to disrupt his battle, so he would let this guy know the horror of offending him. If a weak person dared to challenge the dignity of a Tao Master, there would be no other outcome other than death. At this time, the cursed creature had already launched a new attack on him, but he ignored it. Obviously, at this time, he had made up his mind, and that was to suppress Ghostface first, and then obtain the Limitless Nine Demons seal from him. Chapter 931. Girls' Literature. As for the cursed creature's attack, he had to take it head-on. Although the cursed creature was powerful, he did not believe that it could kill him in a short period of time. Since it could not kill him, the cursed creature would die when he obtained the complete seal. At this moment, one of his palms fell lightly. However, in Su Yan's eyes, it had turned into an extremely terrifying scene. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. Such a terrifying power was simply frightening to the extreme. This terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. The violent and terrifying power trembled at this moment, and an extremely terrifying storm continued to spread out at this moment. Such power was simply too terrifying. In the face of such power, Su Yan was almost unable to move. Su Yan had many trump cards. He had the Godslayer sword intent, he had the power of the Four Directions seal. If he were to use these, he would more or less have the strength to fight. However, at this moment, he finally discovered a fatal problem. Although he had many trump cards, he lacked the most crucial thing, which was his own strength. His lack of strength made it so that when facing a real Tao Lord, he did not even have the opportunity to use these methods. His body could not move, and the true power in his body had been suppressed, unable to circulate. Even his thoughts had been suppressed to the point of slowing down. Now, he finally understood how fragile he was in front of a Tao Lord. That was a battle on a completely different level. It was no wonder that Xue Xingchuan had told him that when facing a real Tao Lord, his strength was still too weak and not enough. Only at this moment could he understand the helplessness of this sentence. Dead, I'm going to die. This was the only thought in Su Yan's mind at this moment. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event happened again. Shattering palm. At this moment, a wave of power suddenly appeared beside Su Yan, and then an extremely powerful force appeared out of thin air. After that force appeared, it directly blasted towards Xing Tianruo's palm. The two forces collided directly, and then, after blasting open an unknown amount of space, they disappeared into thin air. Third Vice Sect Master, to think that someone of your status would actually want to make a move on a junior. This is truly unexpected. The moment this voice appeared, Su Yan was incomparably surprised. He had heard this voice before, and more than once. It was Yan Shao, the 7th Vice Sect leader of the Limitless Demon Sect. Su Yan had never imagined that Yan Shao, who had almost killed him back then, would suddenly appear at this time. Moreover, he had even helped him resolve Xing Tianruo's palm strike. Yan Shao, how dare you! At this moment, Xing Tianruo immediately shouted angrily. He never thought that Yan Shao would actually appear here and help Su Yan at a time like this. What was Yan Shao trying to do? He couldn't understand it at all, but no matter what, he was incomparably furious at this time. He had originally attacked Su Yan while enduring the attacks of the cursed creatures. Naturally, he could take care of a small ghost face with one strike. In other words, he only needed to endure one blow to achieve his goal. He could naturally bear such a price, but Yan Shao had suddenly appeared at this time. Not only did he resolve his attack on Ghost Face, but the power of his destruction palm was also aimed at him directly. In other words, at this moment, he was in a state of being attacked from both sides. Ha ha ha, 3rd Vice Sect Master, I, Yan Shao, have always been very bold. Yan Shao laughed loudly. Normally, Yan Shao would be wary of Xing Tianruo. After all, as the 3rd Vice Sect Master, one could imagine Xing Tianruo's ability. However, at this time, Xing Tianruo was facing a very strong opponent. He was only causing trouble at the side. Naturally, this attack wouldn't really do anything to the old man, but it was enough to make him suffer. He was already very happy to be able to make him suffer. Back when he was in the Taihang Sword faction, he clearly remembered that Xing Tianruo could actually save him. If he had intervened back then, his arm wouldn't have been cut off. However, he didn't. This old man cherished his wings. He was afraid of being hurt, so he didn't do anything. This was why Yan Zhao's arm was cut off by Xue Xingchuan. At this time, his arm had indeed grown back, but he had paid a huge price for this arm. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Su Yan. Su Yan, right? Come to think of it, this isn't the first time we've met. Come with me. If you continue to stay here, you'll only die. Yan Shao didn't even think about fighting with Xing Tianruo. He knew that there was no need to do so. His goal was simple, and that was Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was right in front of him. It was fine as long as he could achieve his goal. As for whether Su Yan was willing or not, it wasn't within his scope of consideration. At that moment, he extended his hand and grabbed Su Yan. At the same time, he sent a thought into Su Yan's body and sent a stream of power into him. Xing Tianruo, I hope you won't die under the vermilion bird death curse. I'll take my leave first. If you really die, don't worry. I'll definitely build a magnificent tomb for you. After he finished speaking, he directly exploded with power and broke through space. At this time, Su Rui suddenly shouted, "Stay here." She was originally incomparably cold, but when she saw Su Yan being taken away, waves actually appeared in her heart. Therefore, she immediately attacked. A vermilion bird fire appeared and shot towards Yan Shao. The power of this vermilion bird fire was extremely extraordinary. However, Yan Shao didn't care at all. He only said, "Vermilion bird, it's really surprising that you were able to reincarnate." Unfortunately, you're still too weak. Moreover, the things that I, a saint venerable expert, left behind must be uncomfortable for you. Therefore, you should take care of yourself." Yan Shao directly flicked his finger. Immediately, a power appeared and directly dissolved the vermilion bird fire. Then, he immediately disappeared on the spot. Yan Shao naturally knew a little about the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird and the heavenly demon temple actually had a great origin. At this moment, the vermilion bird was indeed too weak. Of course, he could use the cursed creature to display his power. Unfortunately, the cursed creature was now fighting with Xing Tianruo. Amidst his loud laughter, he directly left. In fact, he had always been paying attention to the situation here. He was even more attentive than Xing Tianruo. However, he had been enduring and only showed up at the last moment. As a matter of fact, his choice was extremely correct. Xing Tianruo was too anxious, so he became the first bird to stick his neck out. On the other hand, he was the successful hunter who directly obtained Su Yan. Yan Zhao's voice suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Su Rui suddenly felt a little empty in her heart. She was indescribably angry. At this moment, she suddenly raised her head and said coldly, "Kill him." Hearing her words and feeling her anger, the cursed creature immediately let out an even more violent roar. Its power seemed to have become a little stronger. He felt Su Rui's anger. Su Rui was the reincarnation of the vermilion bird, and he lived for the sake of the vermilion bird. At this moment, since the vermilion bird was angry, he was naturally incomparably angry. At this moment, his strength actually increased again. Such power could no longer be described with the word terrifying. The endless eruption of terrifying power was like a terrifying ghost. At this moment, even Xing Tianruo felt a little uneasy. Damn it, I should leave. At this moment, he already felt that if he didn't leave this place, he would probably stay here forever. At this moment, he felt a terrifying power of heaven and earth gathering towards this place. This was really a strange place. Although he had absolute confidence in himself, he couldn't help but feel scared at this moment. This place was really strange. Everything was exuding an indescribably terrifying aura. If this continued, he was afraid that he would be directly devoured by the power of this place. Although he felt that he was stronger than the Tao Master back then, no matter what, the Tao Master was still a Tao Master. If the Tao Master died here, it could only mean that the existence of this place was a fatal threat to him. At this moment, the terrifying aura kept rolling. He realized that the surrounding space seemed to have become more solid. At that moment, countless demonic ghosts shrieked all of a sudden. Demonic ghosts were extremely special existences. They could only be formed after a powerful demonic clan's soul was unable to be reincarnated after death. Therefore, every demonic ghost must be an extremely powerful existence. Of course, for a Tao Master like him, ordinary demonic ghosts were nothing at all. Even 10 or dozens of demonic ghosts couldn't cause him any harm. However, at this moment, the terrifying power began to spiral. This power spread into the bodies of the demonic ghosts, causing their aura to become even more terrifying. And this kind of terror was simply 10 or even 20 times stronger. This made him feel even more uneasy. I can't wait any longer. I don't know what's wrong with these demonic ghosts. If I wait any longer, I'm afraid I'll die here. Damn it, why is there such a damned place on my Saint Devil Mountain? At this moment, he began to activate the Boundless 9 Demon Seal. The Boundless 9 Demon Seal began to release a radiance. Then, streaks of power began to appear. The terrifying seal condensed in the air, and finally, 9 great original spirits appeared. Chapter 932. Female Literature, 9 Demons Break the Heavens. He immediately let out a terrifying roar. With such power, the terrifying aura finally broke through the restraints of the heavens and broke through the horizon. When the 9 demons seal broke through the heavens, the space finally loosened a little. He immediately headed towards the hole. At this moment, the cursed creature spat out a crimson light. Just as Xing Tianruo was about to break through the defense of the place, he was hit directly. Xing Tianruo's expression immediately became extremely miserable. The power of this attack was not weak. At this moment, his eyes were filled with extreme anger. However, he was already very lucky to be able to leave this place. This place was really strange. Just a while ago, he had already felt an endless amount of power. At this moment, he finally understood why Shi Wuxin and the congregation of specters had left this place. Inside the Heavenly Beast Temple. The battle outside the temple caused the inner palace to tremble constantly. Powerful forces kept surging, and the 10 heavenly bewitches imprisoned here all felt the terrifying impact of the power. The heavenly bewitches who were able to survive until now were naturally all outstanding people. The most outstanding of them all, Lu Lan, had already reached the 5 essences supremacy level. However, she could not leave the Heavenly Beast Temple. At this moment, she looked at the terrifying commotion outside, but her heart could not calm down. She still felt that the terrifying fluctuation seemed to be related to her. At this time, she couldn't help but miss a person. Su Yan, is that you? You must live on. Live on peacefully. At this moment, she was actually very conflicted. She hoped that this person was Su Yan, but also hoped that it was not Su Yan. Because after being imprisoned here for so long, she already knew how terrifying this place was. The Heavenly Beast Temple was really terrifying. It was even a cursed place. That was why the Boundless Demon sect was not worried about imprisoning them here. Moreover, they only allowed a few people to take care of their daily lives. Once they stayed here for too long, they would be infected by the aura of this place. This was the aura of the curse. If they wanted to leave this place, they would be attacked by the demonic ghosts. It was a very terrifying thing. Of course, the Heavenly Demon Temple was even more powerful than the Limitless Demon Sect. She had seen the unfathomable strength of the first Vice Sect Master, and that kind of strength was not something she could understand. She believed that Su Yan would improve very quickly, but she also knew that no matter how powerful Su Yan was, it was impossible for him to reach the heavens in a single bound. Therefore, she did not wish for Su Yan to come and die. Tao's sovereign is still too far away. I wonder when I'll be able to comprehend the Tao's sovereign realm. Without reaching that realm, I still don't have any power to fight back. She didn't know what the process of the demon plan was, but she knew that it was definitely not good for her. It was a kind of bad luck for her. She needed to rebel against her fate. Her strength had increased very quickly, even beyond her imagination, but she did not feel proud of it. This was because the Limitless Demon Sect had contributed to this. They had been sent to the lowest level of the Heavenly Demon Temple to absorb endless demonic power. The Limitless Demon Sect didn't seem to care about their strength at all. Among the 10 heavenly demons, Lu Lan was not the only one who had reached the 5 essences sovereign realm. 2 others had also reached this realm. The weakest of the others had reached the 3 essences Tao's sovereign realm. However, breaking through to the Tao's sovereign realm was still far away in the future. The 5 essences realm seemed to be the limit. Just as Lu Lan was worrying about her realm, Su Yan finally woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a clean room. His injuries had already been bandaged. His body had also been cleaned. At this moment, the scene before he lost consciousness suddenly came back to him. He had been captured by Yan Shao. Yan Shao, the powerful Tao sovereign. Although he had been defeated twice by Shui Xingchuan, Su Yan did not dare underestimate him. Every Tao sovereign was an existence that he had to look up to. Not long ago, he had experienced the might of a powerful Tao sovereign. Such strength, such unfathomable power that seemed to be able to control everything, was simply terrifying. Yan Xiao was his enemy. There was no doubt about it, but Yan Xiao was being so polite to him. Just as he was deep in thought, the door to the room opened and several beautiful women slowly walked in. These women were truly incomparably beautiful. Every single one of them was tender and alluring, causing one to drool. If he had encountered someone with weak willpower, he might have already pounced on them and lost control of himself. Even those with slightly better willpower would probably be unable to bear it. However, Su Yan did not care about this. He directly asked, "Where is Yan Xiao?" The women said, "Lord Peak Lord has already instructed that if you wake up, you can eat first. After that, you can go see him." At this moment, delicious dishes were served one after the other. Su Yan was straightforward. At this moment, he was someone else's prisoner. As the saying goes, since he was already here, he should take things as they came. Since they treated him politely, Su Yan could eat with peace of mind. To be honest, Su Yan had a comfortable meal. With good wine, delicious food, and beautiful women by his side, it was simply the enjoyment of life. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Su Yan said, "Sorry to trouble you." The beauties led Su Yan away. After walking through the palace, Su Yan finally saw Yan Xiao. At this moment, Yan Xiao was reading a book. This was just a history book, not a cultivation method. However, he was quite engrossed in it. It was not until Su Yan arrived that he raised his head and said, "You can all leave." The women all took their leave. "Su Yan, how was your rest?" His attitude was gentle, as if he was Su Yan's elder. However, Su Yan was not so naive. A moment ago, they were enemies, but now they had become friends. How could there be such a good thing in the world? However, at this moment, they were in Yan Xiao's territory. Since Yan Xiao was so polite to him, Su Yan could not lose the way of a guest. Therefore, he said directly, "Thank you for your hospitality, senior. I had a good rest." Su Yan said immediately, "Senior, I'll be frank with you about the love letter. You and I are not friends, right? So what's your purpose?" At this moment, excessive nonsense was completely meaningless. It was better to get straight to the point. Yan Xiao looked at Su Yan and said, "Ha, heroes come from the young. Since you're so straightforward, I'll be frank. I want to cooperate with you." Su Yan was very surprised when he heard his words. He said directly, "Senior, you're a Tao master. I can't think of anything that I can offer that's worth cooperating with you." The most important thing for two people to cooperate with each other was that their value was equal. As a Tao master and the 7th deputy sect leader of the Limitless Demon sect, he was in a high position. On the other hand, Su Yan could only be regarded as a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. Of course, this was only in name. Strictly speaking, he was not even a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. He was a loner, and his strength was not even at the level of a venerable. How could he be qualified to do business with a Tao master in such a state? However, at this moment, Yan Xiao said, "No, Su Yan, you don't have to belittle yourself. You have it, and you have a lot of capital. Let's not talk about other things first. Your ghost face is already very scary. Moreover, I already know your identity. You're the child of destiny. I'm right, so I said that you're qualified to do business with me." Su Yan did not say anything. He just waited quietly. "Well then, I'll be frank. I need to increase my strength." He directly said what he wanted to say. Then, he continued, "I know that there are some conflicts between us. I don't deny this. But in fact, there isn't much conflict between us, is there?" Su Yan did not deny it. Indeed, there was not much conflict between him and Yan Xiao, although he was chased by Yan Xiao. However, he did not suffer any losses. Yan Xiao's intention was very obvious. Since there was no conflict, there was a basis for cooperation. I don't understand what you mean. To be honest, even at this moment, Su Yan still did not know what he was going to say. You're the child of destiny. I know that you must have many destinies. Although I don't know what you're going through now, or which big shots are paying attention to you, I know that you must be living a hard life. Am I right? And I'm willing to share your destiny. After he finished speaking, he looked straight at Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was also silent. There was one thing that he was not wrong about, and that was that he was living a hard life. However, so what? This was his destiny and his path. Could this world really share his destiny? What do you want from me? Su Yan asked directly. The great heavenly demon lord. Yan Shao said directly. At this moment, a beautiful voice was heard. Ghostface, no, I should call you Su Yan. I said that we would meet again. I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Su Yan was surprised by this voice. He would never forget this woman. She was Qing Yu. She was a follower of the great heavenly demon lord. However, shouldn't she be guarding Golden Horse City? Moreover, she had failed to do so. But why was she here? So Senior Yan Shao is a follower of the great heavenly demon lord. Since Yan Shao was with her, everything made sense. At this moment, Yan Shao shook his head and said, You're wrong. I'm not a follower of the great heavenly demon lord. You should know that a true expert only believes in himself. Therefore, I won't trust the extremely powerful great heavenly demon lord. However, I have a cooperative relationship with them. Chapter 933. Female Literature. I think you should think that there's a need for us to talk now, Yan Shao continued. Then first, please tell me how you obtained the inheritance of the great devil heavenly lord and where you obtained it. Don't worry, Su Yan, swear that I won't hurt you. Hearing his words, Su Yan smiled faintly. He said without hesitation, I obtained the inheritance of the great devil heavenly lord in the 5 counties continent. Then, he told Yan Shao about his encounter in the Flowing Clouds sect. Of course, he also mentioned Duan Mulonghu. Moreover, he only told Yan Shao about the demonic finger bone. There were many other things that he couldn't say. After all, everyone should have their own secrets. Yan Shao fell silent. Then, he said, in that case, you obtained the great devil heavenly lord's finger bone and obtained the inheritance from it. Even at this moment, he was still somewhat in disbelief. He didn't expect Su Yan to obtain the inheritance in such a way. This was truly an unbelievable matter. Su Yan said, yes, this finger bone is in my left hand. Su Yan extended his left hand. At this moment, Blue Moon immediately looked over. At this moment, her body released an aura. Su Yan was no stranger to this aura. It was the aura of the great devil heavenly lord. Blue Moon was incomparably sincere. At this moment, she almost directly knelt on the ground. After a long time, she stood up. In that case, the great devil heavenly lord once went to the 5 counties continent. That continent is indeed not simple. Although it has declined to this extent now, I'm afraid it definitely wasn't like this in ancient times. Even a great figure like the great devil heavenly lord would go there. This place was definitely not simple. Alright, senior. What do you want me to do? Don't tell me you want me to give you this finger. Su Yan sneered. At this moment, the great devil heavenly lord's finger bone had fused with his body. If he really cut off his finger, it would be a great injury to Su Yan. At this moment, Qinghua said, of course not. You are the person chosen by the great devil heavenly lord. No matter what, we will not disrespect you. Peak Master Yan Shao needs the inheritance you obtained from the great devil heavenly lord. Regardless of whether it was the heaven-crushing 10 techniques or the god-vanquishing sword technique, they were both top-notch and terrifying ultimate techniques. However, this was nothing to Su Yan. After all, he didn't rely too much on these techniques. Then what do I get? Since it's business, then it's naturally a mutual exchange. Blindly giving won't do. Yes, this was the crux of the matter. Since it was a collaboration, it was impossible for him to only contribute and not receive anything in return. Lu Lan. Yan Xiao only said 2 words. I've investigated you. You're here for Lu Lan, one of the heavenly sirens, right? You're a love-struck one, Yan Xiao said directly. Maybe you still don't know what the real plan is? Yan Xiao asked. Su Yan nodded his head. With regards to this point, he was indeed unaware. At this moment, Qinghua said, let me explain. The so-called plan is to release the demon's soul and fuse it with the demon nature. In the end, the plan is to create the most powerful existence. You should know that the founder of the Limitless Demon sect was the great devil Heavenly Lord. Therefore, the Limitless Demon sect worshipped the great devil Heavenly Lord. However, as time passed, the Limitless Demon sect's respect for the great devil Heavenly Lord dwindled. Some people even wanted to take the great devil Heavenly Lord's power for themselves. At this point, Qingyue's expression was very ugly. It was obvious that she was very angry at this moment. Although the great devil Heavenly Lord had died, he had left behind his inheritance power in the Limitless Demon sect. That was the last flame of hope. In the beginning, the Limitless Demon sect had thought of ways to ignite this last flame and welcome the great devil Heavenly Lord back. However, after the battle with the Stupa sect, the Limitless Demon sect had risen again. However, they no longer had the same respect for the great devil Heavenly Lord. When it came to this sect master, it was even more so. Not to mention respect, they didn't even have the slightest trace of it. This person even wanted to take the great devil Heavenly Lord's power for himself. The so-called plan was only a pretext. His real goal was to use the strongest demon's soul to lure out the demon nature of the great devil Heavenly Lord and then devour it directly. This was an extremely crazy plan. The great devil Heavenly Lord's power was too strong. After fusing with the demon soul, his power would become even more terrifying. If it was an ordinary person, not to mention devouring it, even if they were contaminated by it, they would most likely be stuffed to death by this power. However, this Shi Wuxin was an extremely terrifying person. In the Limitless Demon sect, he had become a new religion. However, the Heavenly Demon Horde didn't think so. The Limitless Demon sect was founded by the great devil Heavenly Lord. What he did was blasphemy against the great devil Heavenly Lord. If the great devil Heavenly Lord returned, he would definitely be killed by the great devil Heavenly Lord. The Limitless Demon sect was indeed powerful. However, it was impossible for there to be no conflicts. Putting aside the conflicts between the Sinluo Hall, the Ghost-Killing Hall, and the Limitless Hall, the Heavenly Demon Horde was also a force. In fact, there were many people in the Limitless Demon sect who were opposed to this plan. At least, the 4th and 5th Vice sect masters were the most resolute opponents. At this moment, it seemed that the 7th Vice sect master was also the same. The dignity of the great devil Heavenly Lord cannot be blasphemed. Su Yan, since you are the one chosen by the great devil Heavenly Lord, we will help you. Of course, in exchange, you must tell the great devil Heavenly Lord's inheritance to Yan Xiao. Su Yan immediately nodded, that's very fair. I agree to this deal. He had already realized the strength of the Limitless Demon sect. He also understood that it was almost impossible for him to reverse the situation of the Limitless Demon sect alone. The Limitless Demon sect was simply too strong. One Xing Tianruo was already enough to make him helpless. Only when he fought with the Tao Sovereign did he realize that his strength was too weak in front of the Tao Sovereign. He did have the means to injure the Tao Sovereign. However, the problem was that under the suppression of the Tao's sovereign, he couldn't display such means at all. If he was alone, not to mention rescuing Lu Lan, he probably wouldn't even be able to see Lu Lan's face. This time, it was actually the 7th Vice Sect Master's credit that he was able to break into the Heavenly Demon Temple. I will tell Peak Lord Yen Shao everything I know about the inheritance the Great Devil Heavenly Lord gave me. However, how are you going to help me? Su Yen asked. This matter is related to the Son of Demon. At this moment, the 7th emissary, Su Yen, walked in. He had been ordered to inquire about the news and had finally returned. The emissary was a subordinate of the Vice Sect Master. Although the emissary was highly regarded by the Vice Sect Master, there was no other emissary in the Limitless Demon Sect who was unconditionally trusted and even treated as a brother. This was also the reason why he was so loyal to Yen Shao. He walked over. Sect Master, Mish Qingyue. Then he nodded at Su Yen. Su Yen also politely returned the greeting. Strictly speaking, this emissary had saved him once. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the 3rd Vice Sect Master's emissary, Zhuo Tao. Sect Master Xing Tianruo still came out of the Heavenly Demon Temple, but he seems to be injured. As for the extent of his injury, I don't know. It turned out that he had gone to inquire about Xing Tianruo. Xing Tianruo was determined to get Su Yen because he needed to truly control the Limitless 9 Demon Seal. It's within my expectations that he could escape. After all, this old man can become the 3rd Vice Sect Master. His strength can't be underestimated, Yen Shao said. But don't worry about him. The Heavenly Demon Temple isn't that simple. I'm afraid his injury won't be suppressed so easily. He won't come out to cause trouble for a while. Su Yen, since you've already spoken, continue. Su Yen said, yes, Sect Master. Brother Su Yen, do you know the true meaning of the Son of Demons? Su Yen asked Su Yen. Su Yen shook his head. He naturally didn't know such a thing, but he already had a guess in his heart. It was probably related to the power of the Great Devil Heaven Lord. Su Yen said, the so-called Son of Demons is a person who exists to inherit the power of the Great Devil Heaven Lord. Among the 3 sons of demons, one will be called the Crown Prince in the end. Then, he will receive the power left behind by the Great Devil Heaven Lord. Only then will he be qualified to be the Sect Master of my Limitless Demon Sect. To be chosen as the Son of Demons meant that he was a 1 in a million powerful figure. Moreover, to be able to escape from the 3 sons of demons meant that he was a genius among geniuses. Whether it was strength or other means, he was an outstanding figure. It was needless to say how terrifying such a person's strength would be after receiving the power left behind by the Great Devil Heaven Lord. In the past, the Stupa sect was also an incomparably powerful sect. It wasn't inferior to the Limitless Demon sect and could even suppress it in many aspects. However, the Stupa sect had made fewer arrangements than the Great Devil Heaven Lord. The Great Devil Heaven Lord had left behind a flame of power, but the Stupa sect hadn't. This was the reason why the Limitless Demon sect became stronger and stronger, while the Stupa sect finally disappeared after the Great War. The demon plan is to select the strongest demon and the strongest demon, then mate and fuse them together. Then, the demon and demon's power will fuse. The demon is naturally the most powerful existence among the 10 great heavenly demon women, and the demon is the most powerful existence among the sons of demons. This generation's sons of demons of the Limitless Demons sect were originally Hua Yunfei, Sheng Wanxing, and Murong Wudi. Unfortunately, Hua Yunfei was too eager for instant success. He wanted to devour the power of the demon god, but in the end, he buried himself. Therefore, the position of the 3rd son of demons was left empty. However, Rosen of the Ghost-Killing Hall suddenly emerged and directly replaced the position of the 3rd son of demons. Chapter 934. Female literature, however, even though it's on the market, it hasn't been confirmed yet. This is our chance. Su Yan listened attentively as he pondered. Brother Su Yan, I can tell you something. I've used my connections to ask around. Among the 10 heavenly demonesses, your little lover, Lu Lan, is currently of 5 essences sovereign. Su Yan was taken aback. He had never imagined that Lu Lan's cultivation had already reached such a high level. This was simply an exaggeration, but he wasn't too happy about it. He could imagine how much pain and suffering Lu Lan had to go through to reach this step. Although she's not the only one who's reached the 5 essences sovereign realm, she still has a good chance of winning. However, I have to tell you that the competition between the heavenly demonesses is very cruel. If you lose, you'll be devoured by your opponent. There's nothing we can do about it. Speaking of which, this was indeed good news. If Lawson wants to truly become the son of demon, there is still one more hurdle. That is, he will have to face the challenges of the younger generation of the Limitless Demon sect. This is your chance, and the only thing you can do for Lu Lan. Defeat Lawson, become the son of demon, and then defeat the other sons of demon. Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes immediately shone with a divine radiance. He was right. This was the only thing he could do for Mo Wuji. Become the son of devil, defeat the other 2, and obtain the blessing of the great devil Sky Lord. Only then will you have a chance. Otherwise, I'm not afraid to tell you that you won't have a chance. Brother Su Yan, your cultivation isn't bad, but what kind of place do you think the Limitless Demon sect is? I can already guess that on that day, the Taihang Sword faction, Divine Wind sect, Raging Flame sect, and even other sects will come to join in the fun. However, they won't be enough. You'll never know how powerful Shi Wuxin and a ghostly cultivator are. Yan Xiao was the one who said this. He was already an expert who had been defeated by a Dao master, but when he said those words, he sounded so solemn. Su Yan could feel his fear towards these 2 figures. Although the Limitless Demon sect has a sect master and 7 vice sect masters, you have to believe me. The sect master, Shi Wuxin, and the first vice sect master, Gui Shenxiu, are people on a completely different level from us. Even we can't guess what level they have reached. Hearing this, Su Yan's thoughts became more dignified. Alright, Whole Lord Yan Xiao, I agree to cooperate with you. Now, I will teach you the heaven-crushing 10 styles, the deity-vanquishing sword, and the other techniques of the great devil heaven master. I believe that with your abilities, you will be able to learn them quickly. Su Yan did not waste any time. Immediately, he condensed all the knowledge that Lord Great Demon Heaven had given him into a stream of power and transmitted it to Yan Xiao. To Yan Xiao, these were naturally extremely precious. However, both of them understood that this was just the beginning. If this was all he could get, then he would be too kind. Su Yan, you are still too weak. Whether it is Sheng Wanxing or Murong Wudi, they are both very powerful and terrifying. I know that you fought with Sheng Wanxing in the sword pool, and you won against him by 1 move. In the end, you reversed the crisis of the sword pool, but I think you have to know one thing. The Sheng Wanxing you killed back then was only his doppelganger. What? Only a doppelganger? At this time, Su Yan was really surprised. But how could this be? A doppelganger? In that case, how powerful was his strength? Even Su Yan at this moment did not dare to believe it. I know that this is indeed a very difficult thing to accept, but this is the truth. Sheng Wanxing's cultivation technique is the Holy Demon Gemini Star. Once this technique is cultivated, it will produce a doppelganger and an original body. Sheng Wanxing's doppelganger is only a doppelganger. As for where his original body is and how powerful it is now, no one knows. When Su Yan said this, his eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Su Yan's heart became heavier. When he fought with Sheng Wanxing, he used a lot of means to barely win. But now, he heard that it was only a doppelganger at that time. This was simply terrifying. In that case, how powerful was his original body? There is also Murong Wudi. Among the three devil sons, he is currently recognized as the most powerful person. So, you can imagine his strength. To be frank, I am no match for him. Hearing this, Su Yan's pupils shrank. A 5 essences venerable. The powerful Su Yan was actually so sure that he was no match for him. How terrifying this was. At least, Su Yan had no chance of winning against him unless he allowed him to use the Godslayer sword intent. However, this was simply impossible. The more he fought with experts, the more he knew how terrifying they were. Even if you had the means to hurt them, you would not necessarily be able to win. The flower protector was actually just a joke. After all, he was only a 3 essences Dao master and could not really exert the power he possessed. At this time, Su Yan seemed to want to beat down Su Yan's self-confidence. He continued, "As for Rosen, I have already investigated. You have fought with him many times, and it seems that you have won every time. However, you can't let your guard down because of this." After Rosen returned to the ghost-killing hall, he was personally taught by the ghost deity cultivator. I am not sure how strong he is now, but since he dares to bear the title of Devil's Son, it means that he has the confidence to compete with these 2 people. What? Rosen was taught by the ghost deity cultivator? Hearing this news, Su Yan was immediately surprised. He remembered clearly that when the Divine Devil Island brought them to the void battlefield, the ghost deity cultivator suddenly appeared and wanted to devour Rosen. Logically speaking, they should be mortal enemies, but this time, Rosen actually returned to the ghost-killing hole. Duanmu Longhu. A person immediately appeared in Su Yan's mind. During the confrontation with Emperor Wu Hui, Rosen seemed to have begun to follow Duanmu Longhu. If that was the case, then Duanmu Longhu's shadow was behind this as well. This person was really like a ghost that refused to leave. Duanmu Longhu. Is it this person again? Yan Shao frowned when he heard this name. Even he could not imagine what this person who came back from the dead wanted to do. Su Yan was so afraid of Shirtoshi, and so was he. However, no matter what, Su Yan, first of all, you have to admit that your strength is not enough. I can help you enter the competition, but how you grasp it depends on you. Su Yan had to admit that this was indeed a fact. It turned out that he had underestimated the heroes of the world. If that was the case, then forget about Sheng Wansheng and that mysterious Murong Wudi. It was hard to say if he could win against Rosen again. However, now is another opportunity. Perhaps it can increase your strength, but you have to understand that this is very dangerous. It is very likely that you will die. Yan Shao suddenly spoke at this time. Su Yan said, "Please enlighten me, Sect Lord Yan Shao." At this time, any opportunity was extremely rare for Su Yan. Even if there was only a slight possibility, he would not give up. Shura Cave. Yan Zhao's expression changed, and then he said, "You should also know that our world is connected to many other worlds. Below the limitless demon sect, there is a place called Shura Cave. Shura often appears there, and that is where I am responsible for guarding. Shura is an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. They are synonymous with destruction. They were born to destroy, and are even more terrifying than demons. Shura Cave is a passage connecting our world and the Shura world. I am not afraid to tell you directly. This time, the disaster in Shura Cave is about to break out, so someone must guard it and repel or even neutralize this powerful impact. Now, I don't have enough people." When Yan Shao said this, he was actually a little dissatisfied. Many of his men were killed or injured under Su Yan's scheme. If Su Yan had encountered a narrow-minded person, he would have already killed Su Yan. "Do you mean that I should guard Shura Cave?" Su Yan asked. Yan Shao said, "Yes, I have already said that I am using you. It is also very likely that I am trying to kill you. Of course, in such a cruel place, you will have endless opportunities. If you can really gain something there, then you will really have a chance to soar to the sky. At this time, Yan Xiao was in a good mood. Just as he said, he was blatantly trapping Su Yan at this time. This was an overt scheme. The so-called overt scheme clearly told the other party that this was a trap, but he still had to go. At this time, he had already obtained the deity-vanquishing sword and heaven-breaking 10 styles from Su Yan. Although it was not much, it was still useful to him. Su Yan had entered the Shura cave. If he could succeed and come out alive, it would naturally be a good thing. In the future, he could slowly trade with Su Yan and obtain more benefits. Moreover, they could also resolve this crisis at the same time. Why not do it? However, if Su Yan failed, it was actually not a big deal. Su Yan could naturally guess this. But just as he said, he couldn't care less about anything at this moment. All he wanted to do now was to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Okay, I will go. Chapter 935. Female Literature, I'll go. Su Yan said these 2 words with incomparable firmness. The Shura cave was located in a remote underground area of the Saint Devil Mountain. It was an extremely dangerous place, so ordinary people were not qualified to know about it. Even if they knew, what could they do? It was only a dead end for him. Therefore, those who could enter this place must be powerhouses above venerable ones. Only venerable ones could fight against the Shura that appeared here. Those below venerable ones did not even know about this place, let alone enter it. At this moment, the seal of the Shura cave was opened. Yan Xiao had to come here personally. Without him, the seal could not be opened at all. At this moment, the space was being constantly attacked, and whistling sounds were constantly heard. The terrifying roar seemed to be able to penetrate one's heart. At this moment, Su Yan's power was constantly changing. He was sensing the aura here. Su Yan was still somewhat familiar with this aura. He had already come into contact with the Shura in the secret realm of the Monster Palace. His first lover, Lin Hualu, had also completely disappeared there. At the thought of this, he immediately became a little absent-minded. What's wrong? Are you not used to the aura here? It shouldn't be that bad, right? Yan Xiao said directly. Su Yan said, it's not that I'm not used to it. It's just some past. Yan Xiao saw that Su Yan was not interested, so he did not say anything more. Can you see that this space is already flashing with lightning? This lightning is the Shura that's constantly attacking the seal. Yan Xiao said, the Shura is really a terrifying name. Back then, when I had just become a venerable one, I had already come here. When I first came here, I almost died here. Yan Xiao looked like he was reminiscing. It was as if he was recalling the past. If Yan Xiao did not exist, in his era, Yan Xiao would have been the one who could rule everything. However, at this moment, he actually looked like he was reminiscing. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the battle back then was. Right at this moment, Yan Zhao's expression suddenly changed, and he said, Su Yan, actually, you should know that our world is plagued with internal and external troubles. Who knows how many foreign races are coveting it? Putting everything else aside, just the evil demon clan alone is a huge problem for us. Back then, the 7 great saints joined forces and were accompanied by countless experts. They were able to defeat the evil demon clan, but that was all. Now, it won't be long before they make a comeback. Let's not talk about the evil demons. There's also the Shura, the shadow creatures, and the void beasts. They're all huge threats. Unfortunately, we only know how to fight amongst ourselves. Yan Xiao sounded like a saint at this moment. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on him. At this time, Su Yan discovered that his sigh actually came from the depths of his soul. At the very least, that was what his senses were telling him. When he first came into contact with Yan Xiao, he only felt that Yan Xiao's power was overwhelming, and he couldn't resist at all. He couldn't even face Yan Xiao. Even though he had fallen into the body of the sea-splitting demonic snake at that time, it was still very dangerous. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the summoning power of the demon god island, he would probably have died at that time. At that time, Su Yan's only thought was revenge. He wanted to surpass this powerful Dao master one day. However, Yan Xiao was defeated by Shui Xingchuan on the 2 occasions he appeared. Su Yan had always regarded this person as an enemy. At this time, he actually showed such a compassionate side. Oh Lord Yan Xiao is merciful. Su Yan admires you. This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. Ever since he, Su Yan, had arrived in this world, he had been constantly on the move. Fate seemed to have an invisible line that led him to an unknown distance. However, there was one thing that couldn't be changed. From beginning to end, he had been running around and fighting for his own fate. As for compassionate side, Su Yan didn't have that. He had already met many experts, such as Shui Xingchuan and Zhang Zhe. They were all righteous people, and their hearts weren't bad. However, even in them, Su Yan had never seen such a compassionate side. He didn't expect to see it in a big shot of the demon path. Therefore, there was no such thing as good or evil or right or wrong in this world. Most of the time, a person's birth determined everything. In the end, good and evil couldn't be clearly distinguished subjectively. Forget it. What compassionate side? I'm just afraid of death. I don't want to turn into ashes in the great calamity, so I'm thinking of ways to get what I want from you. The more chaotic this world is, the slimmer our chances of survival are. Everything is just like that. Su Yan's heartstrings were touched by his words. At this time, he was also silent. At this time, a ray of light suddenly appeared. It was a flash of lightning. When it first appeared, it didn't seem like much. However, later on, it became incomparably heaven-defying. The powerful force almost made everyone feel incomparable pain. This kind of terrifying aura was really terrifying. Even Su Yan couldn't help but take a step back. At this time, he said, a powerful Shura king has torn space. It seems that the Shura who came out of the crack this time is a Shura marshal. Previously, Su Yan had already understood the Shura tribe. The Shura king was incomparably terrifying. Their status was comparable to that of a Dao master. Their physical bodies were invincible, and their combat methods were even more terrifying. They were so powerful that under certain conditions, they could even tear space cracks. This Shura cave was the intersection point between the Shura realm and this infinite world. Therefore, the space here was weak. If a powerful Shura kept attacking this place, it could weaken the space here. At this time, the Shura king would take action. He would tear space and transport the powerful Shura here. The Shura he transported here were all terrifyingly powerful. If a human cultivator hadn't reached the venerable realm, it would be impossible for them to resist. In order to ensure that the path was smooth, the first Shura to appear was usually the most powerful Shura marshal. He used his powerful strength to stand firm and let the other Shura come one by one. At this time, the 7th emissary said, "It's the Inferno Shura." An old opponent. Last time, I let him leave. This time, I want to meet him again. Su Yan, you can't get close to that place. Because once you do, the Shura king will sense your aura and attack directly. Their battle will damage the space. It may destroy the seal, but it may also expand the space. Therefore, only experts below the Dao Master can attack. Do you dare to go with me and meet this group of Shura beasts? As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, he was already moving forward. Su Yan had already mentally prepared himself before he came. Although he was a member of the Boundless Demon sect, at this time, his heart was also aroused. At this time, he directly moved forward. His terrifying power turned into a long dragon and fell directly. That Inferno Shura is yours. Leave the rest to me. The space around the Azura cave was very special. The Dao masters on both sides of the Azura cave would hardly make a move, and transporting a 5 essences Azura king would consume a huge amount of energy, so there would only be one Azura king at a time. But now, this Inferno Shura had been chosen by Su Yan. The remaining Shura was Su Yan's opponent. At this time, Su Yan didn't hesitate at all. He directly moved forward. Then, the battle began. At this time, powerful forces kept rising. A fierce battle began. After the powerful Shura died, Shura crystals would be dropped. This crystal contained a lot of energy and was pure and flawless. It was the best tonic. This was the opportunity that Yan Shao had mentioned to Su Yan. The more Shura Su Yan could kill, the more powerful Shura he could kill, and the more he could obtain. Su Yan directly entered the Shura cave. At this time, there was still a flash of lightning. When Su Yan arrived in front of the lightning, a Shura immediately appeared. Back then, in the Shura temple, Su Yan suffered a lot. However, at that time, he would be facing Shuras who had already been sealed. Their strength would definitely not be too strong. They could only be considered as the weakest. But now, it was different. Now, he was facing Shura in his prime. When the light of the lightning finally disappeared, a giant of about 2 meters tall appeared in front of Su Yan. This was undoubtedly Shura. His skin was dark blue, which was a very oppressive color. When his eyes fell on Su Yan immediately felt an extremely oppressive aura. Hidden in that aura was an endless bloodthirsty desire. Human. Finally, I can kill and drink blood. To the Shuras, humans were all prey. Killing their prey and then devouring them was the most exciting thing for them. At this time, Su Yan's eyes also surged. He did not underestimate Shura in front of him. At this time, a voice came, Su Yan, Shura Cave is a magical place. Not only is the space here complicated, but more importantly, the time here is also very chaotic. Simply put, a month in here may only be a day in the outside world. Although this is not absolute, it is generally the case. Even Su Yan was shocked after hearing this news. At this time, it was less than 10 days before the start of the demon plan. Even if Su Yan was a genius, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in his strength in 10 days. However, it was different here. 10 days meant that he had 10 months. Although 10 months was not a long time for a cultivator, compared to Su Yan at this time, this was already great news. Chapter 936. Girls' Literature, Human, are you thinking about how to be killed by me? At this moment, Shura's voice pierced Su Yan's mind. At this moment, an extremely terrifying power directly blasted towards Su Yan. This power was so powerful and so terrifying. A fluctuation in the air actually appeared out of thin air at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's power suddenly skyrocketed. He did not hesitate at all and directly blasted out a punch. The moment he punched out, there was actually the sound of a dragon's roar constantly trembling in the air. Such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. Shura was immediately taken aback. Before he made his move, he never thought that Su Yan's counterattack would be so terrifying and fierce. For a moment, he was actually at a disadvantage. Su Yan's terrifying fist directly bombarded his body. Shura's body had always been extremely terrifying. In this regard, even demons had to admit defeat. However, at this moment, Su Yan's punch blasted over, and his entire body began to tremble. Like a ferocious beast, the power continued to attack his body. Damn it, you're just a human. Shura boundless. This punch immediately made him extremely angry. He was dissatisfied that he was forced to such a point by such a punch and immediately wanted to counterattack. Shura Boundless was his secret method. He directly mobilized all the power in his body in an instant, as if he was directly extracting water from a reservoir and then turning it into a monstrous wave that immediately smashed down. The previous clash had already let him know that the human in front of him was not simple. Unlike other humans, he could not be judged by his realm at all. Just at the moment when his power was about to erupt, Su Yan sneered again. You've already been suppressed by me, and you still want to turn the tables. If you can really do it, then I, Su Yan, will write the 2 words I, Su Yan, upside down. God Punisher. At this moment, the Scorching Sun sword appeared, and he immediately used his sword technique. This was not a direct use of the Godslayer sword intent, but a terrifying killer move that he had comprehended from the Godslayer sword intent. When Su Yan combined this sword with the deity-vanquishing sword that the great devil Heaven Lord had passed down, its power was incomparably terrifying. The terrifying power was rolling like thunder. Rays of light were constantly vibrating at this moment. At this moment, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. This sword beam was extremely stunning. Even Su Yan himself felt that this sword beam had broken through his previous shackles and reached a whole new level. His cultivation level was still at the 10 Dragons realm, but the combat power he unleashed was enough to sweep through everything. That terrifying aura and incomparably powerful strength gave him a whole new understanding of himself. I understand now. This is the benefit of continuous battles. Good, that's the effect I want. Battles made people grow. This time, he had been continuously hunted down by the limitless demon sect, and had also experienced many battles. In fact, he had been constantly improving without realizing it. Of course, he also knew that this was far from enough. If he wanted to become an existence that could rival the Son of Demons, he would need to work even harder. The Son of Demons was simply too powerful. His only hope was to carry out an endless slaughter here. And right now, this was his first prey. When the sword fell, Shura's body was penetrated by the terrifying sword beam before he could fully unleash his power. Such a terrifying aura seemed incomparably violent at this moment. At this moment, Shura still could not believe that he had been defeated in a single blow. At this moment, dragon aura began to appear from Su Yan's body. 10 dragons directly entangled Shura, and the 10 dragon shadows began to devour Shura. That was true devouring. Under the dance of the 10 dragons, Shura's body rapidly withered. Such a change was simply shocking. When Su Yan saw this scene, he was also extremely shocked. Such an unforeseen event was too sudden. After Shura's death, he would form a Shura crystal, and that was a good thing for human cultivators to directly devour. It was also a way for them to quickly become stronger. But at this moment, Su Yan's dragon aura actually devoured Shura's entire body. At the next moment, Su Yan immediately realized that an extremely large amount of power was gathering towards his body. There was actually a boundless killing aura in that power. It was as if there was a terrifying image of a mountain of blades and a sea of flames dancing continuously. That will was Shura's will. At this moment, he wanted to completely destroy Su Yan's consciousness. But at this moment, Su Yan's revered sword soul suddenly moved. A clear spring directly flowed at this moment, immediately suppressing that extremely huge pressure. Such a terrifying killing intent seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Even Su Yan himself found this scene unbelievable. Devoured, almost perfectly devoured. Su Yan muttered to himself. He could feel the energy in his body skyrocketing. At this moment, the 7th Deputy Sect Master, Yen Shao, also witnessed this scene in the distance. Sure enough, this kid has too many strange things on him. But it doesn't matter, I'll just squeeze it out bit by bit. As for now, I still have something to do. Now that Shura Cave was opened, he immediately had to suppress this Shura cave. In other words, his confrontation with the Shura king of the Shura realm had already begun. Of course, his confrontation was different from what Su Yan needed. It was a direct competition of the spatial laws, and it would not be a life-and-death battle, but it was still very important. However, this was the Wuji world after all, and the Jojo continent was his home ground. He was blessed by the will of heaven and could save a lot of effort. No matter how proud and arrogant he was, he had to admit that if they were in the same environment, he would not be a match for the Shura king. Not only him, but ordinary Dao masters would not be a match for the Shura king of the same realm. The moment Su Yan swallowed the first Shura, he was immediately targeted by many wills. Each of these wills was filled with extremely strong killing intent, as if they wanted to directly tear Su Yan apart at this moment. These were all Shura who had descended, and their wills were all locked on Su Yan's body. Because Su Yan had swallowed the first Shura, he had the resentment and curse of the Shura. As long as Su Yan had this unique aura, he would be hunted down crazily. Killing would never stop easily. Being targeted by such wills, Su Yan immediately felt the pressure. It should be known that the Shura who could appear here were at least venerable ones. In other words, they were the Shura generals of the Shura tribe. With so many wills, anyone would feel extremely pressured. However, at this time, Su Yan laughed. At this time, he did not retreat and counterattacked. Instead, he directly rushed toward a nearby light. Shura. Come on, I'll kill as many of you as you come today. This was a war that was destined to have no good or evil, only life and death. Su Yan's speed was too fast. He flashed continuously and immediately arrived in front of the Shura. This Shura was the same as the Shura that Su Yan had killed. It was also tall and powerful, and had an extremely deep will. When he noticed Su Yan's arrival, he immediately unleashed all the power of the Shura. At this moment, his aura had already enveloped Su Yan. Roar! A monster-like roar directly burst out. Such a power was as terrifying as a heavenly dragon descending to the world. At this time, Su Yan did not retreat at all. At this time, the scorching sun sword directly released the light of raging flames at this time, and the scorching aura directly rose at this time. Sun-colored glaze. At this moment, his sword intent had been raised to the extreme. At this time, such a light seemed so deep at this time. The terrifying power at this time was simply to destroy everything. It was another simple confrontation, and the collision between the two sides immediately caused an extremely terrifying energy tide. The Shura had already used all his strength the moment he appeared, but at this time, he was shocked to find that his attack could not do anything to Su Yan at all. At this time, there was an inexplicable panic in his heart. It should be known that the Shura tribe was a tribe born to fight. When they fought, they were incomparably crazy and would not retreat. And the moment they felt fear in their hearts, it was the moment they walked towards death. A Shura without invincible strength and a crazy fighting spirit was not qualified to live in this world. At this moment, Su Yan's power directly crushed down. Die for me. He was so ruthless that he directly took a life. At this time, an extremely chaotic power began to erupt from the Shura's body. Die for the Shura. The Shura felt ashamed of his own cowardice, so at this moment, he chose death. Using his own life to drag the enemy into mutual destruction, this was the persistence of his tribe. At this time, Su Yan's eyes suddenly burst out. Damn thing, you actually want to kill yourself. To Su Yan, the Azura was not only an enemy, but also prey. Their bodies were the best nourishment for him to improve his strength. Therefore, he would absolutely not allow it. At this moment, his sea of consciousness suddenly rolled, and the bright moon in his sea of consciousness suddenly emitted an extremely bright light. The light directly shone, and in the end, it directly appeared on Su Yan's forehead and fell on the Shura's body, who was in the midst of self-destruction. At this time, the Shura's expression immediately showed confusion, and even his body's self-destruction was delayed by a beat. At this time, Su Yan's dragon chi had already spread out. Kill, kill, kill. The dragon chi began to directly devour the Shura, but at this time, the other Shura directly rushed towards Su Yan. Live for battle, die before battle. Being devoured by a human like this was the greatest insult to the Shura. In any case, such a thing could not be allowed to happen. At this time, almost all the Shura's eyes were focused on Su Yan, and their aura at this time had become incomparably strong. Chapter 937. Girls' Literature, Attack from All Sides. At this time, their power continued to attack at this time, forcing Su Yan to let go of the Shura. These guys were ruthless. They completely ignored the Shura next to them and only wanted to kill him. If he did not escape, then he would immediately be shrouded by such power. But if he escaped, then the previous battle would be in vain. This Shura would completely die under the attack of the companions, and he would not have any chance to devour it. Square Seal, set the universe. At this time, Su Yan directly summoned the Square Seal. In the Square Seal, the will of the white-boned black tortoise had been destroyed by Su Yan. Without the will of the white-boned black tortoise, this Square Seal passed down by the Stupa sect seemed to lack a unique spirituality. However, Su Yan did not care about this. What he needed was a magic treasure that he could use, and not something that would cause him trouble at a critical time. Suppress, stop them. It did not take too long. It would be enough to buy him a little time. As long as he could stop them for a while, then he would be able to complete the devouring. At this moment, the Square Seal immediately shone, and a huge shadow of a black tortoise appeared. It directly enveloped Su Yan. So what if the Shura are attacking me? I'm going to take the chestnut out of the fire. Su Yan's power was operating wildly. At this time, the power of the Very Supreme was also operating at this time, constantly refining this power. As the refining went on, his aura was also increasing. Another Shura, together with the Shura crystal and everything else, was all devoured by Su Yan. Su Yan was able to directly turn at least half of the power into his own. This was an extremely terrifying efficiency. At this time, he smiled coldly and said, "I'll let you guys have a taste of the power of the Shura." At this time, Su Yan's aura was operating, and the power that had not been refined by him was forcibly condensed on his long sword. Destroy. Another sword fell down. The terrifying sword tip continued to rotate at this time. The incomparable power whistling sound was simply incomparably terrifying. His power was so strong at this time that the Shura who were close to him were immediately covered by this sword chi. Ha ha ha, come on, kill me. At this time, Su Yan put away the Square Seal. The Shura was indeed terrifying. The four-direction seal had only lasted for a short period of time before it began to falter. However, Su Yan was already very happy that he was able to buy so much time for himself. At this time, he immediately activated the demonic dragon wings and directly rushed into the Shura cave. At this time, they were caught in a bitter battle. Two Shura now. This Su Yan really has some tricks up his sleeve. He knew that Su Yan had yet to become a venerable, but the fact that he was able to kill two Shura in such a short time was already very rare. Even a 2 essences supremacy, or even a 3 essences supremacy, would not be able to do better than Su Yan. Su Yan had helped him attract the attention of almost all the Shura. Of course, he only took a glance and did not pay attention to it, because at this time, the flaming Shura was suppressing him with an even fiercer attack. Su Yan's aura continued to rise, and the slaughter continued. After devouring 2 Shura, the energy in Su Yan's body had reached a new limit. However, at this time, he was not satisfied at all. The slaughter had just begun. Satisfied? That was just a joke. At this time, Su Yan was constantly fleeing, and the Shura had begun to chase him. In a battle of attrition, the Shura would constantly attack the humans' defenses, and the human venerables would bitterly defend. However, at this time, it had become a chase. There was almost no pressure on the 7th Vice sect leader's side. This kind of chase was extremely good for Su Yan. His biggest advantage was his speed. In a battle, as long as you were fast enough, you would have enough advantage to kill the enemy. At this time, Su Yan was constantly using his speed advantage to move around. Then, he would look for opportunities to directly assassinate the Shura who were alone. The Shura were extremely angry at Su Yan. However, there was nothing they could do. After more than half a day, the headless Shura had begun to fall. Such a loss had completely enraged the flaming Shura. However, at this time, Su Yan would not let him escape. Damn you, human! The power of the flaming Shura directly pressed down. It was the terrifying fire of the great Shura, and its terrifying power was almost the pinnacle of heaven and earth. However, Su Yan did not dodge. He let out a soft cry, and a terrifying demonic light directly swept out at this moment. Holy demonic heavenly light. The power of the two sides was still tit for tat. At this time, the Shura cave changed again, and a huge spatial crack appeared. The moment the spatial crack appeared, Su Yan's expression immediately changed. Damn you, Martial Shura! For so many years, every time the Shura realm attacked, only one Martial Shura could be sent. Therefore, according to their calculations, they only needed to delay the flaming Shura. Even if Su Yan died in battle, they could still hold on. However, at this time, the spatial crack's appearance immediately disrupted the layout of the place. At this time, the appearance of another Shura was simply a disaster for them. Kiki, stupid human, do you think you're the one holding me back? No, you're wrong. In fact, I'm the one holding you back. At this time, the powerful sea of flames of the Shura spread directly at this time, and immediately surrounded Su Yan. What a cunning plan! Su Yan immediately realized that he was now in unimaginable trouble. These guys were really bold. They actually wanted to kill him directly. Humph! That little brat is actually able to kill so many powerful warriors of my clan. He can be considered powerful. However, that's all there is to it. After you, I will immediately kill him and eat him. At this moment, the second shadow had already appeared. The second Martial Shura. Even at this time, Su Yan felt an incomparably huge pressure. Being held down by two Shura marshals was simply a huge disaster. Before he could react, the second Martial Shura had already made his move. At this time, his power directly emerged. Demonic Blade Shura. A terrifying cold light appeared. Such a radiance was so terrifying that it almost annihilated the world. When that terrifying illusion appeared, even if it was as powerful as Su Yan, at this time, his mind was taken away in a short time. At this time, Yan Shao realized that something was wrong and immediately made his move. His Yama Son of Heaven sword erupted at this time, and a powerful force directly flew out. His power was incomparably strong. Under such a blow, everything would be torn apart. However, at this moment, an attack also came from the other side of the Shura cave. Hee, do you really want to fight with me? The Shura King's mocking voice sounded. At this moment, if a terrifying attack was launched, then a huge crisis would erupt in the Shura cave. This was a responsibility that even Yan Shao couldn't bear. At this time, he could only watch as his beloved Su Yan was swallowed by this terrifying radiance. After a short period of absent-mindedness, Su Yan finally recovered, but it was already too late. His demonic light could no longer break free from the shackles of the flames. Even if it could break free, it was already too late. Damn it, I didn't expect to fall here today. Su Yan had entered the Shura cave many times, but he had never encountered such a situation. The Shura realm had actually teleported 2 great Shura marshals here at this time. This was a disaster. Just as he was in despair, an extremely terrifying power suddenly appeared. Godslayer Sword Intent. An extremely terrifying sword intent directly pierced through the void. This sword intent was so terrifying that it had long surpassed one's imagination. The terrifying aura was like the blade of a wind valley that constantly swept out. Such a powerful force was constantly changing. The power of the Shura demonic blade was instantly destroyed. After destroying the Shura demonic blade, the sword intent showed no signs of stopping. It directly went towards the second great Shura marshal that had appeared. The change was too fast. The sword intent was too fast. The terrifying sword intent directly cut the second marshal in half, causing him to die. At the level of great Shura marshal, his body was incomparably strong. He was almost immortal. Even if his head was cut off, he could still be reborn. However, this time, the Godslayer sword intent was given by the real Godslayer sword. The moment the change occurred, Su Yan had already noticed the change in this place. Thus, he did not hesitate to use this sword intent. In reality, the Godslayer sword intent was very precious. After all, he had only mastered one sword intent at this time. Every time he used it, it consumed his strength. However, Su Yan still used it without hesitation. Shura King's attention was all on Su Yan. He did not expect that Su Yan would have such power. Thus, the appearance of the Godslayer sword intent was so unexpected. It immediately achieved a miraculous effect. "Why aren't you leaving?" Su Yan's voice immediately rang in Su Yan's ears. Not only did the Godslayer sword intent kill the second great Shura marshal that appeared, but it also directly scattered the power of the flaming Shura. At this moment, there was nothing holding Su Yan back, so he could naturally leave. However, if he continued to be in a daze, it would be too late for Shura King and the flaming Shura marshal to react. "I can't thank you enough." Su Yan immediately retreated. Almost at the same time, a terrifying fluctuation appeared in the air. The great Shura marshal was killed. The Shura King was naturally extremely angry. At this moment, he actually started to flip the table. "No need. I'm just returning the favor." In the past, Su Yan's appearance allowed Su Yan to escape from Zwolatao. Now, he was returning the favor. Chapter 938. Female Literature, You're Courting Death. At this moment, King Shura flew into a rage out of humiliation. Marshal Shura was an extremely tyrannical existence. A Shura king couldn't possibly have many Shura marshals under him. 2 of them was already an extremely luxurious lineup. This time, 2 Shura marshals moved out together. They wanted to catch the human 5 essences venerable off guard and kill him directly. Originally, everything was going very smoothly. Taking people by surprise would always yield good results. However, it was a pity that a sword intent that suddenly descended disrupted everything. This sword intent was truly terrifying. That terrifying power was enough to injure him, let alone an Azura at the level of a marshal. But before this, how could he have expected such a thing to happen? This Shura king had launched countless invasions and naturally had a good understanding of the human realm. Su Yan's battle strength naturally attracted his attention. After all, he could see that Su Yan was still not a venerable. But he had already killed several Shura marshals. However, in the vast human world, there were always a few geniuses. This wasn't anything to be surprised about. If that 5 essences venerable was killed, then under the joint attack of the 2 marshals, all the humans here would die. They had no chance of escaping. But he never expected that Su Yan would be able to burst out with such terrifying sword intent and kill his favorite general in one fell swoop. How could he not be angry? Although he couldn't attack with his full strength, he could still kill this kid. A terrifying will descended, and an enormous power directly descended. Just this will alone was a bit more terrifying than the Shura devil blade from before. At this moment, Su Yan felt this will. Suddenly, the same feeling he had when facing Xing Tianruo that day appeared again. When facing a Dao Venerable, it wasn't a matter of whether or not you had a trump card that could hurt him. It was a matter of whether or not you could break free from his will. If Yan Shao hadn't suddenly appeared that day, Su Yan wouldn't have had a chance. At this moment, it was no longer possible for Yan Shao to do anything. That was because King Shura had already disrupted the space before he attacked. Yan Shao had to stabilize it. What's more, the furious King Shura's attack enveloped him and Su Yan at the same time. Damn it! Despair filled Su Yan's heart, but no matter what, he was not willing to die like this. Therefore, at this moment, his strength was constantly rising, and his sea of consciousness was also crazily gathering power. He wanted to break free from everything and finally welcome freedom. It was at this moment that Yan Shao suddenly roared, God Vanquishing Sword. It was the deity vanquishing sword that Su Yan had imparted to him. As Yan Zhao's power erupted, an extremely terrifying demonic sword appeared in the void. The demonic sword swept across the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was completely separated. Yan Shao was indeed a genius. In such a short period of time, he had already mastered this move. The deity vanquishing sword that he displayed was many times stronger than Su Yan's. In an instant, the realm that King Shura had created was directly cut apart. However, at this moment, Yan Shao seemed to have used up all his strength. After all, this was only his first time using it. He had already used all his strength to achieve this. Su Yan. At this moment, his strength was no longer sufficient. However, he could still barely save one person. Between Su Yan and Su Yan, he did not hesitate at all and chose to save Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan could not bear to. After all, Su Yan was in such a dangerous situation because of him. Don't talk nonsense. Su Yan is the child of destiny. He won't die so easily. Yan Shao immediately formed a palm and forcibly snatched Su Yan away. At the same time, he forcefully activated his power again. Then, a terrifying attack appeared. Su Yan, in front of you is the Shura realm. If you want to live, escape into it. This is the last effort I can do for you. However, whether or not you can survive depends on your own luck. I will wait for you for 10 days. After saying this, Yan Shao left without looking back. At this moment, Su Yan immediately took a deep breath. He didn't say anything unnecessary and directly entered the passage. Although Su Yan was furious that Yan Shao would abandon him because of Su Yan, he knew that this was inevitable. If it were him, he would have made the same choice. Moreover, Yan Shao had helped him obtain a chance of survival. He had forcibly turned a situation where there was no chance of survival into a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Even so, he was still very grateful. Alright, I will definitely return in 10 days. The laws of time in both realms were distorted. 10 days in this world would be at least 10 months in the Shura realm, or even longer. Therefore, Su Yan still had a glimmer of hope. What a decisive boy. In that case, I will fight for you. I hope you will not disappoint me. Yan Shao stabilized at this moment and then his gaze fell on King Shura. Since you dare to cross over to this world, don't blame me for killing you. He directly condensed his power. It was necessary to activate the deity vanquishing sword again. The second time he used it, it was naturally smoother than the first time. Many things that he did not understand before immediately fell into place. An expert in the Dao Master realm was so terrifying. At this moment, King Shura immediately let out an angry roar. At this point, he had no other choice. He could only choose to retreat. After all, he was currently being suppressed by the laws of this world. If he did not leave now, he might really die here. Damn it, the Shura realm will rule over the world sooner or later. When that time comes, I will definitely kill all of you. That day is not too far away. His voice gradually faded away, but that anger will continue to ripple in the air. At this moment, Yan Zhao's expression was very ugly. This time, he was made a fool of by his opponent. If it was not for Su Yan's sudden burst of power, he would probably have died. At this moment, although he had saved Su Yan was forced to enter the Shura realm. The Shura realm was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying place. No one knew what it was like. Legend had it that some of the 7 great saints had entered that place. Other than that, no one else knew. He had no other choice, so at the last moment, he contacted his fellow Taoists in the Shura realm, hoping that Su Yan would really have heaven-defying luck. After all, for him, Su Yan was an extremely important subordinate of his, and he had a deep relationship with him. Lord. At this moment, Su Yan looked at Yan Zhao, silent and did not know what to say. At this moment, Yan Zhao said, "Don't blame yourself. This may be his predestined tribulation. I will fight for that opportunity for him. If he doesn't come back, then this is his fate. During this period, I will pass on the inheritance of the great devil Heaven Lord that I obtained from him to you. You must comprehend it well and hope that you can become a Tao master as soon as possible." Su Yan could only nod silently. This time, he had learned the importance of strength. If he was strong enough, things would not have turned out this way. Although he didn't have much contact with Su Yan, the reason why he saved Su Yan last time was because he had his own motives. He did not expect that Su Yan would take it to heart. For him, at this moment, there was a heavy feeling in his heart. He looked back at the void. At this moment, the void seemed so deep. The Shura cave was gradually shrinking, and the violent power was also beginning to disappear little by little. "You have to come back alive." At this time, this was all he could say. If Su Yan really died, it might be an inner demon for him. But no matter what, because of Su Yan's sword intent, the crisis of the Shura cave was resolved. This could not be better. Just as they turned their heads and left, Su Yan was struggling in the passage of the Shura realm. The magic dragon armor had appeared, and the dragon wings were constantly flapping, trying to stabilize his body. At the same time, 10 streams of dragon chi were constantly wandering. This passage was blasted open by Yan Zhao in a hurry, so it was very unstable. To be honest, although Yan Zhao had become a venerable, it was impossible for him to blast open a passage across the 2 realms. It was just that this place happened to be where the Shura cave was located, and the power between the 2 realms was particularly weak, which gave him the opportunity to strike. The spatial turbulence here was constantly turbulent, and Su Yan's body was constantly trembling. Under the impact of such a terrifying power, he felt that his body was about to be crushed. At this point, he did not dare to be careless. He directly spread his aura to the extreme, using it to defend his body. If he had not devoured the 5 Shura generals during the battle, which made his aura unprecedentedly long and deep, he would have died at this time. The power of these existences was so terrifying that it had even exceeded a certain limit. Even with his strength, under the impact of such a violent and terrifying power, he began to tremble. Nevertheless, trembling did not mean that he would die immediately. The more dangerous the situation, the more he needed to increase his strength. This was Su Yan's persistence and persistence. It had been like this for many times, and this time was no exception. At this moment, his aura kept increasing at this moment, resisting the pressure of the mysterious spatial power. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan felt that his body was about to be crushed. His power was changing bit by bit. Earlier, he had devoured a lot of Shura's power, and because of the power of the Supreme, he was able to suppress it. Even so, he knew that the power was only temporarily contained. In other words, it was only forcibly squeezed in. Although the power was immense, it was uncertain how much of it he could use. Chapter 939. Female literature, however, it was completely different now. The power of space was constantly distorting and compressing his body, as if it was tempering him with a huge hammer. As the saying went, a treasured sword was sharpened through tempering. A true powerhouse must have gone through countless tempering to reach such a level. It was the same for Su Yan at the moment. The power did not belong to him at the moment. However, once he experienced the tempering under this terrifying pressure, he would immediately become a powerhouse if he could survive in the end. This would definitely benefit him immensely. Su Yan's aura continued to condense. The indescribably turbid power was constantly refined, while the remaining pure power continued to gather. In the end, it formed an extremely terrifying and powerful light. At the moment, waves of sounds were released from his body. However, the sound was no longer the sound of a dragon's roar. Instead, it was like the sound of waves in the ocean. Su Yan's body was constantly improving. Such a change could almost be considered an evolution. The structure of his body was constantly becoming perfect, and this change was a huge change from the inside to the outside of his body. At the moment, an extremely brilliant light appeared in Su Yan's eyes. It was an unimaginable divine light, as if a god was awakening in his body. This time, it should have been an unimaginable disaster for Su Yan, but it was also a huge improvement for Su Yan. He never thought that his body could be like this at this moment. His aura continued to rise. At this moment, the aura released from his body had truly surpassed that of a one-origin venerable. In this world of time, many geniuses would have a battle prowess that surpassed their cultivation level. Su Yan had always been like this. This time, his aura continued to change, and his strength continued to rise. However, the strange thing was that his cultivation level was still at the 10 dragons level. At this moment, even Su Yan himself could not describe the changes that had happened to him. However, this was a good thing. In such a time of crisis, his strength could be improved. This was the best thing that could happen. In the beginning, the terrifying spatial pressure made it difficult for him to breathe, but at this moment, the pressure had become much less. He had even gradually begun to adapt to the terrifying pressure. Just as Su Yan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, an extremely frightening will suddenly appeared. The moment the will descended, Su Yan felt his body become heavy. At this moment, he was in much more pain than before. Furthermore, this was only the beginning. Flames suddenly began to burn in his body. These were not illusions, but the most realistic flames. The power of the flames continued to rise, and the terrifying aura had reached an unimaginable level. Su Yan immediately felt extremely painful. At this moment, he had a feeling that the entire world was against him. He wanted to bury himself completely. He had never felt such a situation before. What's going on? Why is this happening? Where is this inexplicable hostility coming from? Why am I in so much pain? Ah! Su Yan's entire body was constantly trembling and spasming. He only felt that he was going to die in the next moment. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that when he thought of the word death, the thought of death immediately became incomparably firm, as if he was born with it. Suicide. Su Yan actually had such thoughts. This was simply terrifying. Gradually, an extremely terrifying blood-colored humanoid monster seemed to appear in his sea of consciousness. The appearance of this creature seemed to want to tear Su Yan's sea of consciousness apart in an instant. I'm a lowly person. Do I deserve to die? As soon as this thought appeared, Su Yan could no longer control himself. He even began to raise his hand and put it on his throat. Death, death, death. The voice of One Face Village was constantly roaring, trying to forcibly suppress Su Yan's consciousness. No, impossible. How can I, Su Yan, stretch out my neck to be killed? Impossible. At this moment, the green lotus in Su Yan's sea of consciousness suddenly bloomed with divine light. At the same time, the Taishang sword soul suddenly flickered, and a mighty majesty directly erupted at this moment. At this moment, the Taishang sword soul clearly seemed to have come alive, and that extremely powerful and terrifying light burst out at this moment. The body of the sword was dazzling and shining, and at this moment, that extremely terrifying power was being torn apart bit by bit. At this moment, the blood-colored aura was also constantly disappearing. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly roared, "Shura!" At this moment, Su Yan already knew what had happened. He finally understood why he suddenly had such a change. It turned out that all of this was caused by the will of the Shura realm. He was an outsider, so after passing through the space passage and arriving here, he was immediately enveloped by an extremely powerful will of space. Just like how Shura was extremely suppressed when he rushed into their world, Su Yan was also immediately noticed by the will of the world when he entered this world. Everything that had happened before was because the will of the world wanted to kill Su Yan, so it was like this. It had to be said that the will of the Shura realm was really terrifying. Even though Su Yan had experienced life and death and had an extremely strong will, under the control of the will of the Shura realm, he was almost killed. If it had been someone else, it would have been even more terrifying. Under the impact of such power, it was likely that they would have immediately killed him. Even so, this time it was extremely dangerous. The vision in his sea of consciousness saved his life again, and the truly powerful one was the Taishang sword soul. Not only did the Taishang sword soul directly destroy this terrifying power, but it also directly devoured that part of the will of the world. The will of the world was the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens was high and mighty, looking down on all living things. It was an unparalleled powerhouse. However, at this time, the Taishang sword soul was able to burst out with such incredible power that even the will of the heavens was devoured. At this time, Su Yan finally understood why the Godslayer sword in his body valued the Taishang sword soul so much. He had always thought highly of the power of the Taishang sword soul, but at this time he realized that he had underestimated it. The power of the Taishang sword soul seemed to be at the highest point that would never end. The moment the blood-colored mark disappeared, Su Yan immediately felt the pressure on him relax, and an unimaginable feeling of freedom spread out. The will of the heavens targeted every invader. Even the most powerful person would be watched by the will of the heavens. Perhaps a powerhouse could use his own power to suppress the will of the heavens, but he was destined to be an invader, an evil demon of this world. As long as he was in this world, he would be haunted by bad luck. And when the experts of this side of the world saw him, they would immediately have killing intent, wanting to completely annihilate him. In other words, he would become the public enemy of the world. However, at this time, things were different. The will in Su Yan's body was devoured by the Taishang sword soul, and a power was released from the Taishang sword soul, shrouding Su Yan's body. This power was very mystical, and it was not a power that could be used in battle. It was more like a shielding of the will of the heavens. With the existence of this power, Su Yan did not need to worry about being targeted by the will of the heavens. Boom! All of a sudden, Su Yan felt a pain in his head. At this time, he realized that he had fallen from the sky and smashed into a rocky mountain. Earlier, he was entangled by the will of the heavens, so he forgot about his own situation. It was only now that he realized that he had fallen from the sky. Fortunately, Su Yan's body was incomparably strong. Otherwise, this fall would have caused him to be badly mutilated, and he would have died completely. It hurts. Not long after, Su Yan adjusted his state and then struggled to get up from the ground. At this time, he realized that something was different. That was, every movement of his seemed to be too difficult. Raising his hand and straightening his waist had become so difficult. It was unknown how much more effort it took than usual. What's going on? Why is it so difficult? Su Yan took a few deep breaths and finally got himself to stand still. Then, he immediately began to circulate his spiritual force and began to devour the aura around him. At this time, he understood the reason. So that's how it is. The aura here is completely different from our world. In the world where he was, the air was full of spirit chi, and cultivators absorbed the spirit chi to cultivate, making themselves stronger and even transforming their bodies to reach an unimaginable level. However, it was completely different here. The spirit chi in this place was thin. No, it could only be described as deficient. Su Yan's ability to devour aura was very terrifying, but at this time, it had become extremely difficult for him to absorb the spirit chi here. At such a level, how could he cultivate? There was a kind of black aura in this place, and this aura was very strange. It was as if the aura itself was full of the smell of blood. Su Yan tried to devour this aura directly into his body. He sharply found that there seemed to be a desire to kill in his body that had been directly awakened. I understand now. No wonder every one of the Shura is so terrifying and full of murderous aura. It turns out that this is the environment they live in. In the knowledge of their world, every Shura was extremely terrifying. Their strength was extremely strong, and they seemed to be born to fight. Chapter 940. Girls' Literature, They Were Born to Fight. However, Su Yan finally understood why the air of the Shura world was filled with such a powerful and crazy aura. Compared to the spiritual chi, the aura here contained a more powerful force. However, there was an endless sense of ruthlessness in this powerful force. The Shura people had grown up in such an environment since birth. For generations, the killing intent that came from their bones had completely filled their hearts. It was precisely because of this that they were so terrifying and so warlike. The world was big and full of strange things. It was the first time Su Yan had seen such a world. If the people of the infinite world were to grow up here, it would probably collapse in a few days. It was no wonder that the Shura people had become like this. The so-called Shura people were born to destroy. However, it's difficult now. I can't stay here forever. Su Yan began to think as he devoured the special aura here. The aura was indeed extremely violent. However, Su Yan was not afraid. After all, the Taishang sword soul could naturally restrain such an aura. After the aura was devoured by Su Yan's body, it would immediately be filtered and then strengthen Su Yan's body and strength. Su Yan was not like a fish in water here, but it was not bad. At least in terms of strength, it was extremely beneficial. However, Su Yan knew that he could not stay here forever. He could purify the power here, but this purification ability was not without limit. Once this limit was exceeded, he would be affected by the power. If there was a powerful Tao master here, he might be able to directly blast open a space passage. Unfortunately, Su Yan was not a powerful Tao master, so he could not do this at all. Therefore, how to leave this place became a problem. Just as Su Yan was puzzled, a silent roar suddenly sounded. The sound came from afar. It was not loud, but it had an extremely terrifying oppressive power. What's that? Whatever, let's go and take a look. At this time, Su Yan immediately went forward. Of course, at this time, he had just adapted to the rules of this world. He naturally knew that he should keep a low profile. However, at this time, he really couldn't find a way forward. It was a red canyon. The surrounding rock seemed to be burning with flames. Su Yan cautiously approached the front. At this time, an extremely ferocious existence immediately appeared in his sight. It was a gigantic lizard with a length of at least 30 meters. It was a colossal monster. At his tail, there was a wisp of light burning. It was a flame, but it was very weak. Compared to the surrounding rocks, it was very inconspicuous. However, Su Yan immediately set his eyes on it. Without a doubt, this gigantic flame lizard was currently hunting. His prey was the Shura. Su Yan was surprised to find that these Shura were not different from humans. In Su Yan's memory, Shura were those with blue skin and terrifying power. However, the Shura in front of him was exactly the same as a human. There were a total of 5 women here, and 3 more women. These people's auras were not weak, but Su Yan could not determine what realm they had reached. Therefore, at this time, he decided to continue watching. Among the 8 people, one of them was a man who was 2 meters tall, and he was undoubtedly the strongest one. In his hand, there was a spear. This spear was somewhat special. It was made of a material that Su Yan had never seen before. The spear was deep and seemed to be emitting a dim light. From this, one could see that the spear was very powerful. At this time, the gigantic lizard's claws directly fell from the sky. The powerful force was simply terrifying. The man immediately let out a strange roar. Then, he jumped high into the air. He did not dodge or evade, but directly charged towards the gigantic lizard. At this time, the spear was emitting a dark red light. Such an attack seems to be similar to that of a Dragon Realm expert. Su Yan looked at the man, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. But soon, he understood what was happening. Yes, the Shura I came into contact with were all first-class experts, so I thought that all Shura were the same. In this world, if every Shura was equivalent to a venerable, then the Shura realm would have swept through the universe. That spear is very powerful, but this man seems to be unable to use the spear's power. Therefore, he must have failed. Su Yan's eyes were very sharp. Although he did not know the power system of this world, he immediately saw the comparison of power. At this time, the spectating Shura were still roaring. Su Yan naturally could not understand what they were saying, but he could feel that they seemed to be cheering. Obviously, they thought that their warrior would win. However, this world never developed according to their imagination. At this time, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared on the fire lizard's palm. It was a terrifying flame, which immediately turned into a scale. The fire lizard's power increased again at this time. At this time, the terrifying spear immediately pierced the terrifying scale. The originally tall young Shura's expression immediately changed. Roar, damn it! At this time, a terrifying aura directly rushed towards him. The strength of the aura was beyond his expectations. In an instant, his body directly retreated. Rumble. A loud sound was heard. His body directly crashed into a huge mountain. The mountains and rocks here were exceptionally hard. At this moment, the man directly crashed into it. What kind of heavy blow was this? Just looking at it was enough to make one feel pain. Roar. However, it had to be said that the Shura's body was indeed terrifyingly strong. After enduring such a violent attack, the male Shura still managed to stand up. Su Yan had analyzed the male Shura's cultivation through the scene just now. According to the standards of the infinite realm, the male Shura's strength should be at the peak of the square sphere. However, his long spear was truly a powerful treasure. It was precisely because of this that he was able to unleash a powerful combat strength that was comparable to that of a dragonized cultivator. Unfortunately, he seemed to have underestimated the strength of this beast. The strength of this beast after it unleashed its full power was simply terrifying to the extreme. It was as if he had completely crushed him. If it wasn't for the fact that the spear had absorbed a lot of energy, he would have been dead by now. This spear was really good. At this moment, Su Yan had already taken a liking to this spear. Although this spear could not be compared to the Scorching Sun sword, this was the Shura realm. The Scorching Sun sword had the aura of the Shura's curse. When Su Yan entered the Shura realm, he was suppressed by such a powerful will of heaven because he had the curse of the Shura before they died. However, at this moment, the very supreme sword soul forcibly took away the aura of the curse. However, if he took the scorching sun sword out of the Chili sword case, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. In order to travel in this unknown world, he needed a weapon. Obviously, this spear was not bad. The male Shura's fall immediately made the 7 Shura around him panic. He was the strongest among them, but he was defeated so easily. At this moment, the flame lizard had already rushed towards the tall Shura warrior. At this moment, the 7 of them immediately began to work together, preparing to block the huge flame lizard's attack. Unfortunately, their strengths were not enough as compared to the fearsome lizard. This lizard was a real monster. Moreover, its skin was tough and had mysterious flame scales. It was very difficult to deal with. The tall young man had used this powerful force to increase his combat strength to the dragon realm, but in front of this flame lizard, he was still so weak. At this moment, it was even more impossible for him to defeat this lizard. At this moment, the huge lizard snake swung like a long whip. Before the tall Shura could react, he was immediately swept up by this terrifying force. Ah! The male Shura struggled angrily, trying to break free. But at this moment, how could he make it in time? At this moment, the other Shura finally stood up and shouted in Shura's language, "Save him." The 7 of them rushed forward almost at the same time. But at this moment, the male Shura at the back suddenly turned around and left. This man was really cunning. He obviously had the intention to retreat from the beginning, so he left at the most critical moment. This scene stunned Su Yen for a moment. In his mind, the people of the Azura clan were extremists who lived for war and died for war. But at this time, he actually met a piece of trash who fled in the face of battle. However, this had nothing to do with Su Yen. At the same time, his attention was focused on the battle. At this moment, the tall Shura was very weak. His body was constantly being swung around by the flame lizard, jumping high and then being heavily smashed to the ground. Although at this time, he was still holding the blood-red spear tightly, but at this time, he no longer had the strength to attack. Chapter 941. Female Literature, Tatar. At this moment, a female Shura discovered the man who had secretly escaped. Hearing her shout, the others also noticed this scene. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do at this time. This was because they were already within the blood-fire lizard's attack range. A flame appeared. This was the blood-fire lizard's method. The area within the flame's range was its hunting ground. As for the kid who had already escaped, it did not care about him at all. After all, the prey here was enough for it to fill its own stomach. At this moment, the 6 Shura youths all rushed forward. They displayed the Shura's fearless spirit to the extreme. However, the blood-fire lizard only twisted its body, and a tyrannical force immediately shot backward. Such an easy attack immediately let the Shura know what it meant to be overestimating one's own strength. The 6 young Shura youths all spat out blood. It was obvious that they had all been seriously injured by such a terrifying attack. If it were not for the Shura's strong physique, which was far superior to that of other races, they would have all died from such an attack. At this moment, the blood-fire lizard was certain that its opponents were no longer a threat to it. It walked around a few times complacently. Then, it rolled its long tongue and threw the tallest Shura youth into the air. The youth fell from the air and was sucked into its huge mouth. Aganda. Seeing this scene, the remaining youths were on the verge of exploding. However, they were powerless to save the man. After all, they could not even get up. At this moment, the Shura youth called Aganda's face was ashen. His previous bravery was completely gone. Under the threat of death, everything was fake. The only thing that existed was endless fear. It was at this moment that a ray of light flashed by. Su Yan had made his move. Su Yan's goal was not to save the man, but the red spear. He had already seen that the spear was extraordinary. Under the circumstances where it was not convenient to use the scorching sun sword, this spear could barely bear his power. It was precisely because of this that he acted so decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Roar! At this moment, the blood-fire lizard was about to enjoy its meal. However, at this moment, Su Yan suddenly appeared. The blood-fire lizard's perception was extremely sharp. The moment Su Yan appeared, it felt a dangerous aura. Although this aura was very weak, it was enough to make it wary. Under such circumstances, as expected, he chose to give up on the food. His disgusting and terrifying long tongue once again danced out, directly lashing towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan had just grabbed the spear in his hand. He didn't have any interest in saving people, but if he didn't do anything, this long spear might have fallen into the blood-fire lizard's mouth along with its owner. That was why he took action. After all, if such a battle spear was stained by the saliva of such a monster, it would be a little disgusting. However, since the blood-fire lizard had directly attacked him, Su Yan would definitely not be polite. After all, this blood-fire lizard was really not enough for Su Yan at this moment. Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way. Su Yan's power erupted in an instant. Faintly, a mysterious and terrifying roar came from his body. The appearance of this roar immediately made the lizard feel fear. At this moment, its long tongue also slowed down a bit. At this moment, Su Yan had already made his move. Su Yan's power was extremely terrifying. With one strike, a scarlet light appeared. The blood-fire lizard was a powerful Shura beast that used flames, but in front of Su Yan's power, it was nothing. In just a moment, the Shura beast was immediately killed by Su Yan. Su Yan's power directly penetrated its head. At this moment, Su Yan took the blood-red battle spear and stood on the blood-fire lizard's head. When Su Yan landed, the tall young man also landed from the sky. However, he landed right in the blood-fire lizard's mouth. If the blood-fire lizard was still alive at this moment, then he had obviously become its food. Well, although this blood-fire lizard is not powerful, there seems to be a crystal in its body. It's better not to waste it. With a thought, Su Yan immediately turned the battle spear in his hand and directly stabbed at the blood-fire lizard's core. Even if the blood-fire lizard was dead, its power was still incomparably powerful. This was something that could not be criticized. However, at this moment, Su Yan's spear actually pierced through its body so easily. One had to know that the tall young man had used all his strength at the very beginning, but he was still unable to leave a mark on the blood-fire lizard's body. These young Shura obviously knew what had happened at this time. At this moment, they immediately broke free and looked at Su Yan with eyes full of awe. Respecting the strong was a convention that existed in every world. However, at this moment, Su Yan ignored them. He only dug out the blood-fire lizard's crystal. The crystal was beyond Su Yan's expectations. Its power was very rich. When the young Shura saw the crystal, their eyes almost shone. Su Yan took the crystal, then his eyes fell on the young Shura. These young Shura had just rescued their companion, the 2-meter-tall Shura youth. At this time, they felt Su Yan's gaze and immediately looked at Su Yan. Su Yan could see the tension and uneasiness in their eyes. They were afraid of Su Yan. After all, Su Yan's power was terrifying. With a casual blow, he defeated and killed the blood-fire lizard. If Su Yan wanted to kill them at this time, it would not be difficult. At this time, the tall Shura youth had already recovered. Seeing Su Yan silent, he finally stood up and said to Su Yan, "Senior, I am Aganda. These are my friends." Junior thanked Senior for saving my life. He thanked Su Yan in Shura language. Unfortunately, Su Yan could not understand his words at all. At this time, Su Yan was deep in thought. He was not familiar with this world at all. No, to be more precise, he was unfamiliar with it. Now, he didn't know how to return to his own world. Although the time here and in the infinite world seemed to be in different proportions. However, he couldn't continue to consume his energy endlessly. Therefore, he must find a way to leave here as soon as possible. These Shura youths saw that Su Yan didn't speak, and his expression didn't change at all. They looked at each other, not knowing what Su Yan was thinking. If Su Yan wanted to kill them at this time, then they wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. Now, they could only hope that Su Yan was a person who could pay attention to details. At this time, Su Yan held the crystal and began to absorb its power without any hesitation. Su Yan's strength was extremely terrifying. Under his devouring, the powerful force was immediately sucked dry. Seeing this scene, these people secretly swallowed their saliva. One had to know that the blood fire lizard was very powerful. If they obtained the crystal, they would have to carefully absorb it. Only then would they be able to devour all the power inside. However, at this time, Su Yan actually consumed all the power inside casually. From this, it could be seen how powerful Su Yan was. At this time, Su Yan didn't pay attention to them. At this time, he was wholeheartedly absorbing the crystal from the blood fire lizard. In fact, such a crystal was no longer enough to attract him. After all, he had consecutively absorbed the crystals of 5 powerhouses that General had defeated. Compared to them, this blood fire lizard was simply pitiful. However, even the smallest sparrow had meat. This was the Shura realm. Being able to obtain power was already an extremely rare thing for Su Yan. When the power of the crystal completely disappeared, Su Yan looked at these Shura people. At this moment, Su Yan was thinking about how to deal with these fellows with his sword. Those who were not of his race were bound to have different intentions. At this time, Su Yan would not have any mercy for them just because they were weak. Who can tell me where this place is? Su Yan asked. After saying this sentence, he felt a little embarrassed. This was the Shura realm. How could these people understand his words? Communication was always a problem. At this time, he directly transmitted his thoughts to these people. The moment they felt Su Yan's will, they were all stunned. Obviously, they had never experienced such a thing. At this time, the tall young man suddenly shouted. "You're not a Shura." His shout stunned Su Yan. He had just analyzed that there was almost no difference between him and these people, but this guy could actually say that he was not a Shura. This was interesting. He couldn't figure out how this guy found out. However, he was now sure of one thing, and that was that he could communicate with this guy. Communication through mental power was effective. This is interesting. Tell me, how did you find out? Su Yan transmitted his will again. At this time, the tall young man from the Shura realm actually went crazy and shouted, "Kill him, he's an enemy of God."